Two genders, Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan and this is Hasan. I'm broadcast coming to you live from early, partially sunny, but now no longer sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 65 degrees and cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, and all the MBs are having a great one. Why are you a millionaire? This is the dumbest chatter. I don't know. Because meritocracy is a lie. That's why. And folks, it's fucking Tuesday, and I'm not going to do a fucking heist. All right? I'm not going to do a fucking heist meme. Okay? I'm sorry. It's Tuesday, lads. I know Dr. Cornel West is running for president, and it's fucking Tuesday. There's a lot to cover today. Actually, not really. It's not like a crazy big news day. But, you know, there's always stuff to cover, obviously. Anyway, apparently there's like new Twitch ad format restrictions and stuff too, which pretty fucking funny because I don't give a shit. Twitch is doing the heist on creators. Yeah. Anyway. Talk about the live golf thing? Sure. The streamers are already having a meltdown. Asman already said he's moving to Kick. Yeah, we'll address it. We'll address all of that. Germa made me. What?
He's kind of like he kind of looks like a flounder. No. It said big. Make the arms big.
Okay, I feel called out. I feel like an offense has been made, and I will sue. I just want to point that out, that it's not funny. One man's proportion disabilities are another man's humorous quip, it seems. You don't see me making fun of serial killers. And there's plenty of jokes to be made about serial killers from Massachusetts, okay? I think that's where he's from, right? And I don't do it. I don't do it out of solidarity, the unspoken solidarity between content creators. And, it's kind of fucked up. Yeah, we'll talk about the dam. Hasan, no six-pack, wrong depiction. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm close. I'm actually kind of close. I'm back down to 245 as of today, partially because Diablo has been causing me not to eat that much. But the boy is actually fucking svelte. Let's be real.
How big are Crash Bandicoot's hands? They're actually kind of long.
Yeah, I don't really like it. Japan and Paris will be saying otherwise. Okay, I don't want to fucking hear that either. So I wanted to show you guys something. First of all, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening, okay? And let me tell you, okay, what's happening in my life is shit. And by shit, I mean like literally shit. When I say dog shit, I mean like literally my life is full of dog shit. And that is because of Kaya. Kaya is shitting everywhere. She has major separation anxiety issues. She's very stubborn. She's beautiful, brilliant, bold, smart, and cute and quirky for the most part, until I am separated from her for approximately, 25 to 30 minutes. In which case, she turns into a fucking monster and literally will just directly shit inside of her crate. The crate is actually perfectly sized for her, before everybody talks about that. Crate is perfectly sized for her, and yet it doesn't matter. She is massively, she's got huge separation anxiety. We got to work on that. I'm working on that. I'm working on the crate training. I leave her in there for 25 minutes while I'm showering, while she barks and stuff. At least she doesn't poop. And it's unfortunate. It is a very unfortunate problem to have, because I left her this morning to go work out. I ended the broadcast last night after 11 hours, by the way. Played Diablo all the way and basically went upstairs and fell asleep. Okay? I went upstairs and I passed out. That was what I did. That was my night. Woke up early in the morning. Kaya was perfect little angel in the crate at night. That stuff was fine. Oh my God. Someone just said, have you tried putting your stream on when you leave her alone? That's probably a fucking brilliant idea. I actually had not considered that. I keep playing like different puppy white noise 10 hours videos, you know what I mean? Or like puppy classical music to, invoke puppy nap time. None of that shit works. But maybe if I do play streams of myself, like a VOD, that could work possibly. I thought your Scapulisi Trapuzzi video on Twitter was fake. No, it's not. I'm going to show you in a second. So I have a lot of back pain, right? And many of you have thought like, oh, Hasan, I don't really get it. I don't really understand what the fuck's going on. You have back pain because you're gay. That's why. And it's like, no, it's because I have what is known as hyperlaxity, okay? It means double jointedness. It means not that like my joints are extra or anything like that. It just means my joints are weak. Now, this gives you benefits in certain things. It makes you stretchier, but in many ways, it also makes you less stretchy, because the muscles that are supposed to stretch, the muscles that are supposed to stretch, or the muscles that are supposed to contract when you're working out, well, those muscles don't actually activate in the right ways because my shoulders are, they're too wonky. Another example of that is my back, my mid back, for example, it's very tight. It's constantly tight because I don't need to activate my mid back at all, or rather, I don't need to utilize my mid back at all to like do stuff because my shoulders are always overcompensating. Why are you so buff then? This is joints. Joint strength and muscle strength is related to one another, but it doesn't matter. That's why I have incredibly massive lats and very, very large shoulders. The reason why my shoulders and my lats are OP and very strong is because of this reason. And I wanted to show you guys this specifically because that is the reason why I have currently back pain, because my rhomboids are unfortunately too weak. And, I got to do more accessory work and more mobility work to activate them. For the average person, hitting like the T fucking, movement is probably really easy. For me, it's not. Okay? Yeah, and also you can't really do anything about joints. You just have to strengthen the muscle around them. Exactly. So that's fine, though. I work on that quite a bit. But this time around, I wanted to show you guys something. So these are your trap muscles, right? Now, I have a decent amount of trap strength. As you can see here, those are my trap muscles. Let's take a look at what happens in between. I can do it all the way.
I know.
So I'm activating multiple different parts in my back right now. Look.
Let me see what it looks like.
And it clicks. When I do that, it fucking clicks. Like I can literally clap my traps together. And normally, for the average person, their traps are always like this, okay? Their traps never get to this point. This is what my traps look like when I release them. That is not normal. Do you shave your back? I do not, but I do have a little bit of back hair, like a little baby back hair. So I wanted to show that to you guys just so you understand like where my rhomboid pain comes from. So you basically understand why I have issues every now and then. It's because I have, joint issues that create like underdeveloped muscles in certain parts of my body because I never need to activate them, right? So probably don't need to specifically train the rhomboids. Getting the whole back involved will do. That scapulae movement is a variation, but not inherently pathological. I work as a physio, and I see this quite often. No, but I know that when I do movement work or when I do like regular back work, I can totally avoid using my lower traps, which are, and my rhomboids, which are very weak. I do have a winged scapula. Exactly. That is what it is. Thank you, Charles Marx. You are 100% correct. That's what this is. I do Y raises all the time. Anyway, I have a similar issue from climbing. All my muscles are stronger than my rhomboids, so I do an insane amount of banded pull-aparts. I do a lot of banded pull-aparts as well. The issue is you can get away with cheating your banded pull-aparts without activating your rhomboids. Again, do you understand? That's the problem. Because I have so much like hypertrophy in every other muscle group around in the surrounding region that I could go for the rest of my life without ever activating my rhomboids and I'd be perfectly fine and incredibly mobile. But that's not healthy because you will usually end up causing issues for yourself down the line, just like I did. Right? So it's something that I have to do. It's something that I have to work on, and hyper focus on. But basically, the muscles that are supposed to be here, okay, the muscles that are supposed to be here don't exist. They're very weak. There's supposed to be muscles under my, I have like a back pussy, a back cleavage, I guess. Do you train face pulls and press? Yes, I do. I do all of that. I do every accessory work known to man. I do all mobility work. As a trainer, everyone always does pull apart wrong. It's specific engagement. No, I know. I know. I do intentional mobility work where it's not like heavy weights or anything like that, but I do banded pull aparts, and I have gotten a lot better at this now, but it's still an issue that I have. And I just wanted to show you guys this because basically what ends up happening in this situation is that when I am bench pressing, my chest is perfectly fine. My front delts are very active and my chest is very strong. But when I'm doing bench press with dumbbells, or if I'm even doing like a flat bench press, basically my all the stabilizer muscles, which are supposed to be in your back, that's like counteracting to your pectoral muscles, activating, all of those muscles don't fire up in the way that they're supposed to. So then if I accidentally put too much effort or put too much of that strength onto my rhomboids that are not strong enough because I'm putting up a lot of weight, right? Because my chest can handle it. My stabilizer muscles can end up fucking up and I can hurt myself. That's usually how it works. What happens is your serratus anterior is so weak, your traps and lats become huge because they need to overcompensate for the off balance. Yes. You said not true, but that is true. A winged scapula is not cause for pain, though. This has been debunked in papers since like 2015. No, it's not. No. I'm not saying my winged scapula is a cause for my pain. I'm saying that the winged scapula is the reason why I have pain right now because I am doing I'm hitting weights that I can easily do with my chest muscles, but my rhomboids are not strong enough to stabilize sometimes. So if I don't do it perfectly, and when you're doing like higher weights, when you're hitting like your not your 1 rep max or anything, but when you're hitting higher weights that are that are exhaustive, you end up sometimes, making slight adjustments, readjustments, things of that nature. It's perfectly normal. And of course, when you're making those readjustments, sometimes you could tweak your back. That's it. A glute scapula in some ways is worse. As an LMT, I would work on clients to free them when immobile by winging them. Anyway. So just wanted to show you guys that, and give you guys the serratus anterior is the muscle that holds the scapula back into the back towards the spin. It pulls off the traps. Yes. Remember how I told you guys every muscle that pulls in one direction has another muscle that pulls in the other direction, and that's how most people get injured. And that's usually why if you have pain in like one part of your body, it's usually due to a weakness in another part of your body that's like immediately in the exact opposite side. That's what this is, kind of, okay? Like I injured this not when I was doing pull work, but actually push work. I injured this while I was doing bench press. I injured this while I was doing bench press because my shoulders were not packed evenly, because I have a hard time packing my shoulders because my shoulders are overdeveloped and very strong. However, the lower part of my traps, my lower traps and my rhomboid that are supposed to pack your shoulders in to ensure stability are not very strong. That's it. That's the problem. Being hypermobile sucks when your body's full of estrogen because it gets stretchier the more there is. I dislocated my shoulder sleeping. Jesus Christ. There was a little muscle distortion. What the fuck? That'd be funny if I looked like that. How bad is your current injury? Not that bad. I actually feel fucking great today. I did leg work today for the most part. We decided to bracket the exercises away, move away from push-pull days, and instead do push-pull upper, push-pull lower. I still can't put any weight on my back. Anything that causes my rhomboids to activate, to stabilize, like any big weight, immediately puts me in pain. and I don't want to actually do that. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk injury. But you know, other than that, it's been great. We just did like pistol squats, which I can't do obviously, but close to it. You know, the sit down almost pistol squats. To that nature. The most common cause of muscular injury is simple: lack of tolerance to a stimuli. If properly trained, it's rare to get injured during training. Sounds like you are doing the right thing trying to strengthen them. Yes. Can't sleep on your core exercises, bro. I never have, and I don't know why you think I did. But I also have another I also have another video from the insane like Norwegian torture device contraption that I was using to fix my back a little bit. But I don't know, it might be a little too slutty to post, honestly. It's called a wheel. It's literally, that is exactly what it is just a wheel. Here. I'll show it to you on my phone. I don't know if I have that dog in me. I don't know if I can upload it onto the internet. But here, this is what it is. It's basically just a fucking wheel. That I lay on. But yeah, I'm getting there. Body-wise, I'm getting there. I'm close, you know? I'm like 10 pounds out from doing more. Okay, you could post that. It's not that trappy. No, when I don't want to post something on the internet, it's not because it's like not sexy, or it's not because it's like too sexy. It's actually quite the opposite. When I refuse to post content on the internet with myself shirtless because I think I look fat. I love those wheels. I use mine almost every day. See, this is part of the reason why I don't post shirtless photos yet, because no matter what I post, there's going to be people who go, you used to look more shredded. Yeah, I gained a lot of weight during COVID and I lost it, almost all of it. But, you know, I know I do not look fat there at all, but you can't see like my visible abs or anything, which is part of the reason why I don't want to post it. Yeah. Why even say something like that in general? For this reason. So I say, yeah, go see. It's me, Mario Keck. It's just, he's probably miserable. He wants me to fucking. Your only mention on the Valkyrie London vlog?
Everything you see on camera is true.
Yeah?
Hasan Piker, absolute monster.
I believe that. Thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Yes.
It's been so lovely to
Pleasure
meet
to meet you.
And
What the fuck's this guy doing? What? Bro, this dude just walks around, okay, and slanders me like it's his fucking job. Okay? He just walks around and slanders me like it's his fucking job and then tells everybody that we're gay married, okay? The audacity of this man to say these things while he's wearing a jacket that I bought for another man that he stole is unimaginable, okay? Where's your UK vlog? Dude, I haven't even sent the footage to HasanAbi. I know Mart sent his. I haven't even sent my footage to HasanAbi because he's so fucking busy all the time that I just like kind of gave up on uploading vlogs consistently. Anyway. So I think that's good enough. Spent the entire morning cleaning Kaya's poop. And that's it. Fucking doo-doo. Quite literally. No One Piece updates. Haven't watched a single fucking... Brother, what do you mean One Piece updates? I basically wake up, work out, take care of Kaya the entire fucking time, stream for like 10 hours, and then immediately go to sleep. Where is the moment for One Piece in that situation? I am going to try and link up with this professional trainer that my friends have used. I've seen his like work basically on the other dogs in my life. I am excited to work with him. So I'm going to talk to him. You live just like that guy from that viral TikTok. Which guy? Where's the Kaya vlog footage? I got people breaking my door down trying to beat me with hammers. The Kaya vlog footage ended up being like not that great. There wasn't too much. I filmed like every part of getting Kaya and it just sucked. So I just like didn't really do anything with it. I mean, I'd rather do the UK vlog than that one. And then do more with like, do something different with Kaya. Anyway, imagine getting a puppy and immediately finding out they have parvo. The amount of shit is crazy and you have to pick up diarrhea because of parvo spores. Ew. Anyway, we'll do all that in a second. Just tell everybody you're caught up in the anime and you're not gonna spoil anything. No. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Okay, so my homie has the same back thing as you, except he can pop out a shoulder and put it back. I can do that too. I can pop most of my joints. It doesn't like fully pop out, but I can pretty much pop out most joints. Are you hypermobile at all? Yes, of course I'm hypermobile. I've talked about this entire morning. All right, let's blast off. Dam collapse in Ukraine. Twitch advertising drama. We got new Twitch app. Collapse law. Collapse is kind of underselling it. I mean, I'm just utilizing, first of all, I'm literally using the terminology that mainstream media is using. It's not like I'm using, like I said, very careful and very specific and very deliberate language because I don't want to make a mistake. And I'm using what the mainstream media is saying. Okay. So, don't get mad at me. Get mad at fucking New York Times if you want to get mad at anybody. Okay. Get mad at the NPR. This is your first time playing Diablo? I mean, basically, I played Diablo 2, but like it was so long ago and I never fully got into it. I never fully got invested in it. So this is like, this is nothing. This is like, I'm actually playing it like a big dog, What is this? Another stray I caught?
What are you talking about?
Batman is a fascist.
Batman is a fascist? Yeah. You've been watching too much Hasan.
I have made that joke before. That is true. Dong.
Where'd you learn that word, huh?
What?
Where'd you learn that word, huh?
I heard it. I heard it on things.
It's a woman in a court about this size. You don't know where they live? They had to move
I
while I
heard
was
it in a
inside.
trailer.
No,
Oh man, this game, huh?
don't let your kids watch Hasan, guys. They'll start talking like this.
I'm sure we'll find them. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Batman is a fascist.
Okay, uploaded. No, I'm doing this new thing where I don't actually put on fucking a link to see if it like is better for the algorithm. We'll see. Hey Son, have you seen this Alex Stein brain rot? I don't even know who that is, but if it's who I think it is, I'm not fucking touching that, okay? And you're out of your fucking mind if you think I am. What do I say? Like stream link. Hate people who don't already know. Yeah, I don't cover like deliberate attention pedophiles like that. You know what I mean? Did you see the MKBHD vid on the Vision Pro? Are you going to admit you had a bad take? Lamau. What? Okay, I need to explain something to you. Okay? Number one, I don't think I have a bad take. Okay? But more importantly than that, even if I did have a bad take, it's about a consumer good that is $3,500. Okay? So if you want to take that to the bank and make that your like, you know, pivotal moment where you're like, I have a major disagreement with Hasan because he thinks that Apple's investment into AR VR tech coming this late in the game is kind of stupid, especially when so many other major companies have fucking failed. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, take it to the bank. This is going to dramatically change your worldview, I think. My takes have evolved since yesterday, but I'm still pretty weirded out by it on the whole. Even MKBHD was kind of weirded out by certain elements of it, like the taking pics thing. Nobody will agree with your ass. That's actually not true. I think plenty of people in this community agreed with it. The price point is fucking disastrously high. And ultimately what I said was, if it actually advances VR and makes it more wearable, which it currently does not, from what I have seen, it looks goofy as fuck. It looks silly, and it's still very fucking bulky. I'm just not, you know, I'm not all that invested in it. What the fuck? Okay, I'm not watching that. That scared me. Would you ever get it over the Quest though? I don't even know what the latest VR kits are in the market right now. Isn't Index still the best, or is Quest better? Oh, by the way, shouts out to Canada and New York for experiencing what is a regular experience here in California during what we call wildfire season. It seems that you guys have gotten your fair share of like the orange ball in the sky with smoke everywhere, with a lot of haze. So welcome to living in California. Welcome to living in California without the California weather, which probably is a double L, honestly. But then again, California weather has been fucking dog shit so far. Here in Los Angeles as well. It's been awful. It's literally like 60 degrees and rainy all the fucking time. I don't know why. Bruh, BC exists, you do realize? At least we can walk. Yeah, true. Anyway, bitch, we have that every California wildfire already in New York, Lamau. Yeah, we're like no longer desert droughty. We're fucking we're rainy. It's like living in fucking Seattle. And even Seattle has like better culture, I would say, than Los Angeles. Los Angeles basically rests on the laurels of being the mathematically perfect weather all the time. And now that it is not happening, it's just like it really makes people, and by people I mean myself, I'm people, reconsider living here. And the hilarious part about this is that I never leave my house for the most part. But when I do, I want it to be nice. I want it to be nice. I want it to be fun. I want it to be beautiful. And when it's not, I'm just like very upset. It fucks me up, okay? Anyway. Contractors came back yesterday and like actually moved the gravel away from my gate and into the house, so that was good at least. That was, that made me happy. And they're working again, so they're back to working. They didn't just take 70% of the entire project's money and run and leave me with like a fucked backyard. This video was, I was looking for a bunch of blue check weirdos. This video was so depressing that I teared up after watching it. Life after college, a 28-year-old with a normal job. Head to my 9-to-5 employee benefits. Take lunch around 11. Give Benny his lunch snack. Eat leftover Jersey Mike's. Like, this motherfucker does not need to be in the workplace, okay? He can very clearly work from home, okay? This is fake. He has a house. Yeah, what I don't understand is how this 28-year-old is, like, inside of a house. I just don't understand that at all. I don't know how that happened. Like, I thought in order to be a 28-year-old with a house, you have to literally sell your soul to the fucking devil and basically operate like a monkey in a cage to 30,000 people who ridicule you on a regular basis online. And then that's like kind of the only way that you could do it. Or you just have like unique talent and you're in the right place in the right time and you make it big in some other industry, in entertainment or in sports. But regardless, this motherfucker should work from home. It's crazy. Was it worth it to sell your soul? Bro spoke from experience. Yes, I did. Why is this depressing? I mean, there's depressing music on it, but this is only depressing if you are literally a fucking full-blown socialist and you recognize that, like, this existence is ultimately for naught. For some fucking faceless dude who will never see you, who will never care about you to make money off of your labor. When you add that into the equation, you recognize the banality of existence and it, puts you into this like existential angst. If you're not, this guy has a house, okay, which is crazy at the age of 28, has a beautiful dog that he plays with in the middle of the day, which is a benefit that many are not allowed to have. And then he goes to the gym. He has great work hours. He has one of those homes that's like recently renovated too. Dinner time, Dia flatbread with a Michelob Ultra. Do you train your dog daily? Brother, my dog is a puppy. Every moment is training. Of course I train my dog daily. Literally his content, what the fuck? I want to inspire people. Bro, you inspire people to fucking off themselves, I think. I don't know why it just comes across so depressing. Like, his life is perfectly fine, but with that music, it basically... Like, I can't tell. He's giving fucking weird signals. He's giving me mixed signals. Like, he's in great shape. He's in great shape. He has, like, seemingly a decent job. He just looks so sad. I think that's what it is. He just looks like his face never changes. Said average Dallas resident, and why are you right? He seems dead inside. There's no light behind those eyes. Okay, so here's my analysis of the situation. In a weird way, as a 28-year-old life after college guy, his life is pretty fucking sweet. He has a house, he has a beautiful dog, and he has decent work hours. Okay? But even then, he is, he's sad. It seems like he's sad. This looks very depressing, despite the fact that everything is supposed to signal to you that he has a healthy life. I have a rigid work structure as well. The only reason why I guess different strokes for different folks. People will probably look at my work structure and go, dude, you're rich. You have literally all the freedom on the world, and you spend all of your time like a caged monkey in a zoo trying to entertain people and give them the news. What the fuck is wrong with you? Which they would be right. The difference is I do not have as much alienation from my labor as he does. Okay? I am in control of my life, whereas he technically is not. The fact that I even have the freedom to be able to drop everything on a dime and do whatever the fuck I want to do is tremendous. That feeling is a big burden lifted from my shoulders. I don't have to feel the financial burden. Okay? I don't feel the financial struggles that I once felt, which again does wonders for your psyche, does wonders for your mental health, right? I've talked about this a lot in the past. It's like the anxieties that I felt when I had a regular job, even though I was working in a startup, in a news media company, the anxieties that I felt, the Sunday blues and whatnot, all of that came from the fact that I just did not have that level of freedom that I have. Okay, with the monthly target hours, yes, this is the first time where I felt the stress and felt like streaming can sometimes be a burden. And it's actually a weird feeling to have. Before, my monthly target hours were even higher. However, despite the fact that they were higher, I didn't even think about it because I was always hitting them. Now that I have more obligations, now that I have more, now that I have more obligations, now that I have more stuff going on in my life, now that I have more, like being a homeowner and like I have more responsibilities and whatnot, it basically makes it a little bit harder and it feels a little bit more like a job. It's still not the worst. You know what I mean? It's not the worst. And I try to gamify every part of that, even all of my contractual obligations, like the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, which is a contractual obligation. But I have turned that into a game for myself by fucking sneaking it on you and just serving it to you. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, of course, for $5 or for free, or by getting gifted a sub, if you are lucky. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. And Tomana, thank you for the 10 gifted. Wasn't the response to alienation to do labor that makes you feel alive? That is exactly what I was going to say. Before I forget, thank you for bringing me back to the main point that I was going to make. Other than the freedom that I have to do whatever the fuck I want, technically, and the financial freedom to be able to do so, the main reason why I, despite sometimes behaving like a trapped animal in a zoo, feel so much better with significantly less emotional distress, despite the fact that I put longer hours into my labor now than I did before, is because I get a tremendous amount of fulfillment from it. This is very emotionally rewarding for me. Anytime I meet somebody outside in the real world to say, hey man, you really changed my life, you really changed my views, and that makes me very, I'm very grateful for that. Anytime that happens, it's great. For those of you saying also it's not as hard, yes, there are plenty of benefits that come along with just fucking looking at YouTube videos as a job, but there's also a tremendous amount of negative sides to this line of work that many cannot even comprehend. Let's be fucking real. Okay? Yes, it's very different, but I already described the most cumbersome aspects of working for someone else rather than working for yourself. The most cumbersome, the most burden, the biggest burden is like not having any autonomy in your life. I too would be emotionally fulfilled if I made millions. That's actually very wrong. Money has zero aspect in why I feel emotionally fulfilled. If it was for the money, I would take the least amount of fucking hours and I would literally just not stream that much. I would be perfectly fine streaming much less, okay? I would be perfectly fine streaming much, much less and still make a shitload of money. The reason why I stream much more is because I enjoy it. I get emotional fulfillment out of what I do. But the negative aspects of this, of course, are oftentimes not something that I show you deliberately, but there's plenty of negative sides to it as well. And let me tell you why you're wrong about the millions thing. Out of my group of friends from college, I'm not the only one who has made a lot of money. Some of my best friends that I have known for years and years have made millions of dollars working in finance, for example. And let me tell you, that shit is gruesome. Okay? You went to Rutgers, bro. It doesn't matter. I don't think I'd say you're rich and perform like a monkey. I'd say you're rich and work at doing an easy job that's fun, live in a mansion, travel the world, live in LA and on. Those aren't the reasons why I feel happy. Happiness doesn't come from material possessions. Happiness doesn't come from that. These are the things that like can make you feel better for a brief moment. But true happiness does not come from things like that. This is not the Andrew Tate broadcast, okay? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I got a Bugatti and it's actually really nice. And I travel the fucking world and I got ladies in my DMs telling me they want to fucking suck me into oblivion. That's not what like actual happiness comes from. Now, I'm not also the type of person that will say money can't buy you happiness. Okay? Money doesn't give you happiness, but money isn't everything, but not having it is, okay? That's it. Another subject that I've talked about a million times over. Once you get to a certain point of financial success, it's diminishing returns. There are studies on this. We've talked about this already. I think it's like last time the study was conducted in Los Angeles, in like the greater Los Angeles area, I believe it was like $80,000 to $100,000. After that, it's diminishing returns to your happiness. There has never been an association with like more money equals more happiness. It's just the level that you need to get to where you are financially comfortable. Okay? For me, it is expensive to be poor. For me, I think that point was basically when I never had to think about Uber surge pricing. It seems really stupid now thinking about it, but I think that was the point where I was like, oh, I'm financially comfortable now. Rich people lie and say, oh, money isn't everything, money isn't everything. Look, no, money is everything if you don't have it. Okay? Money isn't everything if you don't have it, because to be poor is very expensive. But at least there's plenty of empirical evidence to suggest this, to prove this, basically. After a certain point of financial success, it doesn't offer you any additional happiness. It's mostly to lift your burdens, lift your financial burdens, lift all of the issues that you feel, because like being broke is like a fucking weight on your shoulders at every given moment, non-fucking stop. Every aspect of your life immediately becomes transactional. You got to think about like, can I buy this? Can I not buy this? Oh, I want to buy this thing, but I can't really buy that because it's going to, I'm going to have to do some belt tightening in other aspects. Okay? I'm going to be in the red at the end of the month. These are certain things that like a wealthy person never has to think about. So those are major fucking burdens that have been lifted. You know what I mean? That's a huge, huge, huge deal. But once you get to a certain point and you don't have to fucking think about any of that shit, yeah, it'll make you feel good if you buy something expensive. I've done it, certainly. You guys know I've been canceled for it. For a brief moment, of course. But it's a fleeting thing. It's not going to fucking make you happy. Don't be ridiculous. The real reason why this guy, in my opinion, is sad is not because he fucking has like a rigid work structure. The real reason why this guy comes across as very sad is because he's working for someone else. His hours and most of the time that he spends in his adult life is being controlled by someone else. Someone else that he will never speak to, okay? Machinations that he has no say over. That is really fucking sad. That's why, despite the fact that he has a nice house, like a beautiful house, and a decent fucking regimen where he works out, and pretty good 9 to 5, like an actual 9 to 5 where he gets to leave and go home in the middle of the day, despite all of that, he just looks still very, very fucking sad. I'm off for a large streamer who's a multi-millionaire, and just the other day she was lamenting about how lonely life gets and how she has trouble making friends and stuff. Honestly, it sounded awful. She talks about it quite often lately, and it looks so sad when she does. Yeah, because streaming is like kind of a miserable space for the most part. I have been very fortunate to have a lot of great friends that I consider like lifelong friends from this industry, but most of what keeps me fucking grounded is not like the friendships that I've cultivated in the streaming space. Most of what keeps me grounded is my normie friends, okay? My family. People that do not give a fuck about whether I'm a streamer or not. You know what I mean? People that have no material interest in my financial success. People that are not tied to me in some way. People that don't have any expectations from me. That is huge. That's why I think despite all of the other negative aspects of streaming, that I, like I said, don't talk about too much. It's still, I still feel, very fulfilled and very happy and very grounded in many respects. Forget 75K. The new threshold for happiness is $500,000. I mean, it just entirely depends on where you live, I think. I feel like he paints this picture on purpose. I think it's like some 101 philosophy, deeper meaning bullshit. Capitalism makes you believe that accumulation is happiness. Reality is balance, brings you happiness, which is why those without still suffer, but those with enough, even if it's a little, can still find happiness. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if 500,000 is like correct. That seems like a fucking insane take. I guess like you can still get more happiness if you make more money up to 500,000. Okay, sick. I don't think that is like, yeah, run those numbers in Oklahoma and I fucking doubt it. Now, new research from Nobel Prize-winning economists and fellow researchers provides a fresh answer. Money does appear to boost happiness, at least for most people, up to earnings of $500,000, according to a new paper published this month in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences Journal. This doesn't even fucking address the main point of contention, which is that the more money you have, the happier you are. That's it. This argues the exact same point that the other study was arguing, which is that there is a cap to how happy more money can make you. And all this basically does is, I guess, adjust that to inflation and maybe add some additional, additional analysis on top of that. Okay? That doesn't mean you will only be happy when you get to 500K, for the record. The study doesn't say what you think it says. That's just clickbait. Okay? The previous study didn't say you can only be happy if you have $75,000 in income. The previous study said after $75,000 of income, adjusted to whichever area that you're living in, for the record, because it has to be adjusted to the cost of living, happiness levels do not reportedly increase. You have diminishing returns. Okay? That's it. Yeah, does Elon Musk strike anyone as the happiest man on earth is a great question. Exactly. Do you guys think Elon Musk is happy? Elon Musk is the wealthiest person on the planet, right? He could just be like on an island, fucking models, getting naked on a jet ski, doing unimaginably cool things that like every 14-year-old boy would consider to be cool. Like actually doing shit that like Andrew Tate claims he's doing, and not the sex trafficking. I just mean like, shit that like you dreamt of, okay? He could be living like Hunter Biden with ease, right? Except he's not. He's fucking miserable. There you go. Happiness from an office job is pretty unlikely. Exactly. Basically, any office job where you just make number bigger will not make you satisfied. It's just higher pay makes it easier to feel good outside, lol. Exactly. Exactly. That's why a lot of people have even this assessment over like, oh, more money means happier. No, more money gives you more freedom to do shit that makes you feel human for a brief moment in your life, like traveling if you like that kind of thing, or going to a nice gym if you like that kind of thing, or being able to take care of your dog if you like that kind of thing. Whatever your fucking interests are, those are the things that are your true interests. Those are the things that you're doing to like escape the monotony of your life. And those are the things that you will be able to do when you get more money. And that's the reason why you associate happiness with more money. It's not the money that's making you happy. It's the fact that you are avoiding work that's making you happy. Okay? And you are more successfully able to do that when you have more money. That's it. Okay? And the reason why I described my current predicament, or my current circumstances rather, the reason why I described that and told you, regardless of my work hours, I'm happy, It's not because like my work is my work is just basically looking at fucking YouTube videos or talking shit, something that you do voluntarily, okay? It's because it's fucking fulfilling. That's it. Anyway. That TikTok's based on an entire lie anyway. That guy's 5 years older than he says. He's been married happily to a woman he sells stuff with through affiliate links, and he does not work in an office job. Oh my God. Everything on TikTok is a lie. Anyway, can everyone do fulfilling work? Absolutely. Yes. Your work can come across more fulfilling if you have more autonomy in it. And I mean like even menial tasks that you would normally overlook, that you would literally consider to be like a fucking giant burden. Okay? Think about it like this. Like some people find, as they pointed out in the chat, gardening to be fulfilling. Some people, myself included, actually love the task of cleaning. Okay? I love it. I personally find it to be very rewarding, and it makes me like, it makes me feel like I've cleansed my space. Okay? These are certain things that I don't have an issue doing. Okay? The problem is, if I was doing it, if I was literally doing it for someone else all fucking day, getting paid nothing and having no control over my circumstances, I would despise it. Okay? That's it. That's it. It's a way to rework every single person's mode of existence, but most people won't do it. Like they never have the opportunity to do so. Anyway. I work as a go-kart mechanic and I fix the equipment around a couple tracks. I have almost total autonomy and I make enough to get by. Can confirm autonomy is key. Yeah. Like the real reason why entrepreneurs present themselves as living a fulfilling and happy life is not because they're like making a fucking lot of money and like they're doing Sigma grind set or whatever. Okay? It's because they have autonomy, like they're working for themselves. And autonomy should not always mean working for yourself. But unfortunately, under capitalism, that's the only way you arrive at that reality. But it is the autonomy that is what makes a lot of people feel significantly happier. I think that also is part of why people are, once the work from home thing started, once that cat was out of the bag, difficult to fucking put it back in, Cat doesn't want to be in the bag because you, despite working for someone else, had so much more autonomy in your day-to-day existence all of a sudden. What you said proves the opposite of what you were trying to prove. It shows that you can't make any job fulfilling. You didn't at all show how that would make that job more fulfilling, though. Rather, the opposite. There was like 8 different examples of people doing menial tasks for other people that have more autonomy. What do you mean? I don't think you were listening. Being able to design your own work structure is what uplifts people, okay? It doesn't matter if you are a janitor. It doesn't matter if you are doing a fucking, bullshit job that makes you look like you're doing busy work 90% of the fucking time. If you feel like you have an ownership stake, if you feel like you have an ownership stake, if you have a work structure that you can design, if you have improvements that you can make in that work structure, all of these things signal that you have some level of autonomy. And now you don't feel like you are just doing something because you need to fucking survive like a goddamn cog in a machine. You're doing something because you're a part of a team. And what you're doing is necessary. And what you're doing is worthwhile. And what you're doing is valid. Okay? That's it. That is what leads to happiness. Even if what you're doing is not as going to be as, like, you know, emotionally stimulating or rewarding. Working from home does so much to remove stress on the life of a worker. At least for me, I'm currently traveling and wasting 4 days a week to be a city far away. Case in point, teachers, paramedics, etc. get paid shit in society, but people still sign up to do the jobs. Why would they do that when they could get paid more in another profession? Because they have a personal passion for it usually. Yeah. This guy does not understand that you want people to get paid more for bullshit jobs. He thinks you're saying you should be a janitor with a shit salary and still be happy. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying at all, of course. Speaking of people doing worthwhile things, here's someone who isn't. Yeah, I mean, and then you got this shit, okay? You got motherfuckers like this. Christie has entered the fold, ladies and gentlemen. It's big boy season, okay? You guys already know I'm pro Christie. I'm pro big boy. You gotta put it out there. Let's get started on that. Yeah, let's talk about that, and then later we'll get back to the second thought video about how capitalism causes loneliness, because I think this is a really good video. Who the fuck is that? Christie? This is the bagel boss.
Republican candidates in the 2024 presidential race is growing. Former New Jersey Governor, that's Christie, former Vice President Mike Pence, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum are all announcing their runs. Caitlin Huey Burns is in Washington keeping track of all the candidates who are getting in. Caitlin, good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Gail. Well, Christie will make it official tonight with a town hall in New Hampshire. Remember, Christie was once a Trump ally and advisor, but now he's trying to set himself apart from the rest of the field as one of the toughest Trump critics in the race.
He liked himself more than he liked me.
Former New Jersey Governor Christie once used his Street Fighter brand to defend Donald Trump.
I am proud to be here to endorse Donald Trump for President of the United States.
Now he's hoping to bring him down.
I got off the train when he stood up in the West Wing of the White House behind the seal of the president and told us the election was stolen.
Christie is testing whether there are enough Republicans willing to get off that train with him, focusing his second run for the presidency on New Hampshire's independent voters. But he joins an already crowded field of candidates, which may benefit Trump.
The answer, Iowa, is strong, conservative, Republican leadership.
Former Vice President Mike Pence filed his paperwork for president and will launch his campaign tomorrow in Iowa.
Dude, Michael Pence looks so much like a gay leather daddy, dude. I can't get over it, okay? He's going back to his roots. That's what he's doing.
Where he hopes to court evangelical voters away from his former boss. And North Dakota Republican Governor Doug Burgum will also join the fray on Wednesday.
I love when Doug Burnham puts out a campaign ad where he's got a fucking flannel on and he's like, you know, working in his yard, by the way, which is like 100 acres. And he's like a fucking billionaire. He's like one of the richest Republican politicians out there. What do you mean, dog? What do you mean, Doug Burnham? Oh, look at me. I'm such a real, you know, cut salt of the earth type dude. It's like, bro, you are a billionaire. Are you politically sponsored? Who the fuck would sponsor me politically? I'm the one who sponsors political movements, bitch. No, I'm not fucking politically sponsored.
Anger, yelling, infighting. That's not going to cut it anymore.
But one GOP politician is making news for not jumping into the race. New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu says he can be more effective from the outside.
I think more folks within the Republican Party have to have that kind of voice and making sure that this is about the Republican Party, not just about the former president.
Now, the next challenge for all of these candidates is meeting the debate requirements for that first crucial debate coming in August. And among the criteria is a pledge to support the eventual nominee. Now, notably, Donald Trump hasn't said whether he'll sign such a pledge. And actually, he's hinted at skipping that debate altogether. Nate?
We shall see. Caitlin, thank you.
That's right, Brian. We're over here by the cake table, as you can see right here, to talk to Joe Concha about this. Republican presidential candidate, stop waving, Senator Tim Scott, sitting down with the ladies of The View yesterday, responding to what he calls a dangerous message about his success as a black man in America. Watch this.
I'm the exception, right? You're the exception. Maybe even Miss Whoopi Goldberg is the exception.
And one of the reasons why I'm on the show is because of the comments that were made, frankly, on this show, that the only way for a young African-American kid to be successful in this country is to be the exception and not the rule. That is a dangerous, offensive, disgusting message to send to our young people today.
Well, Fox News contributor Joe Concha watched the show, and he joins us live with his view. Hello, Joe.
I like this set.
Thank you very much.
I say keep it.
I love this cake.
Yes.
So what did you make of him going on? It was great that they invited him.
Sure. I think I like the idea.
Wait, I don't get it. Like, why did they couldn't find a black guy to talk about this and to like agree with Tim Scott? Why? What the fuck? Like, come on, man. What's going on right now? You couldn't find one black dude to ask this about? Like, what the fuck? I'm sure there's plenty of black conservatives out there who would say whatever the fuck you want them to say. I mean, it's pretty funny optics when you think about it. They're like, we found one of the whitest guys we could to ask them about how racist The View was.
Because it's so hard to get media attention.
Yeah, we'll
when
do the
there's
Twitch
Donald
changes
Trump
in a
race,
second.
And Ron DeSantis in the race, for that matter. So this got him the news cycle for the day.
Sure.
The problem is, the ladies of The View did not bring up in any way, shape, or form the issues that are really important to people in this country, right? Inflation, wages, the border, crime, immigration.
Why is that?
Oh, because they wanted to talk about race, because Sonny Hostin plays that card from the bottom of the deck. And I found it very interesting, Steve, that Joy Baker...
Did you find it interesting, dude? What the fuck? No, I don't. There were no black people standing at the cake table. Yeah, they were like, we didn't try too hard. We went to the cake table and found Chris Concha and decided he's good enough. He sounds Italian, and that's basically like being a black man from the Fox News audience's point of view. Like, what the fuck? Italians won't like that sound clip. Yeah, they were like, he's tan. So I got like one of these Snuggie mats where you can put food in it, and then it makes your dog. You need new jokes. Shut up, bitch. No, I don't. Like a snuffle mat or whatever it's called. I think it's like a pillow. And it makes your dog like work for the food, I guess. Hopefully she will get to burrow in here and will enjoy eating through this thing. I suspect she will fucking destroy it. How to use. Simply sprinkle pet food or snack inside the bowl or mat. You can hide food, treat, and train them to snuffle. Suggest washing the bowl mat twice a week. It helps stimulate the pet's sense of smell. It is built to stimulate your pet's natural foraging instincts by mimicking the hunt for food in fields and grass. Keeps your pet occupied in snuffle and reduces extra energy. keeps your pet calm, and avoid being engaged in destructive behavior. It consumes excess energy, which helps in losing weight. It offers a unique experience that has lasting impact. It is canine-friendly, more comfortable, and engaging mat. Your pet 10-minute snuffle mat training is equal to 1 hour of outdoor running. Yeah, that's bullshit. I love when people that sell like puzzles, basically fucking will make it seem like it is, yeah, smelling and making your dog activate their brain is actually, physically tasking for them, for sure. It exhausts them, 100%. I agree. It's not exhausting them to the degree of like walking them for an hour, okay? Because when you're walking your dog for an hour, your dog is smelling everything.
Behar couldn't interrupt her extended weekend out in the Hamptons to come back and actually defend her comments where she said that Tim Scott doesn't understand the black experience. Joy Behar.
Right, I know, and Tim Scott himself said the reason I'm here is because Joy Behar said that. Where is she, by the way?
Either the Upper West Side or somewhere out east.
Yeah, it was a little peculiar, but at one point, Whoopi Goldberg did ask the crowd to stop booing him because they didn't like his comments about Ron DeSantis and Disney.
That happens every time a Republican goes on The View. The audience boos because they can't hear another opinion. Right. But I thought Tim Scott handled himself very well. And Sunny Hostin was there, and she's also said some horrible things about Republicans. For example, saying that black Republicans are oxymorons. Says that white women who vote Republican, it's like roaches voting for Raid. She can't understand how a Latino Republican can even exist. These are racist comments, Steve. But ABC News, and remember, this hot mess of a dumpster fire called The View is under the ABC News umbrella. They'll never do anything about these comments.
You know, in the last election cycle, I don't remember any or many Republicans actually going on the show. Yeah. So, you know, obviously their audience is dwindling. They're trying to get people to watch, but at the same time, when you've got Tim Scott saying something that he feels and you've got the audience booing, you wonder whether or not there's an appetite on ABC for that.
That's the thing. And this was an ambush. It would be an ambush if DeSantis goes on there, if Trump goes on there, if Nikki Haley goes on there. Remember, Sunny Hostin said, accuse Nikki Haley of not using her real name when Sunny Hostin doesn't use her real name, right? So it's never going to be fair to Republicans anyway. Let's put it this way. Barbara Walters started.
I love the fucking, like, the monotony and how boring and how fucking silly this, like, overall conversation is. Like, how inconsequential it is. It's just so perfectly designed for, like, old people who just have a lot of disdain for the liberal elites, and it's just like criticizing television. You know what I mean? Like, that's all they're fucking doing is criticizing television. They are never the intended demographic for The View, but their intended demographic hates The View because The View is basically the exact opposite of this, where it's for the liberals who have nothing else going on, that are older, that, like, you know, spend most of their fucking time, doing TV shit, watching TV. It's perfect. It's boomer on boomer. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Boomer on boomer, baby.
Started this show 25 seasons ago. Right. This is not that show anymore, Steve.
You're absolutely right. All right.
Look, this is not The View that I know and love. And they're at the fucking cake table, dog. That's how you know. This is the 7 a.m. Eastern, the 7 a.m. Eastern, like, morning show. Okay? And they're at the fucking, what a conversation for the cake table, am I right? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. That's all you need to know.
Because Joe has come today.
Yeah.
Take any of these cakes home to your wife, Jean.
Done. Okay. Yeah, she'll love this one. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Do I have to pay for this? Is this good?
No, go ahead.
All right, bye. Gotta go.
Distract her. He's with us, okay?
Okay.
And I'll validate your parking if you let him take it.
Got it. Okay.
All right. Round of applause, Joe Concha.
Sick. Forget the kitchen table issues. I want to hear about the cake table issues. Yeah, exactly. Are you anti-East Coast? What? No, I don't give a shit. All right, let's do the capitalist alienation before we get to Ukraine. And the most important news story of the day, Taylor Swift wearing HasanAbi merch the other day after a breakup was not in my bingo card, which, of course, is very real and very true. And Taylor Swift also saying that her and Matty Healy were never boyfriend-girlfriend. They were never boyfriend-girlfriend or exclusive, and we're always just having fun. Poor Matty Healy, dude, getting fucking shredded. Matty Healy could be in a long and committed relationship with Taylor Swift if he had never gone on the motherfucking Adam Friedland show. Okay? His brand became so goddamn toxic that, like, you know, he had to be cut. So yeah, we'll do the Twitch ad thing in a little bit. Let me do the import. Let me give you the fucking vegetables first. The Ukrainian dam.
And we start this hour in Ukraine, where the Interior Minister has quoted as saying 24 towns and villages have now been flooded after a major dam was destroyed in the south of the country. The Kremlin spokesperson has denied that Russia was responsible. Well, this video that was tweeted by Ukraine's President Zelensky shows the breached Kakhovka hydroelectric dam. Mr. Zelensky says that this confirms for the whole world that the Russians must be expelled from every corner of Ukrainian land. But the two sides have blamed each other for its destruction. Kyiv has accused Russia of blowing up the dam to slow Ukraine's offensive by making it hard to cross the Dnipro River. Russia says that Ukraine is to blame. But regardless of who or what caused the explosion, it has potentially deadly consequences for the towns and villages in the path of the water. BBC Verify is now working to establish the timeline of events, and there was already some damage to the dam before today's developments. We can see in these satellite images that were shared by the space technology company Maxar, a road that was visible in late May is no longer there, and these are images taken on Sunday. The substantial breach is also visible. New images from today show just portions of the destroyed dam.
Because Ukraine would blow out their own dam, Lamau. So it's actually, listen to what they're saying. Listen to the coverage on this. It's not immediately saying, or at least as far as I've seen it, none of the coverage, suspiciously in the Western media, has immediately said that it's Russia that is responsible for this. And I think part of the reason why, like, even NPR this morning was literally talking about how this might be the beginning of the counteroffensive that is supposed to be happening with Ukraine. Because blowing up a dam like this greatly restructures the battlefield. There could be a strategic interest for it. And they haven't figured out if it was actually the Russian side doing this or if it was actually the Ukrainian side doing this for a strategic purpose. Or just regular wear and tear. While accusing the Russians of destroying the Kakhovka Dam, Ukraine's Deputy Defense Minister Hanna Mylar suggests that this act favors Ukrainian military because occupied areas will be left without fresh water while Russian minefields will be washed away, causing detonation. Yeah, so if your immediate response is, "Oh, dude, this is like fucking," whenever a dam blows up, it's the enemy occupying force that does it. That is an understandable. That's an understandable thing to think, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the case, and I think that's part of the reason why the media has been like basically scrounging to scrambling to basically fucking put together a cohesive narrative that they've been failing to do. I haven't seen much of. I have not seen much of this, like, even from. I haven't seen much like united narrative building that signals and puts the blame directly in the hands of Russia, and it is pretty interesting to see that in a situation like this, because blowing up a fucking dam is pretty devastating, especially because when you blow up a dam, you've basically flooded entire residential areas. Quick and unambiguous accusations from European, NATO, and U.S. officials that Russia is to blame for the Kakhovka Dam destruction is met by initial reports that U.S. intel corroborates such attrition. But it could have been Russia doing it too, by the way. Make no mistake, of course. It has flooded an entire area where Ukraine will want to conduct an amphibious landing, greatly expanding the body of water needing to be crossed and further exposing Ukrainian troops if they were to conduct such an operation. Like, people saying this helps Russia, but I'm also seeing people saying that it helps Ukraine. Russia has increased the water level behind the dam before the collapse to increase damage. That signals more that it's definitely on the Russian side. Can't blow up a dam with one artillery shot. It was pre-planned. The comprehensive timeline from the Russian official statements throughout the night. Very important on Kakhovka. The chronology of the terrorist attack by Russian terrorists, or how Russians screwed in their excuses. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the Russians blow up the Kakhovka hydroelectric power station, but they don't see how much. It's not very visible, but it can still hit. The Russians still think that they have neatly blown up a small part of the HPP and are flooding our military on the islands. The head of Nova Kakhovka, Leontiev. So here's one thing I will say. Here's one thing I'll say. I think the best way, the best way to analyze this is what the actual impact on the battlefield is to Ukrainian soldiers, okay, and what the actual impact on the battlefield is to Russian soldiers in Russian positions, because like Ukraine is not gonna fucking blow up a dam that compromises their own fucking military positions, okay. They're not going to do that. They're not going to blow up their own fucking dam and be like, oh, I guess it's a tactical misstep. Oops. Like, that's too fucking idiotic. Okay? There are way too many Western analysts that are playing a significant role, okay, in this war for them to just go rogue and decide to do something so stupid that would, one, compromise their battle positions, and also on top of that, compromise, obviously, like residential neighborhoods. Okay? So it's a unique predicament because on the one hand, Ukraine stating, the Ukraine defense minister stating that this is actually good for Ukraine just could be copium. You know what I mean? Like, wait, what just happened? Did my Chatterino just fucking died? I don't know what's happening here. Great. Or, yeah, like I said, it could be absolutely Russians blowing it up, which is like probably, I would say Russians blowing this up is the highest probability because it's infrastructure damage in a nation that you're occupying. And then the Ukrainians doing this for a tactical advantage down the line is not unlikely as well. Especially because it would flood their minds. Especially because like it does greatly disrupt the occupying forces. It greatly disrupts the occupying forces, tactical advantages and plans that they put together. Does that make sense? Let me see. It flooded the Russian-controlled side, not the Ukrainian side. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, even on the Russian-controlled side, it could be utilized. It could be utilized as an advantage by the Russians if the Russians are the ones who blew it up. I don't know what their amphibious capabilities are, though. I don't know, or I don't know why they would want to fight a war on that front. But hold on, I need to fix this fucking Twitch chat real quick. Jesus Christ, this shit is so lame, dude. What the fuck? How do I put more? You're right. Also, the ability to tell the people of that region, look what they do. Yeah, the water behind the dam supplies Crimea. I don't know why Russia would do this to themselves. It affects Russia's ability to conduct logistics to support their military. Like, it seems so fucking stupid. The Ukrainians, he said, even conducted a test strike with HIMARS launcher on one of the floodgates of the Kakhovka Dam. Kakhovka Dam, making 3 holes in the metal. Anyway, let's look at what the Western media is saying first, okay? And then we'll continue talking about this.
And protruding from the current one, with the full scale of the disaster only beginning to unfold now. Well, these images are from areas downstream. They show the scale of the flooding. The Russian-installed mayor of the town immediately next to the dam says the water level there has already risen to...
Chatterino's done. I don't know what happened.
Well, let's speak now to our diplomatic correspondent, Paul Adams, who's live in Kyiv. And Paul, we'll come on to the implications of this in just a second. But what do we know about what was behind the collapse of this crucial dam?
Well, as you say, there was signs of a breach in the dam over the weekend, but something happened overnight to result in a fairly catastrophic breach, which is now
it's back,
perhaps as wide as 100 or 200 meters across. So whether that was the result of earlier damage and that resulted in a structural collapse, or
look. First statement from the BBC. First line of speculation from the BBC is not to immediately say this is absolutely fucking Russia's doing, okay? But instead to speculate that this could have happened due to regular wear and tear. Brother, when they blew up the fucking the Nord Stream pipeline, okay? When they blew that up, even then they immediately were like, oh, it's 100% fucking Russia that did it to themselves. And then we found out that that was not the case, which was like the most obvious fucking lie that everyone collectively was saying. I find that to be interesting. I think that's huge. Then explain why a chunk of a road was demolished day prior. Dude, I'm not even in the business here of saying that this is Ukraine that did it to themselves. I'm simply, because I do think that it very likely could have been Russia. Much more likely than the Nord Stream situation, right? Like, much more likely. It's still very weird that, like, the BBC's first speculation is not to immediately say it's Russia, okay? But instead to say maybe it was structural damage. They had both said the other person was going to do that 8 months ago. So remember that. That's interesting. This is huge. These guys, a lot of these guys basically get their fucking talking points from the State Department, or they're operated by, similar material interests in this. I don't think it was regular wear and tear. We all know that already. But it's weird that they would even suggest that instead of saying, oh, it's definitely Russia. It's definitely Russia. Especially because this seems like a significantly more believable Russian demolition plan than the fucking Nord Stream situation, where they very quickly jumped and said Russia. Why? I find that to be very strange.
Or the result of a deliberate attempt to blow it up once and for all. We just don't know at the moment. I think I would point out that, as you mentioned in the introduction, if you look at who had a motivation to bring this dam down, don't forget that there was a road across that dam until yesterday, and at a time when the Ukrainian army is on the offensive, it's really only logical that the Russians would have a reason for that dam and for that road to be removed, because if you look at a map from south of the city of Zaporizhia, that dam represented the only viable crossing from one side of the Dnipro River to the other. So as the Russians contemplate a series of Ukrainian advances along a very broad front, it was logical that they would be worried about that dam.
Yes, and Paul, there are two serious implications of this collapse of the dam. One upstream, of course, for the Zaporizhia nuclear plant. We're told that water levels there are falling and that water is needed to cool the plant. The UN, though, says for now that's safe.
There's a cooling nuclear station. Crimea was 8 years without water and again lost it. Minefield on the RF side are all gone. All defense positions and ammo gone. Water mirror near nuclear station will be gone, and you don't need to have to swim for a mile. I don't know this last part, but the minefield on the Russian side that they've laid down as a defensive for the counteroffensive attacks that Ukraine was slated to. It has been basically like slow revealing, like a boyfriend reveal on the fucking timeline. That's like supposed to happen. It's supposed to happen anytime. Like, it's supposed to literally start happening, dude. They've been soft launching it for a minute now. I don't know when it's actually going to officially happen. But this explosion or this collapse, sorry, remember, they're calling it a collapse. They're not even calling it like a controlled demolition or an explosion, which again, very weird, okay? Very fucking weird. Just remember that. Why is the Western media calling this a collapse and not immediately saying that like Russians did it? Werger says, why would Russia do this and cut off Crimean water? Argument is stupid because it completely ignores A, Ukrainian territories in Kherson where a bunch of people live will be flooded, and B, it will slow down or completely make the counteroffensive in Kherson impossible, not to mention this dam was literally on the front line and Ukraine was likely going to regain it sometime in the future. Yeah, this also most likely destroys the viable land for agriculture. I don't know how that fucking land, I don't know how much agricultural output comes from the immediate region there, but like this destroys it for many, many years. So I don't know how the fuck, I don't know how you would like say that this is beneficial for Ukraine in general. The entire river started flowing backwards 2 hours after the collapse. Unfathomable damage. Yo, big guy, what's your take on Twitch changes? Will you change platforms if they really go through with banning political content? Twitch is banning political content? I doubt it. But I'm talking about something different right now. Only paid political content? Oh, that's why someone was saying, do you have any political sponsorships earlier? Brother, none of the quote-unquote ads, okay? None of the sponsorship shit actually hits me in any significant way. I still have an issue with Twitch basically removing one other like form of monetization from the content creators on this fucking platform, which is ridiculous because not everyone is going to run top of the hour ad breaks at the top of every hour for 3 minutes, okay? And then tell people that if they no longer want to see those ads, all they need to do is subscribe, which they can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime account to their Twitch accounts, okay? Where they get one free Prime subscription a month. But like, it's fucking insane that like they're doing that and basically forcing everyone to like operate kind of like me. Not the political ad stuff, the other ad stuff. Okay? Yeah, don't even fucking front. That was whoo, sheesh. That was one of those, okay? The Raging Hopper, thank you for the 10 gift the subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Lord of Peacocks, thank you for the 5. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Would that stop you from working with someone like the DSA? What? No. What are you talking about? I don't have any ads. Like, the DSA doesn't give me money. I give them money. Okay? What are you saying? You think the DSA is going to give me money? What are you, fucking crazy? They don't have money. What are you talking about? Every single political movement and organization that I have worked with, I've done on my own. And not only that, but to like give more icing on the top, I give them money. Okay? That's not how this works. When you actually care about politics, when you actually have a political opinion, especially one that is outside of like the norm in the American two-party system, okay, you don't end up working for money with these fucking, with these organizations, because a lot of them are fucking broke and they rely on grassroots donations. I give them money, not the other way around. Would it stop the dono banners that you run for the fundraising you do? Yeah, good luck with that. Anyway. Under the Twitch guidelines, Hasan's Among Us stream with AOC would be prohibited. Political content including... No. These are ads, man. You guys are wrong. No. It's a fucking charity event for like a get out to vote initiative. No, none of this touches me, okay? Stop. There's no sponsorship involved in this. Like, do you think AOC paid me? HasanAbi Production is spreading fake info for engagement. How surprising. Yeah, literally. HasanAbi Production is like, please stop working against me for once. Jesus Christ. None of the new changes... Hasan, man, we're just worried for you. No, none of the new changes impacts me. None of them. If anything, it's like better for, on the political side, it's better that there are no like political ads on the fucking platform. Okay? None of it touches me. None of it impacts me in any capacity whatsoever. However, these changes are fucking gross regardless. Okay? They're gross. Let's finish the fucking Russia-Ukraine story. God damn it. I can tell none of you guys care about this shit. Oh my God. Okay? Holy shit. Everyone's literally like, dude, what the fuck? Wait, dude, fuck this Russia shit. Okay? Fuck this Ukraine shit. We don't give a fuck. We want to talk about Twitch.
But downstream, 24 towns and villages now in the path of floodwater.
Yes, it's going to be a while, I think, before we get a sense of exactly how many people have been affected by this. Don't forget that until fairly recently, this was the front line, and there was a lot of shelling and sniping across the river in both directions. And so it is possible that some of those communities that we have seen inundated in images today may have been somewhat partially or perhaps even completely evacuated. We just don't know. Further downstream, around 80 kilometers or so, you have the big city.
That's actually a good point. I forgot to mention this as well. We can try to see who had pre-evacuation to know who planned this. But I think it flooded like Russian-controlled territory, and I'm but I don't know. I don't know if both sides actually ended up evacuating.
Kherson, which of course fell to Ukrainian forces back in November. There is sign of flooding too. It's not nearly as acute as it is closer to the dam, but the authorities have not taken any chances, and they are evacuating people, particularly elderly residents, from some of the lower lying parts of that city. So I think it'll be a little while before we understand the exact consequences of what the Ukrainian government is calling ecocide, because all along that river, and particularly on the south side, there are highly sensitive ecological areas. There's a biosphere down on the south bank opposite Hasan, which could have been severely damaged by this flooding. So we'll need to watch that and see what happens. As you say, on the other side of the dam at Zaporizhia, that is obviously a source of concern. It has been a source of concern for the UN's nuclear watchdog.
It flooded the right side of the Dnieper River, which is under Ukrainian control and is lower on the sea level than the left side, which is Russian controlled. I like that there are people in the chat saying literally the exact opposite things of one another. Let me just listen to this fucking guy. He will explain it.
The IAEA for a year or more now. At the moment, the cooling facilities, the pond that cools the spent rods, that keeps the whole nuclear power system cool, that is intact. There's no immediate danger. But the level of the reservoir is falling, the last I heard, by around 5 centimeters an hour, and that could, over time, result in another problem.
Paul, it's good to have you with us. Thank you. Paul Adams live in Kyiv. So Paul touched on what could happen next. Well, the Ukrainian foreign minister, that's Dmytro Kuleba, says that the international community needs to hold Russia to account.
President Zelensky immediately convened the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. Ukrainian law enforcement and emergency services are working hard to mitigate the consequences and save lives. Ukraine calls an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council and brings the issue of the Russian Terrorist Act to the International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors. We will also cooperate with the EU Civil Protection Mechanism and other international mechanisms to mitigate consequences and bring Russia to account. In light of developments on the battlefield, Russia's deliberate and long-planned terrorist act turned the man-made flood into a weapon.
Well, we've heard also from the former Prime Minister of Ukraine, that's Arseniy Yatsenyuk. He's been giving his reaction to what is now unfolding around the dam on the Dnieper River.
You know, this is another part of the Russian military tactics and strategy against Ukraine. This comprises everything, including humanitarian disasters and catastrophe and the man-made disasters that Russia inflicted on Ukraine. You know, it resembles me the letter of Nazi leader Himmler that he sent in 1943 to then governor, so-called governor of Ukraine, when they were retreating from the Ukrainian territory. In his letter, he said that, look, we need to leave a scorched earth in Ukraine, kill everything, including even animals. So Putin and his policy is a copycat scenario of Nazi policy. And this constitutes definitely an international and war crime. And
they're still just calling each other Nazis, huh? Yeah. And the irony, of course, is that there are literally actual fascists on both sides of the battle. Like literally, you got a bunch of fucking Russian Nazis doing Nazi shit, and then you got a bunch of Ukrainian Nazis also doing the same. So that's why it's like, you know, you say that, but okay, like.
This is in complete violation.
They're having a Naz off.
With the Article 56 of Geneva Convention. But Putin doesn't care about the international law. What he cares about his imperialistic...
Ultimately, though, yes, you are correct. One side is invading and the other side is defending themselves from invasion. So, you know, let's make that clear, okay? You know, the personal ideologies of the people, that are on the defensive side is an entirely different subject for an entirely different time, which will lead to plenty of complications. It already has, but it will lead to plenty of fucking complications down the line for Ukraine in general. But we haven't even gotten to that point yet, because a lot of those guys on the defensive side are too busy trying to not fucking die and, you know, defend themselves. When they have no such interest, or when that defensive position goes away and they're no longer needed to defend the country, well, then it'll be an issue. But we're not there yet.
Stupid thinking and ideas how to take over Ukraine and how to restore the Soviet Union. So this is a huge disaster and another challenge for Ukraine and another threat for the entire world.
So that's the former Prime Minister of Ukraine. Let's take you live to the region. We can speak to Alexei Goncharenko, who's an MP for the...
Because, yeah, people are trying to paint Ukrainians as Nazis when Ukrainians suffered the brunt of the Holocaust. Like, half of all Jews were killed in Ukraine. It's even crazier to be a Ukrainian Nazi. Yeah, it is. And yet, you know, the New York Times had to issue a fucking statement about it because they saw that it was, you know, not great from an optics perspective. So, you know, there was another side to the Ukrainian World War II struggle because, you know, that there was one side of it that was the Ukrainian Jews that were, you know, being killed. And then the other side was collaborators with the Nazis that thought that joining forces with the Germans would allow them to escape the wrath of the USSR and could basically build their nation state. It's history. It's, you know, not entirely relevant to this point. Not entirely relevant to this dam blowing up, or sorry, this dam crumbling. Who knows how? Who knows what? Which, by the way, it's just like there are plenty of fucking weirdly like hyper nationalist Nazi movements in Eastern Europe. Ironic because like Hitler did not consider them to be a part of the in-group. Like they were, I mean, he very openly was showing his disdain, killed a lot, and also literally said, "You're not part of the team. What is my man doing? You're not part of the team." So very odd for you know, Eastern Europeans to like only a couple decades later to just be like, no, this is actually fire. But I was once recruited by Nazi footballers when I was a teen in Ukraine. It says Hegel but poggers. Yeah. It's like, what is my man doing at that point? You know what I mean? Like, you're a Nazi football hooligan? Like, how did that happen? Like, but then again, I mean, we've talked about this before. There's like a fucking Nazi movement in Latin America too. Anyway.
Odessa region in Ukraine. Alexei, thank you for being with us. You, I understand, are right by the river, and I'm seeing behind you, and those waters look very high. Just tell us what you can see right now.
Yeah, hello. I'm standing I'm in the city of Kherson, in the center of the city. On the other side, you can see this is the Park of Glory, and this is the monument for victory over Nazism. And as you see, again, this land is suffering from Nazis, this time Russian Nazis, which committed an awful crime. This is the level of water. Even in this morning, here were several meters, we already have several meters here of water raised. Before, here was a passage, you see the trees, you see the level of the trees, and here are the steps which were coming to the Dnieper River. But we see by our own eyes how the water is, the level of the water is increasing. Also, you can see how quickly the water is moving, and that is really very, very quickly. So that's what's going on right now here in Kherson after this Russian awful war crime.
And Alexei, for those that aren't familiar with the geography, maybe just explain, if you can, where you are in relation to that hydroelectric dam. How far away are you, and maybe how long it has taken for that water level to rise where you
are? By direct, I think it's near 100 kilometers. So it's already, water is already here. So it's up to the north, and this direction is the dam of Kakhovka hydroelectric station. This direction is the Black Sea, and here is the river, and the level is coming up because all this huge amount of water which was stopped by the dam now is moving to the sea. By the way, I smell there is a smell of an oil, machine oil, you know, engine oil, because more than 150 tons of engine oil at least now is in the water, engine oil from the dam, and maybe more will come because there is more 300 tons more. So this is a huge ecological catastrophe. With that, the consequences will last for decades after what had happened.
Oh,
and
yeah.
That is, again, according to Geneva Convention, such attacks on hydroelectric stations, it equals the using of mass destruction weaponry, nuclear weaponry, chemical weaponry, because the consequences are so awful, and that lives of tens of thousands of people on both sides of the river. Now I'm standing on the right side of the river, which is controlled by Ukraine. At this direction, maybe you hear there were already several explosions during our conversation. This side of the river, left bank of the river, is controlled by Russian army, but people on the both banks now are endangered. Their lives are endangered. We're speaking about thousands and thousands of people.
Yeah.
Already Ukraine is evacuating people from Kherson.
And Alexei, there is a suggestion that this dam was taken out because it had a road that crossed across the top of the dam, and it would allow movements of troops or weaponry across that dam. Talk to me about the logistics of where you are. How many crossing places are there on the river? Because we are told that this was a pretty key crossing point.
Now there is no crossing points. The closest is...
Do you think that maybe the media's reluctance to ascribe responsibility comes from overcompensating for how wrong they were with Nord Stream? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? This is war. The entire purpose of the media is to portray it as whatever they think is the most effective propaganda for Ukraine. For Western media, and the same goes for Russian media. Russian media's entire purpose, doesn't matter if they get it wrong, they have no obligation to get it right. What they have an obligation for is whoever is on their side to make them look good. Okay, that's the only obligation they have. So the only reason, that's why I'm saying, like, it's really important the way that they're portraying the situation and not immediately rushing to the conclusion and, like, directly pointing the blame on Russia. I find that to be very, very interesting. And the only reason why I think, despite the fact that I do think that Russia, it seems, has more to gain from blowing this up, it seems like it, okay, immediately. And I did not, if you recall, ever say that about the Nord Stream pipeline explosions, where, it was like very obvious. Like it felt insane to me that people were like, oh, this is definitely Russia. And I was like, no, the fuck it's not. You're out of your mind. In this circumstance, the fact that they are not immediately rushing to that conclusion is definitely curious. And it's certainly not because they're like worried that they're going to come across partial. Of course they're partial. That's their job. Their job is to not make it look. Well, their job is not to make it. Their job is not to offer objective coverage on the situation. Okay. What are you suggesting? I find it, I'm not suggesting anything because, like I said, I do think that it seems more like it was an operation conducted by the Russians. But I do find it odd that they wouldn't say that they didn't immediately rush to that conclusion. Okay? Media approaches this with skepticism since both sides heavily utilize disinformation strategies in their military planning as a vestige of Soviet tactics. I mean, Here's the reason why I think it's interesting, because it's not zero sum. Like blowing up this dam is not literally only good for Russia and only bad for Ukraine. It seems like either because it's copium or because they want to make the best out of a horrifying situation. Both sides have basically said like, oh, this is not the worst for us. It's actually the other side that like did it. But even then it kind of, they owned themselves. You know what I mean? Like Russia's position is that Ukraine did this to themselves and it's actually a major own for themselves. Look at these fucking idiots, right? Whereas the Ukrainian position seemingly is the same, where they're saying Russia did this, but like it actually flooded their fucking defensive positions right before we were supposed to do a counteroffensive. You guys fucking suck. You're so stupid. And normally the media would rush to take up the position that like Russia is single-handedly and completely responsible for this. But this is the first time I've seen a situation where they're like, this is the first time I've seen a situation where they aren't saying that. And the only time you hear that is usually after the fact, a couple months after the media has like engaged in some level of misinformation, like the Nord Stream pipeline explosions, to basically say, oh, well, you know, maybe it was actually, you know, people with loyalties to Ukraine that did it. Who knows? You know what I mean? Which is like, you know, that never comes in the beginning of the speculative process. The beginning of the speculative process is usually just like single-handedly blaming Russia. So I do think that it's interesting that they aren't rushing to that conclusion.
Antonov Bridge, which is very close to here, just several kilometers, but it was blown up. Russians destroyed it when they were retreating from Kherson in the end of last year. So there is no one crossing point here and up to dam. And the dam was the only crossing point which Russians destroyed. But even, I mean...
HasanAbi, listening to this bullshit reasoning as a Ukrainian who experienced this shit right now horrible is the Russian side. And our government immediately told the Russians blew up the dam. Thousands of live zoos are just underwater. Thousands of animals dead. I don't disagree with you. I'm talking about the BBC's analysis. Western media usually does not shy away from just saying that it's fucking Russia.
They are so barbaric. They just, if they try by this to stop Ukrainian
Look at this. Look.
Not
You don't think this is unique? You don't think this is unique in the grand scheme of things? It does not matter what your perspective on this war is, right? And you know what my perspective on this war is. I mean, I think that it is unjustifiable, incredibly cruel. It's fucked up. Russia is responsible for it, for the invasion. They should not have done that, clearly, okay? But the fact that the Biden administration cannot say conclusively who was responsible for the massive breach of the Kakhovka Dam in southern Ukraine is interesting. It's different than what they have done before. Same happened when the Ukrainian air defense missiles killed the Polish civilians. Yeah. It's strange. And I don't know if it's because they want to like cool the temperature, because like this is a massive fucking war crime either way, or because they, or I don't know, or because like it might have been a Ukrainian strategic assessment. On the one hand, they're saying this. On the other, they're also directly pointing, like the Reuters news report that we looked at, U.S. intelligence points to Russia being behind the Ukrainian dam attack. How can you say that when this statement is a few hours after the bombing? Like, they're likely doing investigations too? What do you mean? You are basing all of this off of one dude's report? No, I'm not. I'm basing this off of, look, I don't know what the fuck happened. I think it's most likely Russia. But having said that, I only know one thing, and that's media analysis, okay? And I'm looking at fucking what the media is saying, and it is very different, and what the State Department is saying, and that's very different than what they normally say in a situation like this. It could also potentially be that they wanted to, I don't know, they wanted to like cause minor flooding, and then the infrastructure didn't hold up, and it became like a major issue. But I don't know. I don't know how fucking dam demolition would work. Would you have the balls to come out and say that Russia is objectively not poggers? I mean, I've said it so many times. I've said worse things. I've said Russia is objectively weird, champ. Right. Collapse of major dam in southern Ukraine triggers emergency as Moscow and Kyiv trade blame. Yeah, again, this article is also playing the both sides narrative, at least like the headline is. Normally, headlines like this would immediately fucking point shift the responsibility directly in the hands of Russia. Why are they fucking saying how there's a responsibility trading happening right now? Ukraine accused Russian forces of blowing up the Kakhovka Dam and hydroelectric power station, which sits on the Dnieper River in an area that Moscow has controlled for more than a year. Russian officials blame Ukrainian bombardment in the contested area. It was not possible to reconcile the conflicting claims. Russian and Ukrainian officials used terms like ecological disaster and terrorist act to describe the torrent of water gushing through the broken dam and beginning to empty an upstream reservoir that is one of the world's largest. Ukrainian President Zelensky called it the largest man-made environmental disaster in Europe in decades. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, ahead of an emergency security council meeting, called it another devastating consequence of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. The environmental and humanitarian consequences quickly became clear as homes, streets, and businesses flooded downstream and emergency crews began evacuations. Officials monitored water for cooling systems at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, and authorities expressed concern about drinking water supplies in both Ukrainian and Russian-controlled areas. Especially because, like, it does actually impact both sides of the fucking war. There's no way it's an accident. I don't think it's an accident, but it is weird. It's such a fucking weird situation. I don't know what the. Don't say fucking five head when I say both sides. It literally does impact both sides. I don't know why they are not immediately blaming Russia. I don't know why they're not immediately blaming Russia. It's weird. A woman who gave her name only as Tetiana waded through the thigh-deep water to reach her flooded house and rescue her dogs. They were standing on any dry surface they could find, but one pregnant dog was missing. It was a nightmare, she kept repeating, declining to give her full name. So here's the burst dam. Ukrainian and Russian forces blamed each other for bombing a major dam and hydroelectric power station. Here's the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which relies on this river water for cooling. Here's the Kakhovka Dam hydroelectric plant that was damaged in the strike. These are the areas that Russia is advancing in, and these are the areas that Russia controls. Here are some of the areas where the Ukrainian counteroffensive is happening. Why can't I just like open up this goddamn image in another tab? Both Russian and Ukrainian authorities brought in trains and buses to move residents to safety. About 25,000 people in Russian-controlled areas, about 17,000 people in Ukrainian-held territory should be evacuated. Ukraine's Deputy Chief Prosecutor Victoria Litvinova said on Ukrainian television. Neither side reported deaths or injuries. A satellite photo Tuesday morning by Planet Labs, BBC analyzed the Associated Press showed more than 600 meters missing from the wall of the 1950s-era dam. The dam break, long feared by both sides, added a stunning new dimension to Russia's war, now in its 16th month. Ukrainian forces were widely seen to be moving forward with a long-anticipated counteroffensive in patches along more than 1,000 kilometers of front line in the east and south. So stupid. Maybe the impact for the Russian side is smaller, and it can be used as a plausible deniability for the Russians. If you look at any Russian conflict ever, they kind of don't care about their own soldiers too much. No, I agree, but there are, regardless of like, even if they don't care about the human component of this, okay, which I don't disagree with, okay, what you fail to comprehend is that there is also additional benefits or additional disadvantages on the war front. You know what I mean? The additional benefits and the additional issues is what we're looking at. Like, you know, the mines being flooded or successful defensive positions on the Russian side completely being wiped out. You know what I mean? An amphibious landing is a lot harder than mine clearing. Yeah. Dam destroyed. Accusations fly. Waters rise. War plans could change. Yeah, I think the major part of this is that, like, I feel like the reason why I land more on the Russian side, and I might be totally wrong on this, but the reason why I land more on the Russian side doing this, regardless of what the media is saying, which puts me, I guess, like, more anti-Russia than the media, which is a weird thing to say, is because, like, I feel like they, if they were to have done this, they have more benefits. You know what I mean? Like, they seemingly have more benefits to this dam explosion than the Ukrainian side would. Like, it's a tactical misstep if Ukrainians did it, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see when the American intelligence basically collaborates and communicates with Ukrainian intelligence, or choose to reveal that this was a strategic, not a strategic blunder, but instead a deliberate explosion from Ukrainian weapons or whatever down the line, and talk about how brilliant it was, tactically speaking, when they do like this incredible amphibian assault or something like that. You know what I mean? If that's the case, then that is what will come. It's also on Ukrainian territory, so why would they destroy their own homeland on that scale? Ukrainian territory, but it impacts the Russian front, like, quite neatly, as a matter of fact. But again, not enough to flood their own agricultural output and destroy it too. I don't know how relevant the Russian defense on the coast are, considering that most of the Russian forces are not stationed near the coast, and Kherson was lightly garrisoned by the Russians in general. Flooding the area makes sense because it makes Ukrainian offensive pointless. The land will be super muddy for a long time, and the area making offensive maneuvers hard. I agree. But again, that's why I said it's literally more beneficial for the Russians, which is why I think that this is certainly something that the Russians have the capability of doing and could have done. But I don't understand why the Western media is not united, and American authorities are not fucking united on that similar front, when even I think that that is the case. It does not make any sense whatsoever that they're, like, not openly stating that, when they have said it in moments where it literally didn't make sense, like the Nord Stream pipeline explosion. Who cares what the media says? What do you mean? The media gets their notes from insiders in the State Department, and the State Department is basically another, it's American intelligence, and American intelligence is absolutely involved in this war and have immediate, up-to-date information on what Ukrainians are doing and what they're planning. So that's our trail to figure out what actually happened. That's why it's important to understand what the American intelligence and the American media or the Western media is saying in this regard. That's the only reason why I care about what the fuck they're saying, especially when what they're saying is, like, very different than what they have said in the past. Worker, I agree with you. I do think that it's not something that Putin would be above, like destroying a dam and flooding an area, especially if it offers a tactical advantage. I certainly think that that would be the case. Pocock, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
To let Ukrainian army to use this dam to get on the another bank, they could just mine it, or they could just control it. I mean, that is a very narrow, it's like a, you know, long breach. And but to destroy it and to have such awful consequences, like it's absolutely barbaric. They call this land their land. They announce that Kherson is part of Russia, but in reality they are just destroying completely all this land, and that is a Russian warfare style, barbaric warfare style.
Alexei, thank you for being with us and being able to show us what's happening where you are in Kherson there. That's Alexei Goncharenko. Thank you. So I just want to show you some more pictures that are coming into us here at the BBC to get a sense of that flooding and the speed at which those waters are moving. Quite clearly here, a house being carried down the river as those waters rise downstream. We saw the impact there in Kherson. Some suggestions that the water levels immediately surrounding that collapsed dam now 11 or 12 metres higher than they would normally be. And of course, as the water levels rise downstream, it causes problems upstream as that lake, that reservoir that was held behind the dam begins to drain. It causes potential problems for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant that is located upstream of that. So we're getting a sense today of the geography of that area. And as we were hearing there about that dam was a key crossing point on the river. So an important point for perhaps troops and weaponry as part of this counter-offensive that we've talked a lot about, the Ukrainian fight back continuing, and this could be very much related to that. Well, Moscow has denied any involvement in the collapse of that dam. Let's speak to our Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, who is in Moscow. What is the Kremlin saying, Steve?
Yeah, well, it's 180 degrees difference, really. We've heard that Ukraine has been accusing Russia. Russia is accusing Ukraine. So, for example, state television here in Russia today was describing what had happened as a Ukrainian
Thank you, Holkog, for another
attack.
10 gifted.
And a short while ago, we did get some reaction from the Kremlin. President Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said he strongly rejected the accusation that Russia had blown up the dam. He described what had happened.
Ukrainian troops witnessed Russian soldiers being swept up in floodwaters and fleeing the east bank of the Dnieper River after the collapse of the Kakhovka Dam. Many Russian troops were killed or wounded in the chaos, an officer of the Ukraine's armed forces says. Fake news, I believe. I mean, if it's CNN, it's not some fucking random Twitch account. They're linking a CNN article, but I don't know if that's the case or not. Ukrainian troops witnessed Russian soldiers being swept up in flood waters. If anything, it's just like copium. Like, you know what I mean? I think like it's more so that it's copium to like make the most of a horrifying situation. You know what I mean? Like to be like, oh no, they fucking owned themselves actually. You know what I mean? By blowing up this dam, they like, the Russians owned themselves, I promise, type shit. You know what I mean? Because it very much could be that. This is a situation that you know is very hard to grasp like accurate information on, unfortunately. Here's what Aric Toler is saying on the matter. Message from locals in the middle of the night that may point to an external cause detonation, but could be mines around the water. Sorry for the auto-generated text. Ukraine with very specific accusation following up from the Southern Command's very general statement that this early morning assigning responsibility. Russians very well may have deliberately blown up the dam, but I'm not sure this is the clear evidence for it, as all previous reports have the dam breaking 20 to 30 minutes prior. Explosion at Nowa Kakhovka Dam detected on the magnetometer in Bucharest, Romania, thanks to Yuri V. Koval and others for the time estimates. So the biggest explosion happens before like the dam break. Geoff with the most detailed thread I've seen so far on the dam. Interested to see any information is released on the explosive device used here, assuming one was used, which is looking more likely. The United States government intelligence has intelligence that is leaning towards Russia as the culprit of the attack on the dam in Ukraine, according to 2 U.S. officials and 1 Western official. Okay, maybe not. White House, we cannot conclusively say who is responsible for the Kakhovka Dam breach. So intelligence releases information saying that it is the Russians, and we have intelligence pointing to Russia as a perpetrator of the dam attack. And then shortly thereafter, they say we cannot conclusively say if it's them. This is my assessment as well from the way that they're fucking speaking about it. This is unique. No matter what your perspective on this war is, you cannot say that this is objectively a unique predicament in comparison to prior reporting on, big moments of strategic interest. Okay? That's what's odd about it. It's not like they're in fucking cahoots with Vladimir Putin. It's not like they're interested in stopping this war. It's not like they're very much, like the media especially, is very much backed by the military-industrial complex, which has interest in continuing this war for as long as they can and supplying Ukraine with as many arms as they possibly can get away with. They're not going to, they're not going to fucking turn around and be like, oh man, this is like, normally they would just say it's Russia. I don't know why they're not saying that. Even I think it's most likely Russia, which is why I find it weird that they're not saying it. Do you know what I mean? Whereas in a prior circumstance, when it was the Nord Stream pipeline explosion, like I very clearly stated, there's no way that this is fucking Russia doing it to themselves. Like, that seems so fucking pointless and stupid. Whereas this doesn't seem as pointless and stupid. Does that make sense? First, a little background on what be going on. Water levels plummeted in February and then surged in May to record highs. I think this is because Russia was not managing the dam. They left some sluice gates open on their side, which caused water levels to drop at the start of the winter. But after the spring rains, the gates weren't letting enough water through. In early May, water levels were so high that it started to overtop the dam. That means water was actually flowing through the sluice gates. Is that how you say it? Sluice gates? The dam had already been damaged in 2 previous incidents, a possible Ukrainian strike in late October, early November, a likely Russian explosive charge that blew up part of the roadway over the dam on the 11th of November. Dude, what the fuck? Sluice. What the fuck? It's weird. The dam was already under enormous strain and damage. Then things got worse. On the 2nd of June, it looks like the road over the dam failed. That could be indicative of a larger structural failure. Made a short movie here using planet imagery. You can see that the road which runs over the dam was washed away between the 2nd and 3rd of June. That indicates to me that there were structural issues at the facility before whatever happened today. Holy fuck. Wait, is that why they're saying it could be possibly like structural failure? That would be, in this incredibly awful ecological disaster, that would be the funniest reason for why, like a tragic comedy. Yeah, both Russia and Ukraine were shelling areas around the dam. It's possible that it was an accident, which would be the most insane outcome. Yeah, like negligence on either side of the equation, turning this into a blunder for both sides is literally, quite literally, the stupidest fucking possible reason for this to happen. No, it was not naturally caused infrastructure failure. It was bombed by both Ukrainians and Russians alike. So that's not natural. It's not like, oh man, the fucking river overflooded and broke the dam. You know what I mean? It's obviously possible that the Russians destroy the dam in the face of a new Ukrainian offensive. But given the recent past events at the dam, I think a structural failure coincident to the offensive cannot be ruled out. Not yet anyway. Okay, so consequences. The first one is catastrophic flooding on the lower Dnieper River. I don't know enough about the hydrology to know how it'll play out, but Kherson and Nova Kakhovka are the two biggest cities likely at risk. The second is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. The plant relies on Dnieper Reservoir for its cooling water. My previous reporting suggests if water levels fall below 13.2 meters, it will cause cooling problems. I'm not sure how hard that limit is. At the moment, the reactors at ZNPP are in cold shutdown. They still require cooling to move residual heat out of their cores, but it's at much lower levels than during the normal operation. So when the water levels drop below the critical limit, and they will in a matter of days or weeks, I suspect, it will not trigger an immediate nuclear crisis. However, I have no idea how the plant will be able to maintain cooling in perpetuity. Here's a little background on the plant's cooling pond. It appears to be separated from the reservoir, but I have no idea how good that separation once the reservoir drains completely. Bottom line, this is really bad news for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. The plant has already endured shelling, numerous blackouts, a major exodus of staff, and Russian military occupation. Now it's going into the summer without its main source of cooling water. And speaking of summer, that's the final consequence to think about. The Kakhovka Reservoir supplied irrigation and drinking water to the region, particularly Russian-held Kherson and Zaporizhzhia. This is going to ruin the crop and leave many cities without water. Final postscript, and then I'm going back to bed for a few hours. The canal that supplies water to Crimea has its intake just above the dam. However, as TASS reported last November, Russia has topped up Crimea's reservoirs, and there's no immediate crisis there. For a more complete discussion on the collapse of the Kakhovka Dam will mean for the region, check out this article. Ex-Navy nuke. Decay heat removal is extremely important when shut down. It's crucial to ensure the core stays cooled. Almost every nuclear accident in history came from losing reactor coolant pumps. For the record, no one is saying that this is like purely natural. A natural phenomena. I think everyone understands that like there was already structural damage on it, and it could have overflown. So there's three different possible reasons for how this happened. One is Ukrainian rocket or explosive teams potentially, even though it's like literally Russia, it's Russian controlled. In an effort to, I guess, like flood Russian positions and cause Russian-controlled territory and civilians living there, Ukrainian civilians, by the way, to flee. Second is Russia engaging in a controlled demolition, again, to flood the entire area without care or consideration for the people that they are that live in their controlled territory, which, by the way, I don't put it past them to do that. They definitely would do something like that. For making the entire areas that flooded impossible to traverse when the supposed Ukrainian counteroffensive is slated to launch literally around this time. I mean, they've been talking about this since April openly, right? Now, the last and perhaps the funniest but also saddest, most insane reason would be that both sides have like both bombed it and have put explosive devices around it, which could have led to like accidental detonations and direct hitting the dam from afar, which paired up with like Russian mismanagement over the waters, over the regions that they control, created this like ecological disaster because the water basically broke through the dam ultimately. And if that is the reason, and by the way, these three likely scenarios, okay, are Russia first, both sides second, and then Ukraine third. Okay, the likelihood of the responsibility here. Okay, and because they are still relatively close to one another with its impact, and because like neither side really wins anything immediately. Because of that, the media, I think, is like not giving us a conclusive, united, Russia did this to themselves narrative as you would normally hear. Okay? Why would Russia want to flood its own people and stop water to Crimea? Well, first of all, Russia has already, as this thread points out, dealt with the Crimean water supply even before this dam. That's why, exactly, Moldovan Mama Liga, I can't believe I'm agreeing with Moldovan Mama Liga on an issue that pertains to Ukraine, but like on the radio, the NPR people literally said it suddenly collapsed, which is fucking insane. I think everyone here in this community, regardless of what their political perspective is on the matter, can agree that that seems like a wild thing for the Western media to state in a situation of strategic interest, in a situation that is like pivotal for this fucking war. Stop calling them their own people. They are not Russian on the right side. No, I know. I just meant like they're the people that live in the territories that they control. Also, it's not the reports of an explosion being heard, but there's also like, this kind of stuff is trackable. Like if an explosion happens, if a massive enough explosion that can like fundamentally destroy a dam happens, like there are meters that will pick it up. You know what I mean? And as far as I understand, there was some seismic activity that indicates that there was explosions happening. So it's not like you can get away with that. As we pointed to a seismograph from Bucharest that clearly showed that there was seismic activity. Seismograph could record the energy of a massive dam collapse. No. Yeah, but there is also, again, like you can see it with your eyes. There's satellite imagery. And you can pair it up with the seismic activity to see if the seismograph is only picking up the dam collapsing in and of itself and the booms heard from that versus like an actual explosive detonation. There's pretty strange reporting from the Ukrainian media as well. The early reports that I see didn't blame Russia directly or didn't blame at all, and really weird in comparison because usually any other smaller instance of Russian attacks followed by tens of insider media posts that Russians must die. It could have been just a coincidence, but the same reporting style from Western media lately, this day confirms the point. The third you were just reading said the explosion happened after the collapse. Yeah, there might have been detonations after the collapse of the dam that exploded due to like explosives that they had placed there as like an exit strategy. You know what I mean? Like Russians, of course they put fucking explosives on the dam so they could like potentially blow them up. You know what I mean? Blow it up as like a Hail Mary or some shit. Like that part is normal. And if there are explosions happening after the dam has collapsed, that strikes me as explosives that they had put there that detonated due to the dam collapsing. You know what I mean? Correct. They can use time-based satellite imagery in relation to the seismic activity to determine the precise time of the collapse. And also whether or not there was seismic activity before the collapse. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, if you fucking mine the area, debris is falling, debris can trigger those mines, water could fucking trigger it. Like there's plenty of reasons why there was additional seismic activity after the dam collapsed, and that is most likely because they have explosives there. Magnetometers magnetometers. Is that how you say it? I don't fucking know. Shows explosions for the following reasons. Acoustic wave shocks travel upwards from the blast, penetrating the ionosphere. There, they set off magnetoacoustic waves, disturbing our geomagnetic fields, changes of which are recorded on ground magnetometers. Magnetometer. Magnetometer. Magnetometers. Magnetometer. Short vid on info on the dam burst. Okay, before we get to that, let's finish this. Because this guy, indicated by his background, is giving us the Russian side.
Deliberate act of sabotage by the Ukrainian side, designed, he claimed, to deprive Crimea of a water supply. Crimea, the Ukrainian peninsula that Russia annexed from Ukraine back in 2014. He also seemed to suggest that this alleged sabotage was designed to distract attention from what he described as a faltering Ukrainian counteroffensive.
Yeah, and Steve, it's about logistics perhaps here too, isn't it? Because we know that counteroffensive, Ukraine will never confirm or deny that it has begun, but it certainly seems like there is more fighting in key areas.
They already did the water restriction of Crimea years ago, I thought. They did. They blew up a dam. They destroyed a dam that was that actually was allowing Crimea to get water after Russia annexed Crimea, but it was very difficult from what I understand, it was very difficult for Russia to deliver water to Crimea, which they dammed it up. Sorry, not did they? I think they put a dam to specifically stop water from going in through a man-made canal that the USSR had put there. Back in the day, and Russia blew up that dam in the early days of the invasion so that they could offer more water to Crimea. So that already happened, and from what I understand, it does seem like Crimean water is, regardless of what Russian officials are saying, Crimean water is still safe. Which is yet another reason as to why I think this could potentially be a Russian explosion. Do you think a third party could be involved? There are no third parties in this war. There is the side that works with the Russians, which is mostly just Russia, conscripts, and Wagner, and other PMCs. And then there are Western forces collaborating with Ukrainian forces on the ground. There's no third partying this to like gain XP, okay? They're not kill stealing. You say China, but like, as far as I understand, there is not like the same level of Chinese involvement on the Russian end as there is open involvement and open collaboration on the Western front. The third party would be what? Like aliens? Like, that's what I mean. The third party would be either A, aliens, or B, the most likely outcome, Moldovans. Okay, let's be real. We all know who is responsible for this. Moldova. With their army of cows. They rode their cows up to the fucking dam and they threw rocks at the dam until it blew up. It's true. I think it is the Moldovans that did this. Yeah, it was Mama Liga leading his army on cowback.
And that part of Ukraine is so vital, given its strategic location along the east of the country. And it could be about that being a key crossing point, either to separate troops or to facilitate their movement.
It could be. There's a lot of speculation about that.
Wait, what?
Given its strategic location along the east of the country. And it could be about that being a key crossing point, either to separate troops or to facilitate their movement.
It could be. There's a lot of speculation about that. It's still unclear. And as I say, Russian officials insisting that it wasn't us, we didn't do this, and pointing the finger back. Pointing the finger back is something that Russia often does, usually does, whenever this country is accused of anything, particularly by countries with which it is in conflict with, whether we're talking about the Salisbury poisonings or doping in sport or the war in Ukraine.
China's
That's a wild sequence of things that pair up with one another, okay? That's pretty funny. My man said, like doping. Yeah, like a uniquely Russian tactic. It's so funny. Ay. Okay, what about the International Legion of Defense of Ukraine? That's not a third party, man. That's Ukraine. It has it in the name. That's what I mean. Whenever someone says these are Ukrainian loyalists or a party that is like Ukrainian sympathizers, like I laugh at that because that's just more Ukraine. Okay? Anyway, okay, this is a video about the consequences of what will happen after the Kakhovka's breach and how this will transform Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Kakhovka Dam is no more. Prior to June 6th, 2023, the dam sat at a critical strategic junction. We have been discussing the issues surrounding it for the last 8 months, and so today's video will be a quick update on how it will affect the war, with a focus on 4 consequences: humanitarian problems for those downriver, the impediments it creates for Ukraine's counteroffensive, the situation over at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and the water.
So do you consider Nazi militants as having equivalent interests in NATO? Yes. What? Unless you're talking about the Nazi militants on the Russian side, in which case, no. But yes, 100%. Of course. It wasn't that long ago where, motherfucker, it wasn't that long ago when they directly were already like being trained by NATO. What are you talking about?
Water situation over in Crimea.
Also, NATO was literally made like, when Germany entered NATO, when Germany's brought into NATO, they literally put Nazis like, and I don't mean like, oh, these guys are Nazis because they're racist, like actual fucking Nazi generals in charge of NATO. So that's just basic NATO history.
But we begin with the more pressing humanitarian concerns.
I found them.
Mostly, this is the flooding that the areas downriver experienced immediately following the dam's destruction. Take a look at the satellite shot from a distance. The dam is over here. Kherson City is here, and the line of control at the time of the dam's destruction is the river flowing east to west, with Ukraine controlling north of the line and Russia controlling south of it. The natural coloration tells you what you need to know about which side of the river is most affected. Kherson City, to the north, is on relative high ground. Russian-controlled areas to the south are...
So... I wanna fucking say something here because the Hegel but Poggers guy, the Hegel but Poggers Andy, said the exact opposite of this. Wait, what? Hasan, the generals weren't Nazis, they were apolitical commanders. This has been disproven a shit ton. My man said Nazi generals were actually apolitical. Bro, he's like, did they say that they were Nazis though? Like, actually? Like, I'm of the mindset that if you were like an artist at the time, and you like, let's say, refused to fucking pledge your loyalty to Hitler, but you were still ultimately performing for Nazis due to the fact that they would kill you if you didn't or whatever the fuck, that's fine. But like, ultimately, if you're a fucking general, that is insane. My man, at a certain point, you're just saying like, you know, at a certain point, you're saying like Nazi generals were not actually Nazis. Clean Wehrmacht in 2023, yeah. I don't like labels, bro. I just pulled this lever. I mean, we're not talking about Operation Gladio at this point. We're not talking about the stay behind forces and shit. I'm talking directly like Nazi generals that were put in positions of power in the immediate aftermath of World War II or when Germany was added into NATO. These NATO generals had unusual backgrounds. They served in the Third Reich. Amid the Cold War, 2 German generals were among the few NATO commanders with direct experience fighting the Soviets, not to mention the Allies. In West Germany's case, the answer was obvious but complicated. Just 10 years earlier, Germany, even in defeat, had one of the best armies in the world. Yet the Wehrmacht had been corrupted into the servant of the odious and criminal Third Reich. Germany produced many great generals between 1933 and 45, but by 1955, many of them were dead, too old, or indelibly compromised by complicity in German war crimes or unquestioning subservience to Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party. The challenge was to find enough former Wehrmacht generals with relatively unblemished records who were willing to return to uniform in late life. I love the way that they fucking wrote this article, dude. It's awesome. I love that, like, because this article is supposed to go, hey, there were Nazis in NATO, but, like, it wasn't as bad as you think. Dog, look at the apolitical commanders in my treaty organization. Adolf Bruno Heinrich Ernst Heusinger was a German military officer whose career spanned the German Empire, the Weimar Republic, Nazi Germany, and West Germany. He joined the German army as a volunteer in 1915 and later became a professional soldier. He served in the operations chief within the general staff of the high command of the German army of the Wehrmacht from 1938 to 1944. With the outbreak of the Second World War, German Army High Command assumed its wartime organization. Heusinger accompanied the field staff and assisted in the planning and operations of the invasions of Poland, Denmark, Norway, and France, and the Low Countries. He was promoted to colonel on the 1st of August, 1940, and became chief of Operation what is it? Operation Zabteilung. Did I say that good? Operation Zabteilung. October 1930, which made him number 3 in the Army's planning hierarchy after the Chief of the General Staff, Franz Halder, and the Deputy Chief of the General Staff / Chief Quartermaster, General Friedrich Paulus. After the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, the OKH became responsible primarily for planning operations in that theater, and the Armed Forces High Command, Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, was responsible for the theaters. Halder was replaced as the Chief of the General Staff in September. Zeitzler suffered a nervous breakdown and abandoned his post, and on the 10th of June, Heusinger temporarily assumed his office as Chief of the General Staff of the Army. In this capacity, he attended the meeting at Hitler's Wolf's Lair, and he was standing next to Hitler when the bomb exploded that had been planted by Klaus von Stauffenberg. Heusinger was hospitalized for his injuries in the explosion, but was later arrested and interrogated by the Gestapo to determine his role, if any, in the 20th of July plot. Although there was evidence that Heusinger had contacts with many of the conspirators, like all of the other high-ranking Nazi military leaders, there was no evidence to connect him to the plot. Well, he was there and, like, was injured, so clearly it doesn't seem like there was evidence. Like, there is your evidence. Oh, sure. Everybody who wore Hugo Boss between 1939 and 1945 and commanded German-speaking troops was a Nazi. Got it. According to the Heusinger's own autobiography, he published an essay, Denkschrift, which Hitler received very positively. Heusinger made all available information that he had on the conspirators who plotted against the Fuhrer. Like, there's an out there where you could just be like, you know, he might have had sympathies towards the plotters against Hitler because that's like, you know, famously generals tried to assassinate him, which we're talking about the 20th of July plot. And he was like, no, dog, I snitched on the motherfuckers. Like, actually, I hated those dudes, okay? Are you fucking kidding me? He reaffirmed that he had not participated in the assassination plot since he felt an obligation to fulfill his duty as a soldier of the German Reich, despite his personal view that the war had been lost. After his release, he was placed on Führer Reserve, a reserve army of high-ranking Nazi military leaders awaiting assignments, and was not assigned another position until the 25th of March in 1945 when he was made Chief of Armed Forces Mapping Department. He was later taken prisoner by the Western Allies in 1945. HasanAbi over here acting like he wouldn't have snitched either out of self-preservation. Bro, I wouldn't even fight for, like, the American forces. Are you fucking crazy? Like, this notion, first of all, I'm out on that war shit, okay? I'm fucking piecing out so fast. If there's, like, an actual war that's happening and America is like, oh, we're drafting everybody, HasanAbi, time to, you know, take up arms, I'd be like, fuck no, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking? You think I'm going to go fucking die for you, America? Suck my dick, you know what I mean? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, my Lord. I'd be piecing out so fast, dude. You wouldn't even recognize the top of the hour has happened. You'd be like, what? It's 11 minutes in. Why is there a top of the hour ad break now? And I'd be like, listen. You know, you wouldn't see those ads either as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. You know what I mean? Whew. Anyway, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Same goes for Turkey, by the way. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not fucking going out to die for some rich motherfuckers, okay, that are going to make money. And you shouldn't either, for the record. Bullshit. There must have been a decade or two where getting a German with military experience who wasn't a Nazi was impossible. Trying to learn. Curious how that factors in. Thanks, bro. No, that's the point. As a matter of fact, this is where it ties into Gladio, okay? Cold War very quickly started after or towards the end of World War II or immediately in the aftermath of World War II, where the United States was like, okay, we're done with the Nazi shit. Now it's time to, you know, deal with another problem, which is the biggest problem at hand, which will be the biggest problem for the next couple of decades. And that is the USSR. That is Russia. Okay? That is communism. So they had to basically bring up as many people who had a lot of anti-communist sentiment in every single war-torn country. The people who had actually liberated those countries, either internally with a form of resistance, whether it be fucking France, or even in some instances, even Germany, or any other place, were the the communists. The communists were fighting against the Nazis. So the remaining people that were not, held under criminal charges, or the remaining people that basically had any kind of like combat experience, were anti-communists. And the anti-communists were the Nazis, or people who sympathized with the Nazis, or fought alongside the Nazis, or in Germany's instance, West Germany specifically, directly fucking Nazis. Now, you could do one thing there and not ensure that the stay-behind forces of fascists and fascist sympathizers gain any kind of fucking prominence, especially so close to World War II's immediate aftermath. Or you could strategically start utilizing those fascists to do, terror bombing campaigns and the like, to cause instability in countries like Italy, for example, in in a direct effort to undermine the spoils that were supposed to go to the victors of World War II, the trade unionists, the social democrats, and the fucking communists in these countries. So in an effort to stop them from gaining any sort of prominence when they were seen as the liberators, understandably, the United States basically utilized, any amount of domestic terrorism they could in these countries by activating all the fucking remaining Nazis that were in these countries to do insane shit. Didn't happen, lol. I'll fight for Mexico. Didn't happen, lol. Lamau, oof, you got me. Fuck, lol. Still saying lol. You need to retake that Rutgers history class, brother. For us, what if you were our leader? 1991, not all now. Dog? Question mark. For the record, this does not mean that the USSR was not drafting Nazis on their side. They certainly were as well. Operation Paperclip is America's most famous, brain drain, if you want to call it that. Okay? But, the USSR did similar things as well. It's just that, I'm not Russian. I am American. No, they didn't. They didn't hire them, but definitely made them work for them. The Soviets didn't give them suburban life in Maine, though. I don't know enough. I actually don't know enough about like the comfortable existence of Nazi scientists and whatnot in the USSR. But I think, this is what I was thinking of as well. I'll give you one example. They did not want to they wanted to try the Japanese war criminals. The USSR did. America was like, no, we're not doing that. Shut the fuck up. We need access to their incredibly valuable information in biological warfare, in germ warfare. 100%. The Russian side absolutely was more interested in at least investigating and prosecuting, whereas the American side very deliberately was like, no, we're gonna take fucking all the chemical weapons that they fucking used, and we're gonna use them later against the USSR. Did the USSR put Nazis in charge of the army? No, then it's not the same, bro. The head of the NATO is a former Nazi. No, I know. I'm just giving you. I'm giving you an accurate assessment, okay, of what happened. It's ridiculous to, I'm just openly stating what happened, okay? Don't get fucking mad at me, get mad at history. The USSR took a much more forced labor approach than the Americans. Only in a small percentage of cases, Nazis who had shown that they had literally re-educated, did they ever really free a Nazi? In Turkey, too, most infamously, the CIA literally used past Nazis to train the Grey Wolves in Turkey. People like Ibrahim Kaypakkaya were tortured to death during these operations. So the CIA utilized the Nazis as goals were aligned. Yeah, 100%. Grey Wolves, the ultra-nationalist party in the current leadership government, has direct roots to NATO and Nazi involvement. Anyway. I can't believe we just deep dove into this part of history, which is very odd that people are completely oblivious to. No, America didn't even put forward an effort to like re-educate these people. They just straight up were like, no, it's great. Thank you. We love your scientific research. Your scientific contributions will be utilized, possibly in Korea. To be fair, the USSR had a neutrality pact with Imperial Japan that lasted until 5 minutes before Japan surrendered. To imply the USSR was more forceful against Japan, not Germany, is kind of disingenuous in my opinion. No, the USSR did absolutely try to investigate and try, in a court of law, people like people that were involved in like the unit specifically in China. Whereas America sheltered them from said investigation very openly, and we're like, fuck no, Unit 731, yes. We're not doing that because we need the juicy tidbits and the juicy information that they have. Anyway, however, the USSR also utilized Nazi scientists, as I correctly told you, okay? Let's continue.
Swampy. They are at a lower elevation, so they will take the brunt of the flooding. The good news here is that fewer people live on the southern side. Also good news is that
Wait, I know Unit 731 is Japanese, chatters. I'm saying what Japanese soldiers did in China is what I meant. Manchuria, specifically. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're correcting. I'm talking about what Japan did in China to Chinese people.
it took about 8 hours for water levels to peak downstream, giving some forewarning for evacuations. The bad news is that the flooding will not go away anytime soon. As we have discussed before, way further up north, Ukraine blew the Irpin River Dam at the beginning of the invasion to stall Russia's advance. More than a year later, residents in the floodplain are still recovering. Back down south, the problem is worse than it would appear. These parts of the dam are called sluices. Essentially, they are giant gates that the dam operator can use to control water flow. Despite the dam dividing the line of control, Russia determined the sluices' positions. 3 months ago, the most recent time we visited the dam, Russia had left one of the sluices down to lower the reservoir's level to about here, with speculation that the goal was to increase the Dnipro's width downriver without causing major flooding. As a result, the water level upstream had fallen to a record low 14 meters. But Russia then closed the sluices and then kept them sealed tight. Combined with winter snowfall, then spring melt and showers, the water level rose to a record 17.5 meters. In other words, just prior to the dam's destruction, Russia operated the dam in such a way to make the flooding the worst it could possibly be. There is also the long-term electrical consequence. The dam was a hydroelectric power plant generating 357 megawatts. That means the power for hundreds of thousands of homes has gone off the grid forever. But that is a problem for future Ukraine. The more pressing issue now is how the dam's destruction affects the military balance. A running theme we have covered in recent videos is how Russia must allocate its defensive resources, given Ukraine's upcoming counterattack. The central goal is to even out all of Russia's vulnerabilities, so that there is no obvious location for Ukraine to exploit. But the long-running problem that the Kremlin had was a manpower shortage. This mobilization announcement from September 2022 had mitigated some of the problem. However, losses from the winter Bakhmut campaign and elsewhere, combined with partisan warfare incursions near Belgorod and the redeployments necessary to stop them, have left Russia hungry for warm bodies. The flooding helps resolve that problem. It adds a natural barrier that will slow Ukrainian counterattacks across the river, especially as Russia destroyed Kherson's other river crossings during its November 2022 retreat. With Russia's ability to win in Kherson naturally higher, that frees up soldiers to move to other locations that are naturally more vulnerable. The timing of this does not seem like a coincidence. There were many whispers on June 5th, just one day before the anniversary of D-Day, that Ukraine had begun multiple probing runs, signaling that a counteroffensive was starting. The main concern for outsiders, however, is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. It is situated upstream from the dam and is the biggest nuclear power plant in all of Europe. To wit, its 5,700 megawatt capacity puts the dam's hydroelectric plant to shame. Russia occupied it at the start of the war. A nuclear power plant in a conflict zone caused enough concern that the International Atomic Energy Agency and other watchdogs.
This photo is so funny. I'm sorry. They're like you. This is a very serious situation, but it's funny to see like this guy juxtaposed with a pink guy who's just like kind of there with his phone, and this guy's like, "Oh, this is devastating." And the other guy's just like, "Yeah, let me take a fucking photo with my phone."
Recommended that it go offline. In September 2022, the reactors indeed went into shutdown mode, meaning they stopped producing new heat. However, residual heat lasts for years, both for the reactors and the cooling pools of spent fuel like these that are also housed on site. Consequently, the power plant needs...
What news piece did all the left streamers recently watch that everybody's suddenly saying juxtapose? Yeah, dude, totally. It's we all watched one news piece. That's why we're saying juxtapose. It's not something that I say all the fucking time.
A constant stream of water to prevent radiation from leaking. The problem is that the river is the source of that water, and the dam was responsible for maintaining the necessary water level. According to the IAEA report produced immediately after the dam's destruction, if the water level drops to 12.7 meters, the pumps stop working. That's the bad news. The good news is that they saw this coming. Operators can overpump water into cooling channels so that there is a reserve supply. Meanwhile, the power plant has a cooling pond designed to stay above the river's water level as a safety precaution. Combine this with how the generators have been on a sustained shutdown, and the IAEA estimates that the existing water will last for months. Thus, there is plenty of time to find longer-term solutions. In turn, we are not looking at a Chernobyl or Fukushima-level incident. But don't rest too easy. The power plant is still on the front lines. Indeed, the plant has been struck before, and if the cooling pond were to be hit with a missile and spring a leak, the problems would be more immediate. The final consequence worth noting involves the North Crimean Canal. That is the aqueduct that takes water from the Dnipro River, winds it through Kherson Oblast, and delivers it all the way to the Crimean Peninsula. After Russia annexed the peninsula in 2014, Ukraine shut off the water supply. As you would expect, one of the first things that Russia did in the...
Yeah, that's like, I mean, I don't think me and this person's like politics probably align on this, because like I don't think it's just like, you know, turning off the faucet. Like, they fucking dammed it. They dammed a canal that was built during the USSR that was necessary for, you know, Crimean people's survival.
February 2022 invasion was to turn back on the spigots. However, the dam's destruction has forever resolved the situation. The canal will run dry.
Yeah.
That is because, by blocking the water here, the dam also supplied the water level necessary to fill the canal here. Both sides currently claim that the other one was responsible for the dam's destruction. But if Russia was responsible, it strongly signals that the Kremlin is pessimistic about holding the current territorial status quo. That is because the canal is vital to irrigation, both within Kherson and in Crimea. And if peace were to magically appear tomorrow, it will be a long time before the water problem is solved. If you want to know more about the war...
That's interesting. Emir Gülerhan! Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Holy shit. All right, we're moving away from the Russia situation. Obviously, as more information comes down, we will know more about who did it, why they did it. At the moment, though, there's a lot of confusion. And there's a lot of, I mean, it's reasonable to be confused about the situation because, like, there is no, like, immediate benefit to either side for doing this. There's no immediate benefit for either side doing such a thing, and it's like devastating for controlled territories on both sides. So it does seem odd. But you know what else is odd? Twitch. Twitch makes a lot of odd decisions. Okay, and one of those decisions this morning, which has technically already been solved by the time that I'm watching this video, but that didn't stop everyone from fucking farming interactions and engagement, including, which is jealous ex-lover Ludwig, was some decisions they made about sponsored content. Let's take a look at this right-wing content creator, Mogul Male, and then we'll look at what Twitch's response was. Everyone stop telling me Twitch updated their response. I know. Everyone wants to be the I told you so Andy. I love you guys, and I think it's very cool that you want to inform me. I have the most up-to-date information. I know you guys are going to probably keep sending me the same fucking thread over and over again throughout the duration of this content to be like, it's over. We already know.
Bringing up Twitch's big problems is like bringing up my mustache. You're tired of hearing it at this point. But there is a huge announcement that Twitch made that people are quite upset about. How upset? Well, Tips, the leader of OTK, said if this change goes through, OTK will be leaving Twitch, which is crazy because they are one of the most viewed organizations on Twitch. Also added the CEO. Pretty bold move. And if you just search up Twitch right now and go through all of Twitter, people aren't happy. It's impressive how Twitch manages to make the most dogshit changes imaginable. I don't say it lightly, but I think this is a legitimate situation where streamers should consider boycotting Twitch. Twitch is changing sponsorship guidelines to be so restrictive that it makes it impossible for streamers to even advertise. Okay, well, let's first address what the fuck everybody's talking about. And it all started with a single article posted by Twitch about branded content guidelines. Maybe the most boring, dry article you could imagine, has somewhat made the entirety of Twitter implode talking about Twitch. But what is the actual content of it? It started with point 1, which is branded content disclosure tool. Basically, now when you do a branded stream, you have to disclose it, which is a law in the US of A at the very least, and is a good thing. You should know when you're watching branded content as a viewer, and if you check this little box, then it'll be embedded into the stream. Great, easy. Point 1, not a problem. But like most shit sandwiches, it's not the top layer of bread you have to worry about, it's what's in the middle, which is point 2. Prohibited brand sponsorship formats. We recognize that streamers want to collab with brands, but as outlined in the TOS, we maintain the exclusive right to sell, serve, and display ads on Twitch services. This means
insane, okay? Like, there's plenty of legalese in these terms of service agreements that you sign on to, but like following through on some of that is actually fucking wild, which is what Twitch basically said they were going to do.
Means that you may not insert, embed, or burn in pre-recorded ad units into your live streams. What does that mean? Well, they gave a nice little infographic. Somebody worked really hard at Twitch to make these graphics. They look really good, but they made a lot of people upset. So let's go through it. Here are the formats permitted for ads that streamers might want to run on their Twitch channel. You can do panels, which is like the thing below. Basically the description, something nobody actually reads. You can showcase products, fair enough. You can include links or maybe have like a pinned link or a Moo bot that posts the link occasionally in the chat. You can discuss products and be like, wow, check out my very cool Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. It has drift still. I don't know how that's legal. And you can play sponsored games. Okay, great. That's all fine. But what are the non-permitted ones? The ones with limitations, the ones that started the shitstorm that has caused Twitter to lose their mind. Well, the first one, logos on stream. On-stream brand overlays are limited to 3% of screen size. This is crazy. I've never even heard of this before, especially the limitation of 3%. Partially because that is weirdly specific. I don't even know what 3% of a screen is. Luckily, some other people found out what it is. Turns out this is 3%. This is it in square form, this is it in banner form, and this is it if you were to put it on the side. It is fucking tiny. It is literally smaller than my webcam. It is not a large part of the screen. So that would impact a lot of banner ads that people regularly do on their Twitch streams. And then the second one is the one that people are very stressed out about, which is that streamers are not allowed to insert video ads directly into their streams. So this is basically like you are sponsored by Campbell's Soup, and then you play a Campbell's Soup ad while you are streaming for 60 seconds, and then it's back to you jerking off, watching the button, whatever the hell's going on. And they say, no, that you cannot do that. And then there's a couple additional ones saying, hey, you can't do banner ads, which I guess would also fall under the 3% anyway. And then you can't have any burned-in audio ads, which I've never heard about. I guess that's like if you're doing a podcast maybe, and you have like a podcast ad read. Apparently, that's also not allowed to happen. So all of these things just outright banned, and this is the main thing people are upset about, which I think is pretty fucking dumb by Twitch. Because this is the main way that people who run huge events are able to make money, including me. That's how I make most of my money. Now, I'm on YouTube, so it's not as big of a problem for me. But for my Mogul Chess Boxing, here's a baked-in mid-roll ad from Cash App. That is all it is. It's a total baked-in ad that would not be allowed under the current Twitch guidelines. Similar to the KFC ad that we recorded that aired during the Streamer Awards. Another ad that just wouldn't be able to be aired, which is part of the...
All of this is insane, for the record. I think it's a fucking absolutely psychotic thing to do. And it just like dramatically... It basically dramatically takes over control over content creators who are 1099 employees, like they're fucking contractors. And it's yet another way for Twitch to basically try to, like, you know, stop revenue streams that are independent of the platform itself. It also has, like, additional... it basically also has, like, additional complications with content creation in general. None of which actually harms me or impacts me in a significant way, for the record. I just want to point that out. Like, I think this is... my criticism of this is purely from a worker rights standpoint. I think it's like absolutely fucking psychotic to engage in such a thing and take away the autonomy of content creators themselves to this degree so that you can like be the one who's single-handedly responsible for serving whatever fucking ads you want to serve on the platform instead of figuring out better marketing solutions, that are figuring out better advertisement solutions and figure out, you know, better advertisement placements. It's silly. It's short-term focused. It's completely ridiculous. And it harms a lot of the smaller content creators. I don't really give a shit. I don't really do a lot of sponsored stuff. It doesn't harm me in any meaningful way. But it would destroy smaller content creators who make a lot of money this way. You know, they got like G Fuel sponsorships and these things of that nature. And it also creates a complication for large content creators that want to do events that are sponsored by other brands. Kaya, come on, get in there. Go to your crate. There you go. It's time. Time to give you a chewy stick. You deserve it. You deserve the chewy stick. Yeah. Cutie Cinderella's events obviously would be blocked in this situation. Like, that's kind of fucking dumb. My baby. Anyway, let's continue.
The reason they pay the big bucks, those big sponsors, to be able to make events like that happen in the first place. And somebody on Twitter, Brian, said, the more I think about it, the more insane this is. Literally no event can run on Twitch under these guidelines. Tournaments, league, charity, all of them violate these in so many ways. And so I looked into it, and he's right. I mean, literally, this is a Twitch Prime Gaming, or I guess an Amazon Prime Gaming banner giveaway. This is an ad right here, and it is well over 3% and breaks the rule of inserted, burned-in display ads. That's not allowed under the current guidelines. Now, I fully believe that Twitch is probably trying.
Here's Ammunition also pointing that out. Hey, Twitch, for clarification, the 3% screen size per logo or total logo space accounting for multiple logos, does it include dead space created by logo positioning? I.e., in a recent rival stream, there are 8 burned-in logos which take up over 9% of the screen. You know what I mean? They don't even follow on their own guidelines. Obviously, the main reason why they would do this is so that they control what kind of advertising happens. They want to stop you from having your own personal brands so that they create or possibly implement like an advertisement sales team that's selling you those advertising, they want to control all forms of revenue that you can generate on the platform, okay? Why? Because they want to get a cut of that revenue, okay? They can sell it to you like, oh, we'll make it really seamless. We'll make it really easy. The bounty system is one example of this, except the bounty system is completely voluntary, okay? This would create, instead of doing like voluntary ad sales teams that work with streamers where you actually do take a percentage of that off the tippy top, which no one would probably have issues with, you are creating a process where you make it involuntary. You are forcing streamers to work with you, okay? Which is ridiculous.
To target some specific groups of people, and they're not going to blanket punish everyone across the board. But they could be punishing individual creators. Now, part of the reason I believe this, and I guess we'll break this into 2 groups here. People who are going to give Twitch the most charitable interpretation and people who are going to give Twitch the least charitable interpretation. Now, if we're going with the latter, if we're going with the least charitable interpretation, this means Twitch is going to outright cannibalize every single ad that anybody was trying to do.
Oh, this is actually a really good Yanis Varoufakis mention. You're correct. What Twitch wanted to do here is what Yanis Varoufakis talks about when he says we've moved beyond capitalism into techno-feudalism, where digital companies are wielding the ownership of digital land to control everything, their fiefdoms, and extract as much profit from it as possible. Yes, it's like it's built upon digital enclosures, spaces that like these content creators dominate. I mean, these companies dominate. That's what they're doing.
Any individual creator, any esports organizer, and make them do it through Twitch exclusively. And maybe there's some supporting evidence, like when they tweeted out a month ago, we're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams work better for our community. So they already have things in place to improve their ad sales to their creators, and now they're removing the other options for creators, so you have no option but to do all your ads through Twitch. That's the least charitable. What's the most charitable? They're getting up to date with a lot of the rules that other websites have in place, including YouTube. Embedded third-party sponsorships and ads in YouTube content. YouTube creators cannot include promotion, sponsorships, or other advertisements for third-party sponsors or advertisers in their videos where YouTube offers a comparable ad format, including, but not limited to, pre, mid, and post-roll ads, aka you shouldn't be allowed, according to YouTube, to have a 60-second ad that you burn into your video that talks about, I don't know, Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons and how they have bad drift. Apparently that wouldn't fly. But if you've watched YouTube for more than a week, you know that does fly all the time. So I think it's some sort of policy that YouTube puts in place to punish groups of people that might be cannibalizing too much of their ad sales because they're...
Or it's something, just like the Twitch terms of service already had this in it, it's something that they're gearing up for the future so they can have like some kind of legal standing down the line when they choose to extract more value out of the content creators that are generating value for them. Okay? That's it. It's a very unique situation because, oh, by the way, this is a perfect example of how, you know, it doesn't matter if you're on YouTube, doesn't matter if you're on Twitch, if you're a content creator, you have similar interests, and the platforms have the exact same interest that is, of course, diametrically the opposite of your interest. If only there was like some kind of political theory that captured the essence of this kind of value extraction and value generation. I can't think of one right now, but I'll get back to you guys if I can come up with a name for it. I don't know, maybe like a social understanding, like a communal one. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, let's continue.
They're doing it at scale rather than punish creators. And this is a more charitable interpretation because this basically means Twitch's new guideline falls almost exactly in line with YouTube's guideline. The only caveat I'll say is logos. This one seems crazy still to me. And Twitch can also prove me wrong. This is a time will tell scenario. If in a month from now, Twitch is taking down every single creator who does have a burned-in ad, a 60-second mid-roll ad, or who does have a banner, then this is not at all what YouTube is doing. But in writing, it is the exact same. In practice, it could be a whole lot different. This thing, still crazy to me. I don't know where this 3% came from. It seems oddly specific. It seems way too punishing. But I am hoping that this is Twitch's way of trying to target a group of people who is taking up too much of their ad sales because maybe they're doing it at scale, and less so a way to specifically target individual creators who are doing ad sales, who are trying to make money, to make ends meet. Because at the end of the day, that is most Twitch streamers. Most Twitch streamers aren't the top 0.0001% that you think of when you think of Twitch streamers. It is people who are just making enough to live or have a good side hustle going. And this brings me to the bigger point here, which is that Twitch has a PR problem. At its core, that is Twitch's biggest issue. Nobody is going to give Twitch a charitable...
Even I disagree with that. I mean, Twitch definitely has a PR problem, but ultimately it doesn't matter. What matters is Twitch's Amazon problem, okay? Twitch has a profitability problem, and which is enforced by Amazon. It doesn't have to be a real problem, but Amazon is turning it into a very real one, and that's why they're making these like insane decisions over and over again that end up causing PR issues. Okay? Twitch also personally believes that they are the dominant force in the space, a space that is getting smaller and smaller, by the way, due to like, post-COVID normalization of people's existences. But Amazon is certainly, or Twitch is certainly making these decisions because they feel comfortable that YouTube doesn't give a shit about touching the live streaming space any longer, any more than they have. And it certainly does not care. It certainly does not care about, what do you call it? It certainly doesn't care about fucking Kick or any other platforms, clearly. But that much is obvious.
Interpretation for anything they're doing because they have done nothing but make bad decisions over the past 2+ years. Not only make bad decisions, but the way they announce these decisions is always articles that they post at 4 a.m. that are cold, cut and dry, that don't actually answer the questions people want to know. They even have an FAQ at the bottom of this huge article they posted, and all of the FAQ is about the branded content announcement, aka point 1 of the 2 points, the branded content disclosure tool. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Yet every single question is about branded content and disclosure, with the exception of one all the way down here, which is what do you mean by burned in ads? And it just clarifies that you're not allowed to have any mid-roll ads. I feel like it would be a lot better if Twitch were to be more personable. And they just got a CEO who is doing interviews with VTubers who seems a little more hip. So why not have like a sit-down conversation and say, hey, these are our new guidelines. This is why we're doing it. We're trying to keep up to date with other competing websites like YouTube or whatever it is. It would feel a whole lot better if the message came from a human who seems like they care, rather than an article that is trying to be shoved into the anal cavities of 4 a.m., only to be posted by some Twitter journalists like Zach, and then talked about by every streamer known to man who hates the small little read they did about it. I don't know. it just seems brain dead that they haven't figured that out by now and they haven't changed it. But that's where we currently sit with Twitch and with their new announcement. Time will tell. I am hopeful, always optimistic, that Twitch is not going to go out and attack every single individual who has a sponsorship that breaks these rules and that it's for some other reason, but it's Twitch. So they might just do that. And I think they are further and further pushing people to competitors like YouTube or even Kick or even Rumble, where it seems like a lot of creators are signing by the day. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. But that's another huge Twitch drama. That's why everyone's mad. And hopefully
why is Ludwig trying to do PR for Twitch? Like, is YouTube contracts up? Is his YouTube contract up? I mean, really, they're 2-year contracts. Who knows? So, here's what Twitch said after this, like, immediate posting and then the immediate fucking explosive reaction to this idiotic take that they put out there. Today's brand and content policy update was overly broad. This created confusion and frustration, and we apologize for that. We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relations with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers can earn revenue. We wanted to clarify our existing ads policy that was intended to prohibit third-party ad networks from selling burned-in video and display ads on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. We missed the mark with the policy language, and we will rewrite guidelines to be clearer. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll notify the community once we've updated language. Okay, who are the third-party? Who is doing third-party ad sponsorships? Everyone is doing third-party ad sponsorships. Like, for example, technically, when I do get in the rare case that I do get a fucking sponsorship, I'm getting it through Night Media. It's not like I have a fucking direct relationship with Ubisoft or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, no streamer actually has a direct and personal relationship with NVIDIA.
It's pretty simple. They just give, you know, PCs and like fucking like video game systems to kids in hospitals, right? And we've raised over $1 million for them. Just on my stream, not to mention other people on the platform. And based off of Twitch's rules, that type of a sponsorship and that type of a deal would no longer be allowed on the platform, even if it's charity.
Unless you're sponsored by the charity itself, I don't think that would be the case. But a lot of people are. But no. Like, none of the actual fucking sponsorship things that they're mentioning directly impact someone like myself, for example. What is this? Twitch CEO.
You know, oftentimes for a creator, as they get bigger, a lot of the money they make is through sponsorships and other sources of revenue.
Right, right.
And really the question is not just about how much from Twitch, it's how do they keep building their careers? And how can they bring in money from elsewhere and Twitch be a platform that helps them build that from elsewhere? So I think that is absolutely the right strategy, because we focus on their diversity of interests and talents.
Yeah, this does not counter this at all. I don't think people are understanding that. No. What he's saying here, if you move beyond the corporate talk, is basically, no, we want you to diversify your income. Like, we want you to find new revenue streams, and we want to facilitate that. And you could do that, and that's perfectly fine. Do it. That's great. The bounty system is, like, quite similar to what that is, right? This, however, takes it one step further. It's basically saying, we're not just like giving you a voluntary bounty structure where you can like get ads that our ad sales team has sold for you that you can take on. We're instead going to stop you from running and serving ads on your own platform, and Twitch will be the singular arbiter of ads in the space. That's the difference. And that's what's fucked up. Not serving the top of the hour ad break, of course. That part is a contractual obligation for me. Okay? I said serve and contractual obligation way too many times. You guys were all ready for it. I know, not my strongest counter, not my strongest debate. Shut the fuck up. 3-minute ad break comes for you regardless of whether or not you're throwing tomatoes at me. Throw all of your tomatoes at me. This does not change my perspective. So, hey, Bozo, thank you for the 5 get the subs. You will all see ads unless you subscribe. Or get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Throw them harder.
As opposed to locking them into a fixed, numbers of hours they have to stream. They have this one number they have to hit. It's like, no, you have a lot of different interests. It should change and evolve over time. As you know, oftentimes for a creator, as they get bigger, a lot of the money they make is through sponsorships and other sources of revenue.
Right.
And really,
So, even their counter, this is silly. Third-party ad networks could mean anything. Unless they specify what they mean by that, this doesn't really change anything at all. Because your language wasn't vague at all. It was actually pretty deliberate. Not only was the language not vague at all in the guidelines that you released, it even had accompanying cute little graphics. Does anyone have the link to that, by the way? We'll click on it and I'll show it to you. Because third-party ad networks, no, not Zach Busey's post. I want the actual Twitch link. Okay, what allowed is channel page panel ads, products in the background of your stream, links in chat, discussing and unboxing products, and playing sponsored games. Oh, here it is. Okay. Here it is. Branded content guidelines. Examples of branded content on Twitch include product placements, endorsements, sponsored gameplay, paid product unboxings, channel sponsorships, branded channel panels, brand logo stream overlays, pretty much everything that you've seen on this broadcast. The one time that I've ever done a fucking, Far Cry sponsorship or some shit. Branded content on Twitch is not wearing your favorite t-shirt that happens to be a brand or a product, showing off a new piece of equipment you bought for yourself, talking about your favorite restaurants within your community. Make it easy and straightforward to let viewers know a stream includes branded content. We've added the branded content disclosure tool to the creator dashboard. Like Ludwig pointed out, that part makes sense. That's literally already a violation of the law if you don't do that. That's why we put a hashtag ad on the title. Is Diablo sponsored? No, it's not. It would be great if it was, but it's not sponsored. I'm just playing it because I like playing it. Okay? For example, when I did the fetus unboxing, that was actually sponsored by the PAAU, the abortion, the anti-abortion political group. When we unboxed fetuses on the HasanAbi broadcast, that's a callback from yesterday's Jubilee reaction. Some of you clearly weren't here for that. That's a real thing that they did, by the way. That's one anti-abortion group that is supposedly progressive, which sent 3 of their psychopathic members to the latest Jubilee Teenagers Discuss Abortion video. Those guys famously once did a fetus unboxing where they intercepted a medical waste truck and took over the boxes full of fetuses, which is medical waste, and then they unboxed them on camera. And I was sponsored by them, so there is that. Okay, let's continue. Moving on. So you have a new disclosure tool, great. By selecting branded content in Stream Manager, you will enable automated disclosure message on your stream and stream archives shown below. Here it says, includes paid promotion on the corner there. That's great. Permitted and prohibited brand sponsorship formats. We recognize the streamers want to collaborate with brands, but as outlined in the terms of service, we maintain the exclusive right to sell, serve, and display advertisement on the Twitch services. This means that you may not insert, embed, or burn in pre-recorded advertising units on your live stream, which is literally everything that people do. Okay? So this is always on the terms of service, much like many other things are on the terms of service. But most of the time, you just assume it's like it's kind of like DMCAs, right? Technically, every video game company could DMCA you for playing their video game and live streaming it, but no one will really do it. It's like, just because something is in the legal contract doesn't mean that, like, does not mean that people will, push forward with it. Like, they will not pursue litigation, because that would be fucking ridiculous, and it would be counterproductive, really. So the formats permitted are, you can put the brand panels on the channel page, which we do, showcasing products in the stream background, oh nice, including links to other sites that promote things, discussing, endorsing, unboxing products and services, and playing sponsored games. Formats permitted within limitation are logos on stream. Logos on stream of brand overlays are limited to 3% of the screen size, which is like really fucking stupid in general. Like, no one is literally taking up the entire fucking stream anyway, but like limiting that to 3% is kind of stupid, especially because like I, as a streamer, I've done like very limited but some sponsored streams. I just fucking copy and paste it and then like size it according to my desires and have no fucking way of understanding whether or not that's 3% or not. Like, that'd be really funny if they were like, wow, this is actually this is no longer 2.9%. This is actually 3.3% of the screen. So we're going to fucking, take it away. You can't do that. Formats limited or not allowed are inserted burden video ads. Streamers may not insert video ads directly into their streams, which is so fucking dumb because some advertisers will have obligations like, hey, we want you to watch a 30-second slot, right? That is literally something that you can have in your advertisement contract. Something in a sponsored stream could literally lead to like watching a trailer for the project itself. That's not allowed anymore, and that's kind of crazy. Formats limited or not allowed. Inserted burn and display ads. Streamers may not insert banner or display ads directly into their streams. Again, kind of fucking bullshit. Insert burned in audio ads. No audio ads directly into their streams. Again, bullshit. That can happen as well. But the real reason, the real reason why Twitch did this, and I'm telling you guys this right now, in my opinion, this is my speculation, but I think it's an educated guess. The real reason why they wanted to do this is because they want to be the ones who are controlling all the ads that are being sold on their platform, including the native advertising initiatives that they want to sell. Okay? That's it. That's literally why they're doing this. I think they want to control all of the ads, including ones that streamers normally would get through like a third-party ad network, like Streamlabs or whatever, especially smaller streamers, or even streamers that I don't know what would be considered a third-party ad network. Like technically, OTK could be considered a third-party ad network in this regard. So I don't know why, that is. That's a ridiculous counter from Twitch. I think that they want to basically take the bounty system that they had already and expand it and basically make it the only kind of native advertising you can have on the platform itself. Benefit of that is streamers won't have to sell their own ads, so less off-stream business time. The downside is Twitch takes a cut and also availability might drop 100%. However, if it was a purely voluntary program that you could, buy into, you could subscribe, and that would actually even contractually stop you from taking competitive ads from other companies that compete with like maybe the advertisement that Twitch is working with, like advertisement companies. Like let's say Twitch has Chipotle as a brand that they've signed on across the entire platform. Now you can't actually fucking work with like Subway or McDonald's or other brands. Like you sign on to that contract, you want Twitch to sell ads on your like sponsored slots on your stream. All of a sudden you can't work with competitive competitors in the same industry. That would still be very restrictive, but would be voluntary and a little bit more understandable. You cannot say it's voluntary because you are volunteering to stream on the fucking platform. So we've decided one very significant revenue stream is now, oh my gosh, she just fucking, oh, she cooked it. She literally just dumped. She offloaded all the treats by flipping it. God damn it, she's too fucking smart. I don't think you have the same definition of a third-party ad company as Twitch does, Hasi. I don't know what would be considered a third-party ad company. That seems like the main point of contention here. But none of this is talking about third-party ad companies anyway. I think that was just one way for them to like mitigate this PR disaster that unfolded very quickly. Okay? There is no mention of third-party ad companies in this actual original release. That only came after people yelled at Twitch. But I suspect it's like Streamlabs and shit like that. Number 3, prohibited branded content categories. This is new. Well, not new. This always existed, but they're like reinforcing it. Hateful products or services, such as products that promote hateful stereotypes or include offensive slurs. Illegal products, well, that actually technically eliminates the cracker sponsorship that I got from Wheat Thins, which wasn't really a sponsorship at all. It was just like a gimmick where they sent me a box of crackers, Wheat Thins did, Nabisco, and then they said I have a cracker pass. That would technically fall under hateful products or services, so that's kind of funny. Illegal products and services such as selling, advertising, or trafficking drugs, firearms, counterfeit goods, or other illegal goods and services. Fuck. I really wanted to have a gun running stream. This eliminates that. This cuts that content. Certain gambling products such as promoting online slots or roulette websites. That already, again, is something that they, enacted on. I am, once again, I'm not in any way, shape, or form talking about like prohibited brand categories as a bad thing. This part is actually sensible, makes sense, not a bad thing at all. Okay. Spam, scams, and other malicious conduct, view botting, fake account creation, or selling Twitch accounts, weapons such as firearms, explosives, or related products. Adult-oriented products and services such as pornography, sexual content, or male enhancement products. Tobacco and tobacco-related products such as cigarettes. The pro-cigarette broadcast. This is pro-drunk driving and pro-cigarette broadcast. Oh, wait, this is just for branded content, so it doesn't really matter. Never mind. Hold on. I'm trying to find the video real quick to show you where I stand on the issue of smoking big doinks in Amish. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Cigarettes are cool and sick. Thank you, Hasan. I will start smoking now. You start a cigarette review channel? Yeah. It's okay to smoke cigarettes until the age of 30 to 35. Cigarettes also lower your life expectancy, but make you look cool when you smoke them. As a drunk driving advocate, as a smoking advocate, if cigarette overlord, thank you for the 5, get the subs. This is say about cigarettes, even though, yeah, don't smoke, but also at the same time, it does make you look cool, okay? Smoking is bad for you. Oh my God, that cat is so cool now. What the fuck? That's an incredibly cool cat all of a sudden. Look at that. Look at how cool he is. Marlboro, I am available. You can hire me for your services. Okay? Just saying. Doing all this shit for free out here, bitch. Anyway. Keep going through the guidelines here. I guess, like I said, Asmongold is not wrong if he's talking about like a sponsored charity stream, because sometimes big charities will sponsor their streamers, and you will see that when they put like a hashtag ad on it or whatever. But outside of that, most streams are fine. Most charity streams are fine. certain financial products and services, such as initial coin offerings, multi-level marketing and get-rich-quick schemes and payday loans. Nice. That, like I said, I don't have an issue with any of this as far as prohibited branded content categories. I think that's like pretty good overall. It's not a problem. Including political content, including paid promotion of politicians, political parties, or issues of public debate. Now, this is the reason why a lot of people were like worried this morning, saying like, Hasan, you can't do paid promotion of politicians, political parties, or issues of public debate. Not realizing that like I have never gotten sponsorships from political organizations, and considering my personal perspective on politics and what I advocate for, I do not foresee myself getting a fat paycheck from any group that actually does have money anytime in the near future. If anything, for those of you who are wondering like what's going on there with respect to like all the stuff that I do politically, I'm the one who sponsors them, not the other way around. You are the ones who also, additionally, on top of myself, sponsor most of the charities and most of the political organizations I work with. I don't think the DNC will be knocking down my door anytime soon to like offer me a fat sponsorship or a paycheck. But you know, George Soros, I'm still willing and able if you want to sponsor me. Now, of course, one other additional funny moment here is that Twitch itself probably still will utilize political sponsorships and political content. What do I mean by this? Well, the military is a massive sponsor on the broadcast, on the HasanAbi broadcast especially, but on Twitch across the entire platform. And the military, last time I fucking checked, is fairly political. I mean, it's definitely in the realm of politics. It's certainly political, but of course, I don't suspect Twitch will, stop getting military sponsorships anytime soon. So I don't know why they would, I don't know why they would incorporate that there. But I guess like this means, for example, paid promotion of politicians, political parties, or issues of public debate. If like, let's say, an abortion charity wanted to give me money to like do a sponsorship for them, I wouldn't be able to do so. The only reason why I choose abortion is because it's like a relatively well-funded movement in comparison to other movements that I'm in support of. And on that front, I guess I wouldn't be able to do that, but I've never done that. And I'm usually the one who is sponsoring them, not vice versa. So anyway, 200 LGBTQ groups demand Target restock Pride merch. No such thing as neutrality. We warned you. They don't want tolerance or to live and let live. The woke religion demands total adherence to forced compulsion. I love that. We'll get to that in a second. So yeah, that's it. That's the point. That's the article. Was the article helpful? Absolutely not. Here is a message from OTK to Twitch. Every so often, we find ourselves catching an unsolicited glimpse of our own reflection. This blunt collision with reality serves as a brutal but necessary reminder that our existence, while beautiful at times, is temporal, and that the decisions we made yesteryear will inevitably catch up to us despite our best efforts to the contrary. Today's decisions have caught up quickly. The backlash you're receiving today, while seemingly specific, is the result of what now feels like years of anti-creator policy. It's the chickens coming home to roost, or in this case, the frogs. Oh God, that part is lame. Come on, why did you say that? The once unique and admirable vision of a creator-first platform now feels like a fading and distant dream. Reductions to creator subscription revenue, inconsistent moderation policies, and attacks on creators' abilities to pursue their own independent revenue streams have transformed Twitch into one of the least creator-friendly platforms on social media and have undermined the very ecosystem that helped Twitch become what it is. And unlike in the past, these changes come at a time when the live streaming landscape has never been more competitive. Make no mistake, the days of Twitch holding sway over live streaming are coming to an end. Insurgent platforms are on the rise, short-form content has seized the Gen Z market share, and for the first time, the very creators that elevated your platform are building your largest and most threatening competitors. Are they talking about train wrecks? I mean, okay. Twitch is like, yeah, we know. They literally pay us money so they can do a Twitch reskin in the form of kick.com. Which is true. But anyway. Like Twitch literally makes money off of Kick. Okay. Or Amazon does. Where was I? It's working in a way though, dude. I have always been supportive of Kick. Well, not supportive of their lack of moderation or who their like main primary fucking content creators are, or what we end up seeing from that platform on a regular basis, which is like unhinged, unfiltered, and sometimes uninterrupted like right-wing content that ranges on Nazis everywhere, both in the comment sections, in the chats, and also on the streams themselves, to dudes getting their dick sucked on camera, to dudes continuously getting their dick sucked even more on camera, to dudes like, you know, doing hot tub streams where they just like straight up, you know, fondle breast disease. Ultimately, it's great. I love competition, and I hope that Kick will become a viable competition to Twitch, because that's always good for the space. It would be very stupid of me to be like, oh, fuck Kick, I hate them. But I also do want them to be like a normal platform and not necessarily a platform that is, you know, creating the most insane unhinged content you've ever seen. Oh, sexually assaulting women too. There was another one. Why are you hating? You wish you could make that content. Yes, I wish I could get my dick sucked on camera, which I could very clearly do at any given moment in my career if I wanted to. I could go to OnlyFans and get my dick sucked on camera and probably make upwards of multiple millions of dollars with one singular fucking well-timed release. So suck my fucking cock, chatter. It's a personal decision for me not to do that. So I don't know why you're saying that. Okay. Make no mistake, just last week, OTK concluded our new show, Elevated, in partnership with Allied and Progressive. On June 10th, OTK will host our second annual Games Expo. These shows, as well as other community favorites, cannot exist under the suffocating canopy of the new branded guidelines. Small streamers who rely on their once-a-month HelloFresh sponsorship cannot pay their bills under these new guidelines. And the aspiring creator who has yet to press the Go Live button cannot do so in confidence under these new guidelines. Simply put, the new branded guidelines and the philosophy behind them need to change. I agree with that wholeheartedly, 100%. But rolling back your policy is not the intention of this letter. Like the car window you pass by on your way to work when you see the driving Kroner and you speed up to, you know, ruin the meta, the meme. Sorry. The driving crooner. That was such a... I'm so lame. Yeah, I think you should leave. It was good. Anyway, we simply ask that you pause and reflect. Reflect on your origins as a platform. Reflect on your current position and how you got here. And most of all, reflect upon the role that creators, bigger or small, have contributed to your success. Hopefully, a new direction emerges from this reflection. The dream is 5 cars statewide. They're making it look fake. Anyway. Dog is fucking psycho. OTK is threatening to leave Twitch. I think they literally should do that. I think that's a smart thing to do. Not to leave Twitch in general, but to threaten to leave Twitch. Creators, after this announcement, we push for a meeting between ambassadors, Twitch staff, and Twitch executives where I'm not allowed to share everything discussed due to NDA. Here's what I can. Things are being reviewed and concerns are understood. 3% is not acceptable for logos. Be reviewed further confirmation. You can operate sponsorship without prior direct arrangements. Goals to avoid third-party random ad inserts that conflict with existing ad products. Also, we have raised the need for ambassadors and community members to be in the room sooner during the decision-making, and that teams are actively working to ensure that this happens as much as possible. I've also pushed that Twitch comes forward beyond just their tweet and give a better understanding of the changes they meant to make instead of how broad everything was seen today. Yeah, I mean, this cooks all of the fucking organizations that are on Twitch. And I don't know what the fuck they're talking about when they say third-party ad networks. Like, is this just targeted towards Streamlabs? Okay.
I think that if this deal goes through, obviously they have until July 1st to start enforcing it. I will actively start looking for a non-exclusive deal on another platform. And I will pursue streaming on another platform. I'm not going to just completely quit Twitch. I don't think that's the right thing to do for the viewers, at least not right off the rip. But I will start actively looking for another platform to stream on, because it doesn't matter. The reason why I can make more money on another platform, my like awareness, the people that know about me, like my discoverability, maybe I might get a lower viewer count over there, but I got over 50 million views on YouTube last month. What the fuck do you think I care about if I'm getting 8 or 10,000 viewers? Like, let's just be real.
I know Twitch replied and posted an update. The update was kind of silly, though. The update was basically, no, we're keeping all these policies, but just for third-party advertisement sales. And it's like, what is a fucking first-party advertisement sale? Me having a direct relationship with, like, the brand? That's dumb. How many views did you get on YouTube last month for comparison? I don't fucking know. But I do know that me plus the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex clears 50 million. I think we get, like, upwards of 60 mil a month. Might be, like, on the lower end right now. You know, fell off and the like. There's a new Tucker episode that finally got announced on Twitter. 6 p.m., 10 minutes long, zero graphics, no announcement. Obviously, unfinished studio. Tucker on Twitter. 10 minutes long, dude. Let's go. Already at 40,000 likes in 20 minutes. Everyone's going to be riding super hard for this shit. Thanks. I just don't know if 50 million is a lot or not. No, it's really good. 50 million is a lot. It's just like odd that like it's odd that Twitch is like trying to fucking squeeze the remaining profits that they are trying to get from streamers rather than find a way to improve the marketability of the platform, rather than like it makes no sense to do this instead of like finding new ad products that might be more viewable and higher quality. You know, working on sustainable long-term partnerships with brands, or I don't know, figuring out better monetization structures that don't actually harm the content creators. Instead, they just straight up went to what companies usually go to when they're fucking lazy as hell, which is their workers. Okay? No, my dad passed through. That's why she's fucking barking up a storm, because she is an insanely stubborn little fucking baby. Okay? All right, let's move on. So that was the Twitch stuff. I gave you my thoughts on it. Let's see. Chinese authorities raided 3 firms gathering information on Chinese companies for investors.
The government has revealed a new crackdown on businesses from the U.S. and other countries. Offices of 3 U.S. consulting firms in China have been raided in recent weeks under a powerful new security law. At the same time, billionaire CEO Elon Musk and other U.S. business leaders have been visiting China to show their commitment to expanding there. Elizabeth Palmer looks at the new risks of doing business in China.
Good morning. It's a stressful time for foreign businesses in China, especially with the state of U.S.-China relations being at such low ebb.
Is it? Like, what do you mean? Like, what is the media saying? Like, what American company is not fucking manufacturing either in China or a company that China has outsourced to, like, Bangladesh? Like, what are we talking about? Oh, man, the times are really strenuous economically with China. Like, no one, like, it's so fucking stupid.
Out of the blue, in early May, police showed up at Capvision, a consulting firm with offices in New York and Shanghai. They searched the premises and questioned employees. 2 American firms, Bain & Company and Mintz Group, were raided too. The business of all 3, gathering information for U.S. investors on Chinese companies. After the Capvision raid, Chinese state TV even aired a special report alleging, with no hard evidence, that the company had lured Chinese citizens to spill state secrets. This one, it said, got 6 years. Capvision kept its response low-key. It would review its practices, it said, with direction from security authorities. But James Zimmerman, a lawyer working in Beijing, says the raids have foreign businesses spooked.
Everything's a threat, you know, and unfortunately in that kind of environment, it's very difficult to operate when everything is viewed as a national security matter. It looks as if anything you do could be considered to be spying.
Elon Musk not only had an audience with senior...
Bro, it's so funny when America says this. Like, didn't we just hold a congressional hearing on TikTok? Like, for this exact same thing that, like, the American media is currently saying, it's so bad that China is doing this. Like, what the fuck? What, like, do people not realize that? Like, what is happening here? What the fuck's going on? America, once again, mad that another country is doing America shit. Wild. Sit. Down. Down. Down. Down. No down. Are you insinuating that perhaps the American media is hypocritical? I know, it's fucking... Guys, I'm gonna be honest, it seems a tad bit, just a tad bit hypocritical. I'm just saying.
Senior Chinese officials during his visit, he got a rapturous welcome from Tesla employees in Shanghai. He and other really big players in China like Apple and Starbucks may be untouchable, but smaller ones are very worried.
A lot of folks are starting to, rewrite their strategic plans just because the attention makes it politically very risky for them.
Paradoxically, China is actually encouraging new foreign business right now, but a lot of investors have cold feet. There's a new counter-espionage law due to come into effect in the next few weeks, and they worry that it will be weaponized to target them. For CBS Mornings, I'm Elizabeth Palmer in Tokyo.
Just minutes ago, the cross-examination of Prince Harry resumed after a break. He's taking the witness stand, saying some British tabloids have, quote, blood on their hands for the distress they've caused him growing up and for the death of his mother, Princess Diana. It's incredibly rare, by the way, for a senior royal to testify in court. In fact, until now, it hasn't happened since 1891. That's more than 100 years. Harry alleges Mirror Group newspapers hacked his phone and used other illicit means to get information about his life for stories. CNN's Max Foster is following the trial for us. He joins us now from London. What are you hearing from today's testimony? What stood out?
Well, it is extraordinary watching it. I am able to watch it through a virtual camera, and watching him being grilled like that, you don't see royals in that situation. It's a cross-examination. His broad argument is that as he was growing up from the age of 12, his phone was being hacked, people around him's phone were being hacked, and the information from that hacking was used in tabloid stories. Taken together, they caused a huge amount of distress for him growing up, and his circle of friends shrunk because he couldn't trust anyone anymore. That's his broad argument. What the barrister for the Mirror
Poor
Group
Harry
newspapers is doing is trying to undermine each and every article that Prince Harry points to. So he'll say, for example, do you remember reading this article? Harry will say, I don't remember reading the article. And then the barrister says, you know, how could it have caused stress then and distress for you? Also pointing out that a lot of the information in these articles was already in the public and had been confirmed by the palace. So a tough grilling for Harry on the detail. He's not always across all of the detail, but he's making a much broader point here. His mission, Sarah, is to reform the British tabloid media.
I want to ask you about a situation here in the States. Prince Harry is involved in a lawsuit here over his visa. What can you tell us about that?
So this is a think tank. The Heritage Foundation has gone to a federal court, wants access to Harry's visa application. The reason for that is they want to see whether or not he declared his drug use that he admitted to in his book Spare. If he did, why did he get a waiver? If he didn't, does that mean the visa still holds? So that'll be interesting. I don't think we'll get the result today, but the media does have access to the hearing, so we'll get some information about how that goes.
Max Foster, always a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you so much for that.
Landmark and historic.
Look at how the UK media is being unhinged. Oh, UK media being unhinged? That's new. They are some of the worst demons. Honestly, UK paparazzi and the UK media in general is so fucking psychotic that, like, they low-key, and I mean this in all sincerity, make, like, the royals look good in comparison. In very specific instances, though. Like, they are so fucking insane.
As a child, every single one of these articles played an important role, a destructive role in my growing up. To give any confirmation that I can specifically remember reading the articles at the time, I believe would be speculation. Yes, as you said, more than thousands, maybe millions of articles have been written about me since age 12. Yes, because again, because it's 20 years ago, I simply cannot speculate how it was and whether I saw these articles.
They're doing a reenactment.
At the time, I certainly saw lots of articles at the time. The ones I was made aware of because of the behaviour and reaction of people in my inner circle. Unfortunately, stories that I've only shared with one or two people within my inner circle ends up front page of newspaper or any page. Your circle of friends starts to shrink and diminish rather rapidly.
It's like weird because I don't know exactly how I feel about this because, like, on the one hand, fuck them, like, fuck the royals, right? But also on the other hand, like, fuck British media. Like, British tabloids are insane. Like, it's not like they're doing, like, something righteous or honest or just. It's like, oftentimes they're operating at the behest of the royals, just the main royal, as they, routinely fucking hold the lower royals, like the princes and whatnot, in check. It's not like they're anti-royal and, like, regularly fucking... It's not like they're anti-royalists and they're regularly, like, talking about how this doesn't need to exist, this is silly. Like, no, they're doing palace intrigue. And usually their coverage and their articles revolve around, like, really dumb shit. Like, fucking what Charles is doing as a 12-year-old is ridiculous. Like, at that point, he's like, fuck the royals. But, why? Like, why are you fucking writing about this dude when they're 12?
Takes his battle with the press to the heart.
They're so insane and so unhinged. They are brutal and have destroyed countless people's lives. A truly British institution. Yeah. Like, they're not, I don't know how to describe it to Americans who don't know. I don't know how to describe exactly how devastating British media is to Americans who are completely oblivious. Like, it's really fucked. It is entirely different. I mean, Rupert Murdoch owns a lot, but imagine if like serious outlets all operated like the National Enquirer. You trust the conservative news sources is celebrating diversity with this LGBTQ plus Pride Month? That's awesome. Of course they are. They also kind of make the New York Post look normal in comparison. Like, that's how unhinged they are. Not to say that the New York Post is normal, but like, that's how abnormal they are, if you know what I mean.
Prince Harry's showdown with the UK tabloid press reaching a new level today. The senior British royal heading into court earlier and then taking the witness stand in his lawsuit against Mirror Group newspapers, which is a major UK newspaper publisher. Harry alleges his phone was hacked to gather information about his private life. MGN is contesting those claims. Let's get to CNN's Nada Bashir, who is outside the UK High Court in central London. So we did finally hear from Prince Harry on what is day 2 of this case. Obviously, didn't make it to court yesterday. What did we hear from him?
Well, Becky, Prince Harry has gone into the details of his witness statement outlining the impact the media's intrusion, the British tabloids under MGN, has had on his life and growing up. He is now currently undergoing cross-examination. Andrew Green, the barrister...
Muslim Demi Lovato. Oh, that's so dumb. You're dumb. I'm not laughing at that. That's... Goddamn. Pretty good, though.
Representing Mirror Group newspapers, taking some pretty fierce questions to the court over the impact that the Mirror Group newspapers' publications has had on Prince Harry. A lot of questions as to how Prince Harry could have been distressed by some of these articles if they were written and published at the time where he was very young, perhaps not reading these articles. Questions as to why Prince Harry has taken issue with some of these articles when in fact similar statements have been released by the palace itself. They're currently going through a number of articles that Prince Harry has submitted as part of his claim. A total of 147 articles published between the early 1990s and 2011 were submitted as part of that claim. 33 of them are being considered and heard by the court at the moment. They're just reaching article number 13. Now, of course, as you mentioned there, Prince Harry and his legal team allege that the Mirror Group newspapers use unlawful practices, unlawful means in order to obtain private information. That includes phone hacking, intercepting voicemails, and even using private investigators to glean information about Prince Harry's activities and that of those around him. And he's spoken about the impact this has had, talking about how it made his friendship group grow smaller and smaller as a result of paranoia. He said he suffered from bouts of depression and that this eventually led to the breakdown of some of his relationships, including that of his relationship between himself and his former long-term girlfriend, Chelsea Davy. And of course, MGN has contested these claims. They say they were not aware of any wrongdoing by their journalists at the time.
That's cap. Like, do I believe that the fucking British media tabloids like absolutely tried hacking into his phone? Yes. Like 100%, I believe that. Like, there's 100%, I believe that.
They also contest that there is simply no evidence that Prince Harry himself was hacked, and in fact, that has been a repeated question.
A UK tabloid literally hacked a dead schoolgirl's phone. The tabloids also led to the suicide of Love Island host Caroline Flack. They're fucking dude, they are monsters, dude.
Enter the Flack.
They're fucking monsters, brother. I don't know how to describe it. They're like professional perverts. They have weaponized being perverted. Weaponization of pervetry. British tabloids are a mark, albeit a dark one, on the world. I'm Hasan Piker from London.
Question now by Andrew Green, the barrister representing MGN in court over the last few hours. Questions as to how Prince Harry and his legal team have come to the assertion that hacking was in fact used, or other unlawful measures were in fact used in order to glean information featured in some of these articles. He has referenced quotes by spokespeople from the palace, including St James's Palace, in just the last couple of hours. One example used a story published around Prince Harry suffering from glandular fever. Prince Harry himself telling the court that he believed the timing of this article was suspicious. He believes that the quotes used in this article could only have been known through gathering information through illegal means. MGN's lawyer, however, pulling out a quote from St James's Palace confirming such that this was true. So, of course, some real questions there. That hearing is set to continue. Prince Harry will continue to face questions today and potentially even into tomorrow. Becky?
Nada, thank you.
Now to strikes and protests happening right now across France. A day of action called by unions following the French president's move to raise the retirement age. Marcus Moore is on the scene for us there in Paris. Good morning, Marcus.
Well, Robert, good morning. This is the 14th day of nationwide protests across the country, and you can see some of the demonstrators who have gathered here in Paris. This is seen as a last-ditch effort to block the controversial pension reform plan that President Emmanuel Macron signed into law in April. He said to protect the country's entire pension system. And over the past several months, we have watched as anger has boiled over in the streets of major cities across the country. We've seen protesters sometimes clashing with police, and in other cases setting fires in some parts. So today they expect 600,000 people to participate in today's demonstration. They hope to put pressure on the government to vote on a possible plan that would reverse this retirement plan altogether. But Robin, the likelihood of it passing.
This motherfucker's just doing commentary in my absence. Do you see this shit? Bro, she thinks she's part of the team, dude. That's crazy. Notice how effectively I ignored the little demon. That's what you're supposed to do. Your dog was some wildly sus shit, man. Dude, I know. She gets a little unhinged.
Is very unlikely.
All right,
Robin.
Marcus. Thank you so much. Well, hey there,
I've never heard so many slurs. I mean, it's dog slurs, so is it like the same as slurs? You know what I mean? Not to try to rush you, but will you do second thoughts soon? Yeah, let's do it now.
This episode
and then after that, we'll get to Tucker Carlson.
And others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel, join the Discord server, and get early access to every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
Loneliness. American epidemic.
Epidemic of loneliness.
Actually hurts you more than smoking cigarettes.
Debilitating levels of
loneliness is killing me.
Loneliness. If you've watched Bo Burnham's Inside, you've heard about it before. And experts say it's as
smoking. It's so cool.
Bad as eating 15 cigarettes a day. But what is loneliness really? And is it a problem? The answer to both of those questions is yes.
Because loneliness is a problem that has existed behind the shadows for too long. And I came to realize this when I first began my tenure as Surgeon General, and I traveled the country and would talk to people who would tell me that they were lonely, but they wouldn't use that word. They would say things like, you know, I feel I have to carry all these burdens in my life by myself, or I feel if I disappear tomorrow, nobody would care, or I feel invisible.
Don't feel anything.
Right, and it turns out that millions of people struggle with loneliness. So when you dig into the data, what you find is that about 1 in 2 adults in America was reporting levels of loneliness, and these numbers are even greater among kids. But what you also find is that loneliness has serious effects on our mental health and our physical health, raising our risk for depression, anxiety, and suicide, but also increasing our risk of heart disease, stroke.
We're gonna test if this is a
dementia, and
poop
premature
bark
death.
or if it's a I'm bored
Loneliness
bark.
is a massive problem that's only gotten worse. We know this because earlier this year, researchers published this paper. And these are the graphs they came up with. Using a national survey tracking people's habits on random days for 17 years, researchers found that between 2003 and 2020, people started spending a lot more time alone and a lot less time with friends, family, and acquaintances. Like you heard the Surgeon General explain earlier, that's a big deal. It's not like people are a little lonely so they feel sad for a bit and then happy for a bit and it all kind of evens out. We're spending a lot more time alone, which is bad for both our mental and our physical health. Everything from depression to dementia to heart disease gets worse the lonelier we are, and the data shows that's an increasingly large number of us. And while the pandemic brought this into focus and made things even worse, the researchers behind this study stressed that these trends were already there well before COVID started. We've been on this path for a while. So who do we blame? Smart.
We talked a lot about the phone. We talked about the way technology has changed our lives, made us a little more insular, even though we're connected in digital ways.
And technology has utterly transformed how we interact with one another. Now, look, tech can be good or bad. It can help us or hurt us.
Technology has transformed the way we live and work now, where these connections are happening on Zoom, online.
Phones. Could you stop that? Smartphones. In a lot of the interviews and public addresses you've probably seen about the loneliness epidemic, phones, social media, and technology in general get blamed, taking up a lot of airtime. And don't get me wrong, social media definitely has a bad effect on our mental health. We've known this for a really long time now, and just about every study we've ever done confirms it. For example, a study that came out just this year found that more social media time equals worse mental health. And as a solution, it recommends that, quote, social media users be cautious when interacting with social media features, especially likes, comments, followers, media, and posts, because of their significant effect on mental health. Yes, phone bad. But phone not only thing bad. While social media for sure has a role in this crisis of loneliness, something a lot bigger is either completely absent from or barely glossed over in these interviews. Something that socialists have known contributes to isolation for a long time. And that's alienation. For centuries now, socialist thinkers led by the dapper young Marx have anticipated that capitalism would produce the kind of acute loneliness we're experiencing today. And if you've heard about alienation before, watching these news segments can be a little frustrating. Before we explain what it is, alienation is a structural feature of our capitalist society. It's almost universal, and for the most part, out of our control. That's important, because when these reports downplay it or don't acknowledge it, which is almost always the case, it leads them to conclude that while loneliness affects a lot of people, it's ultimately an individual problem with individual solutions.
And finally, their personal practices. Look, in all of our lives, we can do simple things, like taking 15 minutes a day to reach out to and connect to someone we care about, to make sure that we are giving people our full attention when we're talking to them in conversation and aren't distracted by our phones. And
at the end of the day, as you say, the solutions are on us. It's on people, it's on individuals, on families, on groups of friends to do something. And these relationships do take work, as we're reminded. I feel like I'm in touch with
Don't get me wrong. Personal practices to improve our isolation and our mental health are good things, and they're not the only thing in the Surgeon General's report or the interview I keep pulling clips from. Both do mention larger scale approaches to this problem, like regulation for tech companies, government investment in community organizations, and improvements to public health infrastructure. It's not all bootstraps and get-her-dones, but a really large piece of the puzzle is still
Diablo IV started an update.
Missing in these reports.
Your dog is not having it today? I know. She's being especially unruly because Fiona is here. Because my brother's staying with me, as well as my mom, as well as my dad. So, she's like worse than yesterday. When yesterday she was bad, but like not this bad. Today she's worse. She started off the day by taking a fucking fat shit outside, which was great, and then taking another shit that was not as big inside her crate. Okay. So, you know, that basically goes to show how fucking dog shit the start of this day was overall. Yes, a very bad girl, not a good girl at all. Did she go out just now? Yes, she did. She did not poop. She peed. I'm going to give her water now that she has calmed down. Does she want to play with Fiona? Yes, but she's not allowed to because I'm not going to let her. That kind of doggy play needs to be completely fucking organized and completely monitored. There's no doing that on your own. At 6 months, it will become worse. I think at that point, she'll be fine. Yeah, you can fucking get mad all you want. I'm a goddamn ruthless authoritarian, okay? This fucking demon is slated to be like at least 75 pound plus. She's already almost 30 fucking pounds, and she's not even 4 months old yet. You think I'm gonna let this fucking chomping monster behave in the fucking way that she wants to? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Yeah. No, it's not happening, okay? This is already a very smart dog, which is already fucking annoying. I'm gonna do all of the right things to do. Monitor every single thing that she does. Make sure that every single part of her life is restricted, limited to my fucking desires. Because I don't give a fuck what anarchists think. Dogs are not fucking humans, okay? They need structure, they need organization, and they need to work on your schedule. They need a job as well. Okay? She needs to be trained like a fucking like a foot soldier. You are like a micromanaging chatter. Yes, that is precisely what you're supposed to do to dogs. Anything else outside of that, anyone that claims that that's not how you're supposed to raise a dog is wrong. And their dogs, they either got very lucky and you know, had like a dog that demonstrates good behavior on their own volition, or they just have bad fucking dogs that they don't even realize it, and they constantly ask themselves, why does my dog do this thing that I don't want them to do? The entire point of, when you find yourself asking that question, that means you haven't properly trained your dog. Okay? And if you don't do that, and some dogs you get very lucky. Some dogs with age just train themselves. But yeah. Exercise, discipline, affection, in that order. Eggs, precisely. Precisely. All right, let's continue with this alienation video.
There's something else that's to blame for a big chunk of the loneliness we feel that can't be addressed by either individual practices or a little extra funding for community organizations. And that's capitalism, which, especially in its neoliberal variant, produces, thrives on, and actually even demands more individualization and the ever greater atomization of our society. Let me actually explain alienation. You'll see what I mean. On the economic front, capitalism is a commodity production system. That's the engine that keeps things running. Making stuff for the sole purpose of selling it for more than it costs to make. Profit-motivated production. The way this production is organized under capitalism is by class. You have the class of people who own the resources needed to produce commodities, and those who are hired to use these resources for the production of goods. Capitalists and workers. Employers and employees. What does this have to do with alienation? It turns out, a lot. In some of his earlier works, Marx identified that the way we organize work and production under our current system alienates us, meaning it creates a separation between us and four things: nature, work, others, and ourselves. Nature, because through the logic of commodity production, it's no longer something we're a part of. It's just this dead resource we extract from to make stuff. Work, because most people work for someone else in order to make something that the other person owns. You work in a Funko Pop factory. Once you're done making that Funko Pop, it's not yours to sell. You sold your labor power, but the product of it belongs to someone else. And then there's alienation from others and ourselves. In the labor market, we are commodities. Almost all of us sell 8 or more hours of our day to somebody else. During that time, we kind of stop being people and become just another resource that yields profit for our employers. That's already not great. Being reduced to this one thing for most of our waking hours, instead of being the complex, interesting human beings with different interests and emotions that we are, sucks. We're expected to just turn that off and compartmentalize while we're on the clock. We're interchangeable in the eyes of capital, and it's why so many people relate to the idea of being just a cog in the machine. That feeling of alienation is miserable and isolating. But it doesn't end there. Like, what about all the other cogs? As commodities in a competitive market, we're constantly pitted against one another, whether that's for job positions, promotions, or layoffs. There are always fewer jobs than people to fill them. And while you can be friends with your coworkers, in the back of your mind, there's always going to be a little voice that says, if the boss ever wants to fire someone, you'd rather it'd be them than you. Social cohesion is harder to come by in this zero-sum competition that decides if you get to eat this month. Also, when, in spite of the odds, solidarity and compassion do get realized in the workplace, and it takes the form of a union, capitalists are merciless in their efforts to turn workers against one another. Teamwork and collaboration are one thing, but solidarity terrifies them. Of course, real life is less binary than this. We make friends on the job, our boss can be a real-life nice person. But the built-in competitive element of labor under capitalism puts a strain on these relationships, and that's the problem. The way our economy is organized runs against our natural drive and physical need to socialize. It doesn't make it impossible, but it sure as hell doesn't help. And I've been talking for a while now, but we still haven't gotten the full picture yet. Not only does capitalism's reliance on a competitive labor force contribute to us feeling lonely at work, its demand for ever greater exploitation makes work a larger part of a lonelier life. If we go back to that study I used earlier, the one with all the graphs and the trends, this one, there we go. If we go back to this study, one of the main conclusions, literally the first line at the top of the page in this big highlighted box, says, quote, hours worked per week emerged as a structural constraint to social connectedness. In normal words, you work more, you feel lonelier.
Rise and grind. All men are created equal. Some just work harder. Now, if you want to be broke for the rest of your life, keep doing what you're doing. But if you want something different in life, you gotta do something different. You gotta go all in.
Your boss will always be trying to make you work more and pay you less. That's one of the main ways they increase their profits. If they do that by increasing your hours without touching your salary, you now have less time to socialize. If they do it by keeping your wage the same but reducing your hours, you now have less money to spend on leisure. Someone with a higher income may be able to pay for someone else to do their chores, while someone earning less has no choice but to stay home and do it themselves. Regardless, in either scenario, what decides how lonely you are is the threat of poverty keeping you at your job, and your boss taking advantage of that to either make you work more or pay you less. They can't afford to care if that makes your life worse. They need to be profitable. And if you're lonely because of that, that is not their concern. And all this is before we even get to the neoliberal part of the equation. You can add neoliberal culture and politics to these economic factors inherent to every iteration of capitalism. Neoliberal culture values things like self-reliance, rugged individualism, disdain for the poor and unfortunate. And of course, neoliberal pundits are constantly hammering on the myth that meritocracy is real, even though you can accurately predict a baby's future salary using only the zip code they're born in, their race, and their gender. And on top of the rhetoric, you can add
How come I never say any of this stuff? Because I am fake. I love capitalism. You got me. That's why.
Liberal policy.
I famously believe the opposite of what Second Thought believes. I went on his podcast, Deprogram, because I hate him. And I wanted to out him as a commie, which I have an ideological issue with.
Things like defunding social institutions, like schools, which are then forced to cut their arts and after-school programs. Or defunding public health institutions, where loneliness and other mental health difficulties could be treated. Or deregulating work, so your boss can work you longer. Set aside loneliness for a second and think of mental health more broadly. How many sources of anxiety, stress, suicidality, depression, anger, and misery do you think could be avoided if we used all the empty houses at our disposal to guarantee people a home? Instead,
I don't know about that, but you can avoid the top of the hour ad break with just a simple $5 a month subscription, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub, you know what I mean? Famously a tanky.
Let me read you some details off the list of these bills.
Thoughts on this guy being a tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay? That's my thoughts on this guy being a tanky. Take a fucking week off and think about how stupid you are as a human being. I don't know what this video is. It's probably, you know, that was just a weak moment. I don't agree with anything this guy's saying. Okay, I do agree with the top of the hour ad break though, because I love capitalism, and that's the, you know, that's the best and only way to do capitalism is by serving ads at the top of the hour. There's a ad break now. Get back to the second thought video. This dummy got bored, couldn't solve the puzzle, and is now just fucking freaking out again. What am I supposed to do? What am I to do? What am I to do with this fucking weirdo, dude? What am I gonna do with this, huh?
Instead of sitting on them until they turned a profit. How much of the mental health puzzle could we solve if millions of people didn't need to worry where their next meal would come from because we distributed food freely without bureaucratic means testing gumming up the works? How much of a load off someone's mind would it be not needing to worry about getting around when their car breaks down because of a robust system of public transport?
Just sent you a DM, let's do something. Just sent you a DM, let's go something. What?
When all of society is geared towards maximum exploitation instead of maximum well-being, of course mental health is going to suffer. Between the material incentives of capitalists that isolate us from nature, work, each other, and ourselves, and neoliberal insistence that we're alone in our personal responsibilities, combined with their policies that force us to be, it's a miracle we aren't even lonelier.
The solutions are on us. It's on people, it's on individuals.
But I forgot to mention another way this capitalist blindness further contributes to our isolation. Since the loneliness epidemic became part of the zeitgeist, employers have started using it as another argument in the long fight to bring workers back to the office after COVID. A bunch of companies, probably including the one where you work, have spent the last few years playing around with this idea that work from home is to blame for all the isolation and loneliness people are feeling. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's all those like, come back to the office, the culture here is so great statements every HR department is sending out. And I don't fundamentally disagree with their premise. Their execution is laughable, but work from...
I feel like I'm like giving Kaya weapons right now to just use against me when I give her water. I don't like that this relationship that I have cultivated with my dog is one full of warfare and it's a contentious one in nature. It's just like I shouldn't feel like you know, giving my dog necessary resources for survival will inevitably fuck me up down the line. You know what I mean?
From home can be lonely. However, that doesn't mean going to the office is necessarily better, nor is being forced back the solution people want. We want our work to be less isolating, more meaningful. We want more time out of work to socialize. Most people want some amount of flexibility so they can stay at home part-time and go into the office every once in a while. We want to have the power to put our social lives and our needs before profit maximization. Most people want the ability to have a say in how policies are decided. But bosses don't want that. They want absolute control.
This is not an employee choice. They don't get to choose their compensation, they don't get to choose their promotion, they don't get to choose to stay home 5 days a week. I want them with other employees at least 3 or 4 days.
We've told people we expect them on May 17th, 1 or 2 days a week. Get used to it, get your head wrapped around it.
Fucking demons, dude. Demon-like. There's something very openly demonic about the way that they deliver this information. I can't be the only one seeing that.
Get your head wrapped around the fact that we may, if we can, the legal issues about requiring vaccines, but by mid-July, 50% will be back in. Obviously,
capitalists think working from home means working less. They already have a ton of surveillance tech on people's computers to police you at home. But of course, that's obviously not as good as putting you in an open space where everyone's eyes are on your screen, guilting you into never taking a break. That's why they're always talking about returning to the office. They don't care about loneliness. They care about their bottom line and power. They want to regain the control they lost when you stopped being in their line of sight 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. None of these guys are doing interviews saying, we work our people too hard and research shows that's making them lonely. We should really tone it down. No, they just want to tell you what to do and make sure you do it. Or, you know, they're real estate moguls and they're losing money with all these empty office spaces. Here's the thing. When we don't talk about all this, about how overwork, exploitation, and our disgusting politics of rugged individualism profoundly affect loneliness, we open the door to capitalists and their rhetoric. If we don't talk about work, they will, and they get it exactly backwards.
And they do.
They'll take this loneliness epidemic, this massive detrimental problem to our society, this thing that's making us miserable and literally killing us, and use it as an argument for more time in the office like they're doing us a favor. Don't fall for it. The roots of this problem go far deeper than they will ever acknowledge. And before I cut this video off, I want to reiterate something. If you know or suspect a friend is having a hard time with these feelings of loneliness, please reach out to them. And if you're experiencing loneliness yourself, please reach out to someone in your life, or a medical professional, or someone on the other end of a warm line to talk about it. Even with all this structural pressure around us, there is help available. It works, and you can overcome this. You are allowed to and deserve to feel happy.
We need more connection in our life. And that's how I want people to think about this. Loneliness is not a source of shame. It's like hunger or thirst, a signal that our body sends us when we need something for our survival, and that's social connection.
I mentioned at the beginning of this video that my channel is only possible thanks to my patrons on Patreon.
Another banger video from Second Thought. Bro, I'm lonely, but I have the HasanAbi chat for company, Hasug. No, you guys need more than that. A sense of community from an online space is one thing, but it's not enough, like, mental and emotional stimulation. Like, you need human beings in your life, okay? You do. And I don't mean that in a fucking workplace environment. I do not mean you need human beings in your life that are fucking, you know, that are talking to you at the water cooler. Oh, she clapped the second one too. Good job, Kaya. Good job. Good job. Good job. Going. No. Go. Keep going. Oh, fuck. Anyway, our top story of tonight. People magazine reports that Taylor Swift and Matty Healy were never boyfriend-girlfriend. They were never boyfriend-girlfriend or exclusive and were always just having fun, having a fucking laugh. There it is, exclusive to People magazine. Nothing complicated happened here, a source says of Swift in the 1975 frontman split. Taylor Swift is back in her single era. The 12-time Grammy winner, 33, and the 1975 frontman Matty Healy, 34, have split after a whirlwind romance. She had fun with him, but it was always casual, a source confirmed to People on Monday. They are no longer romantically involved. They were never boyfriend-girlfriend or exclusive, and were always just having fun, another insider tells People. There is no drama, and who knows what could happen again. It was a good time and ran its course. Reps for Swift and Healy's band 1975 haven't responded to People's request for comment. Longtime friends since 2014, Swift and Healy were linked in early May, a few weeks after the news broke that she and actor Joe Alwyn had parted ways after 6 years together. The anti-hero singer has been on her record-breaking Eras tour since April, and Healy was in attendance for all 6 of Swift's concerts in Nashville and Philadelphia, where he was spotted with Swift's dad, Scott. When they weren't on the road, Swift and Healy spent time together in New York City, from hanging out with friends at the Electric Lady recording studio to sharing a kiss at members-only club Zero Bond. Taylor's doing great. Her focus right now is her tour. Since Matty is touring too, they won't be able to see each other at all, the source says People of Swift and Healy, who is touring internationally through July before the 1975 comeback to the States for some festival dates. They have been friends for years and decided to just go back to being friends. Nothing complicated happened. It's just live. A third source adds, how many fucking sources does People Magazine have for this, by the way? Like, they sourced this out the wazoo. If it were up to the People's Magazine, if, like, they could have figured out the Ukrainian dam collapse. You know what I mean? Made up sources. If you think this isn't Taylor's team, I don't know what to tell you. I could totally see this being Taylor's team, just like cooling, you know. I think this is 100% Taylor Swift's own team who saw the insane amounts of fucking backlash that she was getting for choosing to, in her adult life, date another adult man, okay? And recognize that like that was becoming too complicated for the Eras tour and revenue streams, and decided to leak this to the press. A third source says Taylor and Matty still care for one another, but they're in the middle of world tours, so are both incredibly busy. They've been friends for years and are still friends. Despite receiving backlash over past comments Healy has made, Swift was not swayed by the controversy. He likes to provoke a response out of people. She's a grown woman, more than capable of forming her own opinions about people, the insider adds. No one forces her into anything, especially not these days. She's on top of the world. Indeed, Swift has reached new career heights. She just announced the first international dates for her Eras tour. She's back on top of the Billboard 200 chart with Midnight's The Till Dawn edition, which features 3 new tracks, including a Karma remix featuring Ice Spice, and she'll drop a Speak Now Taylor's version re-release, complete with Fall Out Boy and Hayley Williams collaborations next month. Breaking news, Taylor Swift has been spotted with Adam Friedland. Follow for more pop culture news. She was reportedly singing very emotionally on some songs. She was visibly enraged during her show Saturday. He said a while back it would be emasculating to date her. Let her date who she wants, but fuck Matty Healy. See, this is our Swiftie correspondent. Joining us now is Prez146, a Swiftie parasocialist. Taylor was also spotted with a prominent Falun Gong supporter. No, not racial Jake. A Chinese broadcast misspelling of racial Jake's name has led many Swifties to believe that Taylor is gay. Jake, through his lawyer, has refused to comment. Why didn't you just retweet the tweet? This is such like specific Twitter drama. Anyway, we covered the Brad Trammell shit. It was crazy. Oh, breaking news! PGA Tour agrees to merge with Saudi-backed rival Live Golf. Every single professional golfer right now. It's true. So no more Matty on the podcast. I don't give a fuck. I would love to have Matty Healy on the podcast still. Oh, man. Love the Saudis. Very nice. All right, let's get to Tucker Carlson, a face that has been a prominent fixture on this broadcast, has now, once again, reared his ugly face. I don't know. Fuck. All right, this is episode 1, titled Ep 1. That's it. Oh, God, this is going to be so good. Tucker Carlson went from being the most popular news broadcaster in the country and an incredibly important asset to the growing American fascist movement to literally broadcasting 10-minute videos on Twitter. Tucker Carlson officially went from the guy who was at the top of the leaderboard to someone who has less prominence than me, okay? Someone who's doing something that is even a lower budget production than your favorite Twitch streamer, HasanAbi Piker, okay? Like, Twitter is probably one of the lower ends of posting. That's precisely the reason why some of the, best Twitter posters, quote unquote, will oftentimes try to turn those Twitter posts into like Ko-Fi subscriptions, Substack subscriptions, or even in the unique case, Twitch streaming, right? Or podcasts, as a matter of fact. And that's why it is like, it's not just like a little downgrade, it's like a major downgrade, okay? It's multiple layers down. The broadcast in and of itself is always going to be hard to pull off, logistically speaking, because Twitter is notoriously awful at like video on their platform. So that's where Tucker Carlson's at. I just need you to understand that real quick before we watch this video.
Somebody blew up the Kakhovka Dam in southern Ukraine. The rushing wall of water wiped out entire villages, destroyed a critical hydropower plant, and as of tonight puts the largest nuclear reactor in Europe in danger of melting down. So if this was intentional, it was not a military tactic, it was an act of terrorism. The question is, who did it? Well, let's see. The Kakhovka Dam was effectively Russian. It was built by the Russian government. It currently sits in Russian-controlled territory. The dam's reservoir supplies water to Crimea, which has been, for the last 240 years, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Blowing up the dam may be bad for Ukraine, but it hurts Russia more. And for precisely that reason, the Ukrainian government has considered destroying it. In December, the Washington Post quoted a Ukrainian general saying his men had fired American-made rockets.
I'm so glad Tucker Carlson is back to talk about riveting political commentary. What a wonderful utilization for the first episode. Like, who is this for, my man? Like, what do you think? Is he gonna get a fucking RT slot? Like, what's happening?
At the dam's floodgate as a test strike. So really, once the facts start coming in, it becomes much less of a mystery what might have happened to the dam. Any fair person would conclude that the Ukrainians probably blew it up, just as you would assume they blew up Nord Stream, the Russian natural gas pipeline, last fall. And in fact, the Ukrainians did do that, as we now know. It's not like Vladimir Putin is anxious to wage war on himself. Oh, but that's...
I can't think of anything that's like less relevant to like the American domestic market's interests than fucking woke beer until now. Okay, I covered this entire thing for hours today because, I'm filling 8 fucking hours of content, and there's a lot of weird nerds in this community that love when I talk about this shit. But when you're Tucker Carlson, like, I don't understand why your comeback stream or your comeback 10-minute video is almost exclusively on a story that is like interesting for like some of the most relentless fucking nerds. Either they're the NATO nerds, love NATO, and they're prominent on Twitter, or they're the Russia has done nothing wrong, they're actually killing all the Nazis and also simultaneously defending themselves from Western moral decay. Like, these guys are fucking extremely online and also completely insane, okay? Like, on both sides. I don't really understand why he's why he's covering the story at all. He could have literally, or the caring about Ukrainian life. Yeah, that too. Totally. I assume you fall under the category of like, I'm following the most Reddit war I possibly can category. So what's the difference? He gets views either way. What are you doing with your views? Is there an ideological purpose for why Tucker Carlson cuts commentary in the way that he does? Certainly. I think there's definitely that. He is a WASP nationalist. Okay. So it could have been about that. You criticized Andrew Tate when he criticized the BBC journalist? He didn't criticize the BBC journalist. He cried about the BBC journalist asking him questions about, like, why he wrote certain things, and then he lied and said he didn't write them. What is this? How is this relevant in any way, shape, or form to what we're talking about right now?
That's where you're wrong, Mr. and Mrs. Cable News consumer. Vladimir Putin is exactly that sort of man, the sort of man who'd shoot himself to death in order to annoy you. We know this from the American media, which wasted no time this morning in accusing the Russians of sabotaging their own infrastructure.
I guess this is like, for him to come across as like even-keeled to a broader audience. I don't know.
Bill Kristol, the man who once told us that Saddam Hussein was responsible for 9/11, immediately denounced Putin as a war criminal and even more savagely compared him to Donald Trump. The rest of the pundit class made similar, clearly coordinated noises. Putin did it! Putin did it! And their reasoning was simple. Putin is evil, and evil people do evil things purely.
It's so funny, like, the anti-war right is, like, not a real constituency and, like, is not even actually anti-war, okay? The anti-war right is never anti-war. They're anti-this war. They're anti-unproductive wars, right? That means that there's still productive wars that they're on board with. So just never forget that. And ultimately, the military-industrial complex basically runs the show in this goddamn country. Okay, that's why, you know, year over year, the discretionary funds given to the military continues to increase. That's why even when we had this debt ceiling conversation, which was totally fucking made up to begin with and never should have happened, neither party even touched the discretionary spending and actually were perfectly on board with increasing it. So when you consider all of that, and then you come to the conclusion, or rather the recognition, that, you know, no Republican person or president or politician is ever going to actually be legitimately anti-war, and Democrats certainly are also no longer anti-war. They don't even like claim to be anti-war like they used to back in the day, at least. You realize that, like, you're talking to no one. I guess you're not going to make any changes in the way that, like, American politics works. Maybe you're talking to a broader audience, I guess, of people who are like, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Why are we doing this? But you're not, you know, you're not necessarily doing anything that is going to change policy in the way that you had the capacity to do so when you were Tucker Carlson on Fox News.
For the dark joy of being evil. In this specific case, Putin attacked himself, which is the most evil thing you can do, and therefore perfectly in character for a man that evil. That was their explanation. No one who's paid to cover these things seemed to entertain even the possibility it could have been the Ukrainians who did it. No chance of that. Ukraine, as you may have heard, is led by a man called Zelensky. And we can say for a dead certain fact that he was not involved. He couldn't have been. Zelensky is too decent for terrorism. Now, you see him on television, and it's true you might form a different impression. Sweaty and rat-like, a comedian turned oligarch, a persecutor of Christians, a friend of BlackRock. But don't...
Damn, he's reading fucking Zil Disney to filth, though.
Believe your own eyes. Actually, Mr. Zelensky is a very good man. The best, really. As George W. Bush once noted, he is our generation's Winston Churchill. Of all the people in the world, our shifty, dead-eyed Ukrainian friend in the tracksuit is uniquely incapable of blowing up a dam. He's literally a living saint, a man in whom there is no sin. That's why Lindsey Graham is so attracted to him. They're just two good people, hanging out together and being good. And like all good people, when they meet in person...
Like, let's say Donald Trump wins tomorrow, okay? And he's the president. And he keeps giving literally all of the same exact weapons to Ukraine while simultaneously claiming that he's not, or whatever the fuck, right? In the media. But he absolutely continues to do so. What's Tucker going to do? Is he going to be like, wow, Donald Trump claimed that he was no longer going to arm the Ukrainian movement. He said that this war needed to come to an end. it seems like he's reneged on that promise. Like, no, you're not going to fucking say that. You're just going to move on to some other shit. You're going to go back to talking about sexy-ass M&Ms and how you want to fuck them. Call the Jewish man shifty. He's going full Rush Limbaugh. I think a lot of the times when he says stuff like that, he also called him a rat. A lot of times when Tucker Carlson says stuff like that, it's not necessarily to like dog whistle specifically to like the 8 Nazis that are going to be like, yeah, I don't like Zelensky because he's Jewish. It's more so that liberals will pick it up and then they will make a news story out of it. And then you can galvanize your base. I think he's doing that deliberately, baiting people to like cover it and say, look how Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic, so that he can turn around, which by the way, I think he is, for the record. I do think Tucker Carlson is anti-Semitic. I mean, he's a fucking fascist, but I do think he's baiting people to cover it and have like the ADL, which is an unpopular organization in general outside of like liberal circles, to literally fucking go and say, whoa, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? Just so that he can get more prominence. It's reaction baiting. You know what I mean?
Person, they spend a lot of time talking about killing people and laughing like friends do. Here's the pair last week.
Free or die.
Free or die.
Now you are free.
Yes.
And we will be.
And the Russians are dying.
It's the best money we've ever spent.
Thank you so much.
No, it's...
The Russians are dying. It's the best money we've ever spent, Graham says. A smile spreads across his thin, quivering lips as he forms the words. He looks like a starving man contemplating a breakfast buffet. The aroma of death has aroused Lindsey Graham. Thanks so much, replies Zelensky. He feels the same way.
Like, this would have fucking banged on Fox News. Lindsey Graham's team would be calling Tucker to be like, we need to come back on the 7 p.m. slot immediately, 9 p.m. slot, whichever slot he was on. And now it's on Twitter. I don't think that this is actually going to hit in the actual taste markets that it would normally hit if it was on Fox News, which is like all the donors, you know, the rich people who all happen to be over the age of 65, and just in general, like, yeah, the taste clusters, exactly. That's who they fucking care about. These politicians, I mean.
Way. See, there's nothing dark here. Just two middle-aged guys celebrating the killing of a population. They don't seem like the kind of people who'd enjoy flooding villages or starting a famine. And in any...
Wait, what?
Thanks so much, replies Zelensky. He feels the same way. See, there's nothing dark here. Just two middle-aged guys celebrating the killing of a population. They don't seem like the kind of people who'd enjoy flooding villages or starting a famine. And in any case, who cares if they are? It's really not your business. Your job is to support Ukraine.
Does your dad watch Fox News? I know you said he's a neolib. Brother, my father refuses to speak English, even though he wrote his doctorate in the language. Okay? Like, he has full capabilities of speaking English, refuses to do so. Even if it is to communicate to, like, other American people that are holding the treats captive. You know what I mean? Like, treats that he wants in his tummy. Like, he will go to a pastry store and refuse to communicate in English the pastries that he wants to purchase and consume. It's insane. He'll just like point to it and go, 2. It's ridiculous. Ülkücü mama yok lan, ne ülkücüsü, hiç alakası bile yok.
Watch Nikki Haley, a Republican candidate for president, explain this principle on CNN.
A win for Ukraine is a win for all of us. And for them to sit there and say...
Why, though? I still don't know. I literally don't know. We joke about it all the time. But, like, he just won't do it. It's very funny. And very odd. And we literally don't know why he does it.
This is a territorial dispute. That's just not the case. To say that we should stay neutral, it is in the best interest of America. It's in the best interest of our national security for Ukraine to win. We have to see this through. We have to finish it.
See? It's very...
Anytime I see dudes like this take this stance, I legitimately, like, I kind of find myself considering the blue and on commentary on matters such as this one, where they're like clearly they're doing this because they're in the pocket of Russia, you know, that kind of thing. Like, because it doesn't really make any sense. It literally does not make any sense. It doesn't make sense for Trump to be like, "Oh, I'm anti-war." I guess like maybe there's an audience for it. You know what I mean? You look like you can personally point to war as a product of like the American liberal wing, and that you don't want it. I guess there's that. A lot of Republican commentary is anti-Ukraine, but it's weird how openly pro-Russia this is. Yeah, like, I get the anti-Ukraine stuff because, like, it is seen as, like, a liberal cause. It is also seen as, like, you know, a money suck. You know what I mean? It's, like, untapped, unfettered spending, unrestricted spending, and they're like, why are we doing this? You know what I mean? By the way, they don't give a fuck about, obviously, restricting the spending. They just, like I said, use it as a talking point to, like, make it seem like they care and that we should be helping Americans or whatever, when in fact they don't care about that. I don't know. I genuinely don't know how or why he is so hyper fucking pro-Russia. Like, I literally don't get it. Because, like, I'm very critical of Ukraine, and people get very mad at me for being critical of Ukraine. Like, the New York Times article that came out recently was fucking insane and basically, like, frustrated me endlessly. But, you know, I'm more critical of Russia because they're definitely the ones who are objectively in the wrong here. So I don't really know. I don't really know why he's, like, so aggro on board with Russia.
Very easy to understand.
It's very simple. Russia is an ethno-state. What? Are you insane? Did you just say Russia is an ethno-state? Russia has like an African continent worth of diversity. What the fuck? It's quite literally one of the most diverse nation states on the planet. Why did you just say yes? What? Interesting. Brother, have you never seen like the USSR docket where it like will show you all the different types of Russians? Wait, what the fuck? There's one Iranian Yazidi in Russia. 52 Tajiks. Iranian Tajiks. That was 1926. Old census, go to the right. Where is the new census? Oh, that is an old one. Here. 2021 census. Look at the number of different ethnicities in Russia. Please. It's insane. Don't they like to tout Russia as a primarily white, primarily vague Christian and anti-LGBT? Factually, you are right. When Middle Americans think of Russians, you don't think of the multiple ethnicities. You think Ivan Drago. Yeah, but it doesn't change the reality that Russia is, due to the USSR, a gigantic fucking country with like an incredible amount of ethnicities within it. Yeah. %71%, according to the latest census, is ethnically Russian, which can mean a number of different things, but I guess they're like Slavs, right? They're Slavic. Are still pretty fucking diverse. America also incredibly diverse. 64% is white. And even within that whiteness, there's still Hispanic whites, for example, right? It's all white to me, brother. This guy sees like a fucking like a Tatar person, and it's just like, I mean, dude, look at this. Like, he just looks at the Tatar person, and he's like, oh, that's white to me. You know, classic white guy. You know who's the most diverse Russian? You know who celebrates Russian diversity better than anyone else? Okay. Maybe some of you already figured it out, but clearly bears repeating here. This man. He's everything at the same time. Okay? He's been a Russian man for 25 years. Anyway, Russia is very diverse. I guess you're right when you say, like, Americans think Russia is not diverse. By the way, America is very diverse in comparison to a lot of other countries. I would say America is very diverse. 64% white. And even that whiteness is incredibly diverse in and of itself if you break it down through, like, ethnic backgrounds and nationalities, for the record. Okay? Segal is Jewish, Asian, Chinese, Mongolian, Russian. Anyway, let's continue.
It is vitally important for you to support.
You ever see the Bashkir Russian rapper Morgan Stern's ad for War Thunder? Best advertisement song ever made? Bro, I can't show this. M-HUD, this is both political and an ad.
Рядовой Моргенштерн тут, сука. Готовьте пушки.
Pull up in the tank here. I love this. This might be the best video game, like, rap ad I've ever seen. Made only funnier by the fact that it's for War Thunder. War Thunder.
Алишарка стал до хуя богаче, Вартандер, большое спасибо. Танки, самолеты, вертолеты, корабль, тут все есть, что тебе надо. Поскорей беги по ссылке в описании, качай Вартандер прямо сейчас, а я приму ванну из бабок. Pull up in the tank, я еду в бой. Тут я капитан, боевой ковбой. Купил новый тур, это самолет.
This is a very different A-worded community, for the record. Like, I know a lot in this community loves like Hearts of Iron and like Paradox games and shit. Like this is the other side of like the spectrum of gamers who like hyper realistic milsims and shit. War Thunder is the racist side. Well, the other side, Paradox could be. Paradox is some racist stands too. This is a critique on war? No, man. That's fucking. It's an ad for the game War Thunder. Chatters. Chatters see fucking Russian being spoken in an ad and go, "What the fuck's going on here?" Wait, where's the... There's a new video that I was going to watch from friend of the show, Noah Samson. Hearts of Iron are only communists, femboys, Nazis. Yeah. Here's the new Noah Samson video. YouTube Shorts.
To the Demon Zone. Manosphere YouTube Shorts. I want to make this a regular series just so we can keep tabs on what's going on over there. Keep tabs on those red pillars. See what they're saying. See how these arguments are evolving. And see the all new wet and wild ways they're reinventing misogyny for the YouTube algorithm. Obviously, they're not reinventing anything. They're just finding new ways to package it and sell it to an audience of men. Without further baboo, bed, bump in.
What about you?
I love the podcast. It's super cool. It's a little obviously like misogynistic, but that's already like I already knew that going on.
Oh no. Oh no. Look, I don't care who you are, what you believe. Saying that on this podcast is a mistake. Unless you're prepared to go to war. I see where this is going and it's not gonna be fun for us.
Misogynistic, but that's already like I already knew that going on.
You triggered my trap card!
Define misogyny. I mean, at least he's honest that he's
fucking owned, dude. Fucking just left wing destroyed, baby.
About to trap her. Very transparent there with the agenda. Define misogyny.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Placing men above women.
Is that your final answer?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Maybe a little bit.
Stupid. No, it's the hatred and or contempt of women. Oh yeah, hating and feeling contempt for women definitely doesn't place them lower than you. Those are two totally different definitions.
Bro, he fucking got her so good. Dudes will watch that even in my chat and be like, yo, he fucking got her, dude. What a dumb bimbo, dude. Fucking yo. Fucking yo, dude. Fucking got her, dude. Fucking owned it.
This lady got it all wrong. She's so wrong. Just a silly lady. So what did we say that was misogynistic? Please explain.
Please tell us.
Oh my god. Seriously.
Oh my god.
Please tell us what was misogynistic.
Oh my god.
So you made a claim that you can't even back up. Yo, honestly, no offense. You're lucky you're pretty because you're dumb as fuck. But anyway.
He's like, let me give you a very clear, definitionally misogynistic statement to help you along on this journey. Okay? Like, immediately fucking proved her point. Like, for example, for those of you who are too fucking dense to comprehend, the notion that women are only valuable as attractive, okay, as attractive objects of desire is misogynistic, okay? That's it. Because for a very long time throughout history and still in contemporary society, women have only been seen as objects of desire. So when you use that as a trope, as an own in your argument, that's going to come across as misogynistic. That is misogyny, okay? I sometimes also engage in this, for the record, especially when I'm talking about like trad wives or whatever, and that definitely pisses off people. Like it's something that I do. It's probably my worst trait, I would say, but like that's it. That's misogynistic. Like you're being a fucking misogynist.
Anyway, we'll move on.
That's exactly what I mean. You're
Like-
saying that I'm stupid because I'm pretty. That's
No, you are
misogynistic.
stupid. You are stupid though.
Oh, she's right. Oh, she effective counter immediately launched.
Sure, yeah, for sure, guys. Doing not a great job of beating the misogyny allegations there. Just calling a woman stupid for not playing your little debate lord game. Fresh and Fit are some of the more prominent members of this community, but there was something I saw recently that I feel like could shift the cultural viewpoint of these guys. Obviously not from well-adjusted human beings that can recognize immediately.
Help me understand why women still decide to go on the show. They know the outcome. Clout, negative clout, or positive clout is still clout. That's it. Like, a lot of these people have like 300 fucking Instagram followers. You know what I mean? Like, they want to get a bunch of like horny little incel goblins to follow them and like possibly hate follow them, but like still follow them regardless. You know what I mean? Like, that's why they do it.
That they're fucking weirdos, but from the people that watch them, which was their like deeply racist tirade they went on about when they were in like a little content drama with Abba and Preach. Clips like that remind me of like the Sneeko Moist Critical thing, or Just Pearly Thing's relationship with Nick Fuentes, how it's pretty uncritical. All little straws on the camel's back of the death of the Red Pill movement, in my opinion. That's my prediction.
I do think that the Red Pill movement is eating itself alive, though. Like even fucking Andrew Tate and people like that are just shitting on like the more prominent figures because they're so like they're such clowns. You know what I mean? Like, they are so like objectively sweaty and gross that even other dudes who have been born out of those movements are like kind of disavowing some of the more prominent fixtures in the movement itself. It's odd. There's sectarian infighting in the Red Pill PUA podcasting community, folks. That's right.
Prediction, but who knows? Could be wrong, could be totally wrong. Just my hypothesis. You're lucky you're pretty because you're dumb as fuck. That was fucking everything. Found a stupid woman. Oh, found a stupid woman. She's so stupid. Oh, she's stupid and pretty. Oh, even worse. Here we have a Brett Cooper reaction, the Daily Wire astroturfed right-wing streaming content market void filler. The show is called The Comment Section because most of it is her reading comments from the comment section because she has zero funny, interesting, insightful, charismatic, or any other positive descriptor thoughts. That it's just fully empty.
It's giving lavender batty with the space batty glasses and the gloves and of course the inches and the belly. If you guys are partying, be safe tonight and have fun.
This lady, right? Like, she's like popping off in like the PUA podcast circuit where like she goes on every, not Femme Shabiro, the lady that she's reacting to. Like, it's like another one of those. I don't really know too much about her, but it just feels like it's another like desperate, please lol cow me attempt. You know what I mean? Not Femme Shabibo, not Ben Shabiro's fucking female version. I'm talking about the lady that she's like responding to, like watching.
And last but not least, Happy New Year's, besties!
I was just informed that is a man. Normalization has gone too far.
Fucking own, dude. Like, there's like 11 different things that you could make fun of with this person, right? Because like, she literally is like, I think she's, you know, doing it for that reason, right? She's doing it for that reason. And you immediately have to be like, she's trans. Fucking owned.
Just saying. That's just all I can say.
I am tired of Earth.
It is all you can say because you don't say shit on your show. You just play movie clips. Damn! Damn! Me when I watch Brett Cooper and want to puke because it's so boring. But yeah, what's up with this just being like really mean to some random person?
That's like, dude, Noah just identified 98% of conservative commentary. And then the other 2% is like when someone like myself is being mean back to them crying about how mean I am. Like, literally, that's like straight up. The majority of conservative commentary revolves around just like being mean. Like, they're the fucking little nerds that got shoved into lockers. So now they've gotten together online and they're being mean-spirited back to people that are even like weirder than they are. You know what I mean? That's it. That's like the whole point. Would you date that lady? I am dating your mom. So unfortunately, you know, I'm unavailable because I'm fucking your mom.
For doing a video, a silly video. People that go online and post videos like this while being fat and like gender non-conforming are braver than the troops. Boundless cruelty, just boundless. Fully normalized cruelty, just being cruel to some random person because of how they look and how they present.
Somebody said, bro is 5'11" horizontal. Another person said, day 24 of asking you to run at full speed. I want to see that, but with the tiny, like, weird glasses. That would please me.
Oh, thanks, Brett. Thank you, Brett, for your input. Love Brett. You know, always bringing out the good, bringing out the laughs. She's also one of 10 of the failed Hollywood actors, a part of the Daily Wire, which I always think is hilarious. Deeply untalented people that turn to right-wing grifting to make money, and it works.
There's nothing funnier than like having a fake chat. Like having a fake chat in your fake streaming room that you created, which is like an objectively lower version of like the professional studio format that everyone else at the Daily Wire is utilizing. Like, I don't have this fucking background in my house because like, I don't know. I have created like a fake studio. Like, this is where I live, you know, I have a real chat. And I recognize it. It's like it's a worse version of like what CNN does or something like that. It's a little bit different, but like still, it's not as high quality, right? So lowering the standards that, of your production specifically so that you can come across more, you know, more like normal is odd. Especially when it's like super astroturf.
They make money, but they'll never make anything that's good. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. Whoa, hey. Do you want to have an online marketplace that will save you things? Subscription box. Car clips never get old, man. That I got. Check out to save even more. Once again, thank you to Temu for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to it.
I think the ultimate thing...
The car clips never get old, man. Cash cow talk. I'm a cash cow, baby. Love making some money off of women bad podcast clips.
I do a little psychoanalysis that might be preventing someone like you from attaining your dream girl is you have this block where you think so much about body count, so much about her being a high-value woman.
So you're saying I'm going in with what? Too much expectations?
I don't even think it's expectations. I think it's judgment. A little like too much judgment instead of taking into account all these other things. You're focused on these like minuscule things and you're
minuscule.
I mean, you're just saying body count.
This guy sucks so much, and it's not even because he's a deeply insecure, misogynistic guy. Obviously, that's the case. But because he just can't hold his own in a conversation. His voice falters. He looks around instead of directly engaging with the critiques. And then once he shuts everyone up, he finally gets his soapbox moment, and he just goes, body count is important because promiscuity.
Minuscule?
I mean, you're just saying body count. That's like so.
It's like, bro, if you're gonna be a misogynist, at least get good at it. Top 10 least effective misogynists in my book. I remember when I was like looking into this podcast, going to the guy's Instagram, and there was a bunch of comments from guys being like, hey man, you know, I love that you're being like a misogynist and it's great for the program, but can you please like get more masculine? Because you're making us men look bad by being so soy. And as a dude constantly under fire with the soy allegations, you know, I think that's great because being soy is okay, but not when you're an alpha male podcaster. Just quick and easy way to piss off the target demographic.
That's like so physical. Like, you're
focused too much on the past too. You're not really focused as much.
There he goes. Listen to these ladies talk. They are so dumb, right? Producer behind the computer with no microphone.
Here's what's so funny to me. I think women are unaccustomed to hearing men communicate and articulate their preferences, standards, and boundaries. Women are the queens of going for exactly what they want. You guys have laundry lists of criteria that a guy needs to meet.
This is one example of the preferences thing being a cudgel against criticism. I don't think I made a good argument in my last video about this. I wrote on the screen how preferences are sometimes a double standard and how that's the problem with them, but I don't actually think that that's the case. I don't think there's necessarily a moral element to someone having a preference for someone who hasn't, you know, had a lot of casual sex or a lot of sexual partners, because you could imagine a scenario where they themselves aren't experienced and might feel intimidated or like they want to start out their experiences with someone that is similar similarly inexperienced. I think there's probably a case that something like that is probably fine. The issue is the majority of the time body counts are being mentioned, it is as one method to police women's sexuality, where a man having a high body count is cool and dope, and a woman having a high body count makes her a slut. And cultural norms like that can affect your preferences. So these women aren't saying you can have preferences, they're just saying they might be worth criticizing. All that is to say, you know, preferences are preferences, sure, but why is also an interesting question to ask sometimes. I think the main thing the body count stuff stems from is just like insecurity. It's just plain and simple insecurity. Patriarchy instills in men intense feelings of competition. Like, of all the people this person has had sex with, maybe there's someone that's better than me. Couple pointers there, get good. And the person is deciding to have sex with you, not the other people that might have been better. But it's not a race, you know? Just give and receive nuts. That's all. Simple tips with Noah Samson.
I was a feminist when feminism was about equality, giving women an opportunity to find their rightful place.
Oh my God, we just...
Oh, I love, what the fuck is this, dude? Oh God, another one of these things? Jesus Christ. I love these fucking oi cunts, yeah, right? Fucking sick cunt, yeah? We're gonna talk about fucking feminism, right? Fucking hell. Let's go. Fucking hell. I'm an Aussie. I'm a fucking Aussie. Let's talk about fucking feminism, yeah?
Just found the most British person on Earth. This is what happens when you put...
Wait, it's not British. Isn't she? She's Aussie, no?
10 queens into a blender, and then out pops this lady.
Equality, an opportunity to find their rightful place.
Yeah, fine. That's not British. It's fucking. She said fine. She's a fucking Aussie. She's a fucking Aussie. Get it right. Fucking Noah Samson. Get it fucking right. That's a terrible Aussie accent. Shut the fuck up, bitch. At least I figured it out. At least I clocked it. Fine.
Particularly in the public world, which was tremendously important and exciting when we achieved that.
So it looks like she's going off the legal definition of equality, which means once all the rights were evened out between the genders, legally speaking, that is when equality is reached. But obviously, aside from the fact that legal rights haven't been won in many places in the world, it's kind of like that argument that conservatives make where they say that because the civil rights movement happened, racism is gone. It's illegal, so people don't do it.
This would qualify as a racist institution, the state of Alabama.
Show me the law. You've named an institution you don't like. Now show me the law.
Which is, of course, a little bit.
Show me the law. Racism is only in individual cases. And even then, if you point to an individual case, then, like, I love the idea of show me the law for racism when, one, it's not even about the law itself, but it's usually about like the disproportionate outcomes and how it's being utilized and weaponized against communities of color. But also, like, even if you were to show him the law, all he's going to do is, well, that law actually doesn't say what you think it says. Okay, that's it. Like, that's the point. The point is that, like, even if you are to show him the law, he's going to turn around and like own you in the semantics argument and be like, that's actually not what the law says.
Silly. That argument is a little bit different though, because as she's about to go into, many of the advantages in society are shifting away from men, but not for the reasons she thinks, I think.
Feminism today, to me, is all about advantaging women at the expense of men. And it's become very much caught up in the demonization of males. I came across an article I wrote 40 years ago where we just started to notice how badly boys were doing vis-a-vis girls. What was becoming very obvious is there were also a lot of boys falling behind and not achieving their potential. We have really very much feminist ideology infiltrating all our education systems, systematic programs to continue to advantage girls.
So what she's talking about here about boys falling behind, especially in education, is 100% true. By pretty much every metric across all age groups, boys are testing worse, dropping out at higher rates. Girls are around twice as likely to graduate at the top of their class. But anyone who's trying to blame this phenomenon on something like feminism is grossly oversimplifying the issue. I'll leave an article linked in the description that references a book. It's called Of Boys. boys and men that looks at some of the potential causes for this. But long story short, is it's complex. Changes in the requirements for labor markets, social expectations of boys not adapting to a changing world, and attempting to paint a causal link between these changes and what she calls the demonization of males is a very ideologically driven perspective. And also there have always been subsets of the feminist movement that have exhibited that sort of perspective. That isn't anything new. I've heard this argument from several women who are a part of the old school feminist movement, and the modern feminists attacked these women as well. I mean, a bad argument is a bad argument, right? And also, how are arguments supposed to be counter-argued for if every time you do that, it's being framed as an attack? Baby behavior there, big crybaby energy there. Look at how The Simpsons changed how they treated Bart. It used to be, he's a troublemaker because he's genuinely smart, but the school system isn't built for him. And yeah, he's got some growing up to do, but he is growing up. Look, he's going to law school in the future. Now, anytime we cut to the future, Bart...
You're at a certain point, you come to the realization that you're dealing with someone with a baby brain, okay? Like, this is how a child operates. You are looking at a cartoon, albeit for adults, but like, you're looking for an adult cartoon for guidance about the world, okay? And your analysis is also incorrect. But like, regardless, it's ultimately just a child's cartoon. You're deriving like systemic analyses off of like an individual child's cartoon. Or I mean, a child in a cartoon, sorry. It's so strange. You are a child. You are a kid. Stop looking at movies. Liberals do this too, okay? One piece is important. Like, you can derive the political undertones that the artist is trying to convey. That doesn't say anything about the systems, okay? That literally says nothing about the systems in and of itself. It just says something about the artist. You understand? That is my issue with this commentary, okay? That's what is frustrating. Can you elaborate on how their analysis is incorrect? Don't necessarily agree with them. I just want to hear your analysis of the future of Bart and Lisa in The Simpsons. That's pretty funny. Chatter. It's a dumb example, but I think the comment is just saying one example of portrayal of men in media. Yeah, it's also wrong as well. Oh. There are ways to derive ideologies. There are ways to pull out ideological perspectives off of the media that we consume, and you know, Slavoj Žižek has done a very good job with that. But that ultimately is about ideology built on top of our material conditions, our existence, and how how it basically is reinforced through our media in ways that maybe even people don't recognize that they're putting certain things in their content do it. Okay? That oftentimes aligns with what you would recognize as the status quo.
Is presented as more and more of a loser. Meanwhile, Lisa, whose worldview has been utterly coddled by the show, is constantly being told that her potential is being wasted and needs to be nurtured, despite the constant support she gets. Okay, look, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't keep up on The Simpsons lore, so if anyone does, can you please fill us in on whether this is true or not? I just love that first line, though. Just look at how The Simpsons have treated this poor boy Bart. Thanks, feminism. The boys notice we just get called trash when we call it out. Obviously, a feeling is being communicated here and being connected with by other people. This comment has almost 10,000 likes. But I do think one aspect that's worth taking into account here is that there's a difference between calling out how feminism is making your life harder and calling out looking for support from those around you when you are struggling at work or in school. I think the men being called trash are probably mostly the former, but also it still is for many socially unacceptable to do the latter. And that's patriarchy, baby. Get it out. Get rid of it. All right, on to the next.
What is the most romantic thing a man can do for a woman, and what's the most romantic thing a woman can do for a man? The
Okay,
married one.
so I'd say the most romantic thing, I'll just use my own marriage, for instance. Obviously, for a woman being able to cook and clean, but I'll give some more specific examples like what I do.
All right, here we go. In a vacuum, someone professing their desire to cook and clean and take care of a home and be a traditional wife, you know, that is fine. I think that's fine. I think some might consider that choice feminism. I don't necessarily think in a vacuum that that's a good judgment on this phenomenon. I also think it opens up a big counter argument because there are still a lot of people that fall into this category that it's their preference, even though patriarchy has instilled that into them somehow. I don't really know though. I'm not that well-read of a guy. But the difference here is that this person is professing these values on a podcast that hates women, that wants to see women put in their place, that wants to see women chained to an oven. And so the only reason you'd want to do that is probably social capital. That's why everyone's on these podcasts. Maybe she runs a trad wife account. I don't know. But you know their reaction already from hearing her. You know what they're going to say and what the comments are going to say.
Being able to cook and clean, but I'll give some more specific examples like what I do. I wake my husband up with a massage and coffee every single morning, and every single night I'm scratching his scalp and like giving him a back massage until he falls asleep. It's important that he falls asleep first.
What? Okay. No, I take it back. I'm wiping his butt. I wipe his butt for him because he...
Okay, no one seems kind of jelly beans. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I personally love a nice little, you know, pet on the head. Okay, I'm a fan of that. Feminism is about choice. If someone wants to do that, then, you know, they should be able to do so. Okay, don't be jelly beans. Head rubs are the best.
Loves it. She's describing taking care of a baby. Change his diaper and give him a pat on the belly. The girl's face as well. Look, she's like, what?
And I would say something that's romantic that he does for me. Well, since I do all of the cooking, it's nice when he takes me out for dinner because it's like a little break and it's just special. And then also even just while we're here in Miami, he's kind of like my little bodyguard, like making sure if there's any men walking by, he just like puts his arm around me and just making sure that I'm protected. That's what it's really romantic. And that's something that a woman could never do for a man.
W, dude. Fucking W. You said all the right things we want you to say. Oh, look at that. She's looking for validation, dude. That's why she said all that shit. Okay. Love it.
Wow. Just terrified of pedestrians. Every man on the street is going to attack my wife, and for that reason, I have a gun holstered in my hands at all times. For the inevitable cringe lord commenter, self-defense is important. Why are you hating on self-defense? I'm not. It's just funny to imagine people in board shorts and sandals walking by and you thinking they're gonna hit your wife on the head with a giant King DDD style hammer. It's just funny. That's all.
Fantastic. Wow. I like it.
You are blessed.
I think a lot of women should really take heed to what you're saying. It's really, really great
Some very
stuff.
good points.
I mean-
Both you guys.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like the term pick me. I've talked about it before, but this unambiguously going on a men's podcast to brag about how you rub your husband's chin until he falls asleep and burp him like a baby. This is wild. This is the best possible example I've seen. And I think that's super fun. And that's why he's walking around protecting you like a bodyguard. Can't even blame him. He knows exactly what he has. Yeah, my girlfriend doesn't cook and clean, so
I like that we have this like conditional relationship with women, like that, like we will only protect them. We will only fucking protect them if they're giving us back rubs. Okay,
when someone's
got
about
it.
to jump her, I just step back because I would only do that if I had somebody like her. These are the women that I would go to war for and die to protect. Me when I am doing war crimes to protect my women at home who actually is not affected by the fact that I'm doing war crimes. No, but I think a lot of men have this sort of protector fantasy. Oh, World War II. Those men went out there to get the Nazis so they wouldn't come get their wives. And whatever, fine, everyone has their own fantasies, right? But a lot of these gender dynamic fantasies are really divorced from reality. It's a lot of things that you wouldn't actually practically have to deal with. Because cooking and cleaning is something that has to...
If your lady won't give you a subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks, you should, you know, she's not doing the trad wife duties, okay? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well then, get a girl. Get a woman, get a lady, okay? And she will buy you a gifted sub in between the head rubs and stuff, okay? Or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Tamana, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
Happen every day, and I would guess that this woman has never been jumped next to her man, and it's not because he's a big tough guy. It's just because that's
MP Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted
a
subs.
really rare thing, so much more rare than daily home labor.
You go up and you punch Dwayne The Rock Johnson in the face. He's stronger than you.
Wow, why? Ooh, I can't wait to hear this one. Pearl, thanks, Pearl.
Why do women get an excuse? If a weak man hits a strong man and gets hit back, nobody feels bad for him. Why is it that if a weaker woman hits a stronger man and she gets hit back, he goes up to Dwayne The Rock Johnson, big jack dude, and hits Dwayne first?
Yeah.
Nobody is going to feel bad for him when he gets knocked the fuck.
I think like the point is if there is like an objective, like noticeable physical difference in size and force between two parties, whether it's man on man or man on woman, like it's on the larger person to, you know, not retaliate with like an amount of force that is like going to genuinely fucking hurt the other party. You know what I mean? Like it's up to you to de-escalate. I'm a big dude. I see that as a thing that I should do. Okay. Now, legally speaking, or rather in a situation like if someone is trying to harm you and you fight back, like it's fine. You know what I mean? No one is going to fucking cry about it, in my opinion. But again, it's yet another weird avenue here where like these people have basically completely dropped all notion of being like good human beings. You know what I mean? It's like they're like fantasizing about hypothetical situations where like someone is being awful to the other person. You know what I mean? Like immediately they're like, yeah, I am on board with like disproportionate use of force by a party that is much more powerful in this hypothetical situation. You know what I mean? Like a normal human should look at that and go, well, if you're a big dude, like you of course have the right to defend yourself. But like, you know, contextually speaking, if the situation doesn't call for it, I think escalating with additional use of force is, you know, not the best thing to do, right? Not. But like for them, they are literally like, I'm fantasizing about doing violence, like a man doing violence to women. Like a woman hit you and then you got to hit back and fucking kill her. Like you got to beat the shit out of her. And it's like, yeah, full powered hitting an 8-year-old for hitting you. Exactly. That's the way I see it.
Out because you shouldn't have messed with him. Why do women feel like it's acceptable?
So this is another example of this philosophical idea that gets thrown around as a men's rights point. Equal rights, equal fights. Women should be able to get punched in the brain if they hit men first. And on first blush, you know, violence is bad. Someone getting attacked, regardless of who it is, might want to defend themselves. But is punching someone back the same as defending yourself? Especially if you're a bigger, stronger man? You know, it probably isn't. But more importantly, you know, this hypothetical could not be more divorced from reality. The vast majority of domestic violence goes in one gender direction, and that's not to disparage the male victims of domestic violence, but only one of these things is brought up in these spaces as a talking point, and that's the violent fantasy of men hitting women back, as if that's something that hasn't been happening in society for for a long ass time. Let's just say that.
The question to ask is the amount of money that you two girls are making on, is it worth giving up a family and love?
Yo, this dude is always white knuckling when he's talking to women, and it's like it's kind of terrifying. Like he always looks like, I mean, what a wonderful way to segue into this conversation, because he always does look like he's like, I hope a bitch hits me in the fucking face so I can fucking unload. Like I'm sure he's not like that, you know what I mean? But he just like sounds like and looks like and gives the vibes of a person who's just like, yeah, I can't wait to fucking exercise my right to bear arms on you.
Because any man that is worth his fucking salt that you would even be attracted to wouldn't put up with it. I can tell you right now. And you, my dear, are a depreciating asset.
Whoa, what's up? First of all, with this music, crazy frog ass beat.
My dear, are a depreciating asset.
But also, bro, you're a weird guy. You're a strictly weird motherfucking guy. I tell you right now, you ain't gonna do this crap. This guy went on that Jubilee video, I'm pretty sure, and he was so quiet. He was so quiet. But put him in a room full.
Yeah, he was like, he came across as like reasonable at times, you know what I mean? Like, and certainly unreasonable in others, but nowhere near as unreasonable as he is on like those whatever podcast clips that you see on the timeline, where he was just like, you know, very odd.
Full of like 19-year-old college girls. That's an alpha male right there.
Now, and you, my dear, are a depreciating asset. So every day that goes by, you're going to be less and less beautiful. And at some point, there's going to be a history of you doing that. As beautiful as you are, you're stunning, you're a pretty girl. But no man that is going to be in your league is going to put up with it.
I think this guy skipped that part of kindergarten where they teach you that people are different and that that's okay. What he's saying is him and his boys don't like OnlyFans girls.
I don't know. Am I fucking soy? Maybe. But like my immediate thing when I hear something like that is like, why are you being so mean? Like, why is there automatically this like immediate like back and forth where it's like, I fucking hate you. Like, I'm gonna say some fucking awful shit about you. You know what I mean? Like just like it's reeking of insecurity. Like when I see that, when I see someone behave like that, I'm like, well, you're kind of being insecure. Like I can be very ruthless, right? I can be very cutting. And for me, I get to that point when like someone is very clearly demonstrating that they themselves are in some way like devoid of a piece of humanity that we should all have inside of us. You know what I mean? No, or the podcast dude? No, I'm talking about the podcast dude, man. Like when I see a dude say like you're a depreciating asset, first of all, also kind of misogynistic because like, again, if you noticed, one of the only fucking values that you are ascribing to women in that regard is their beauty and how you perceive their beauty, right? Which is already a subjective thing. It's beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I say kind of. What do I say kind of about? I don't even know what I'm saying. Oh, what he's saying is, yeah, it's not kind of misogynistic. It is very misogynistic. Anyway, everybody calm the fuck down. Shut up. Anyway, it's just like but also on top of it being misogynistic, it's also very rude. Like it's just like a mean-spirited, very rude thing to say. And I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, why is that? How is that like, I don't get like how that's a brand now. You know what I mean? Like, oh, dude, like, I'm gonna be the fucking rude guy. I'm the bad guy. I'm a villain, dude. And then like these people hailed him as heroes. You know what I mean? Such broad, unfunny, unfound attacks. Yeah. I don't get it.
Him and the men he knows aren't into that and would judge a woman for that. But, you know, not every person is the same. Some people value different things, and other people have more open feelings about sex work and so on. So he's walking around projecting his values onto every person he sees and getting mad, actually, because people defy his values. And that's really messed up of them to do.
And so the question is, if you were truly in love and you had true desire for a man that would put his foot down with you and tell you how it was going to be, would you or would you not give up your OnlyFans?
No, I wouldn't. Same way if I wanted to really expand my dating pool.
Then you do not genuinely desire that man. You would not be in love with that man. Good job. Because if you were in love with that,
I love that they're saying like get a job. Well, while simultaneously telling her that like the job that she has, she needs to give up for the dude. Like, okay, what if she was a fucking chef? You know what I mean? What if she's a chef in a kitchen? Okay, a more respectable, more trad profession, and it's like, you know, you gotta get over that. You can't be in the kitchen. You can only cook for your man. You know what I mean? you shouldn't be cooking for other men. That's gay. Just like, what the fuck? Bloody, don't do that. You know, you got to give up your job for your man. It's like, what? Why? Then that's not her man. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? And once again, another marker of misogynistic sentiment also revolves around like women's personal preferences, you know, exclusively revolving around what men want and what, like, how to attract male partners. And it robs women of their humanity, right? Like, you wouldn't say that to any other fucking human being. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a very weird thing to say to a person, to be like, yeah, no, you can't do that. You got to stop your job that you're doing, that you've made money with, if you want to attract a male partner. Like, okay.
That man, you would shut it down, and that day will come for you. It'd probably be way
Again,
down
why
the
don't I
road.
put on a hijab? Because then I can find a man who actually reciprocates, because Muslim men lower their
Any
gaze when other
man,
women
any man that asks you
walk
to do it
by.
and you say no to, you're gonna look at as a pussy. You will not respect him, and you will not love him.
I know what you want more than you know. I know better than you know about your own life.
Yeah, I mean, Noah nailed it as well, but like, that also does come from like, why would I listen to you? You're a woman. You don't know what you want. Again, you don't know what you want as a woman. I know what you want because I'm a man. I know what women want.
Because I'm in a black tuxedo. And it's so funny how threatened they are by the fact that someone's a sex worker, they're openly a sex worker, and that doesn't disqualify them from meaningful relationships. Oh my God, it doesn't disqualify you. I'm going to poop my pants. I'm going to poop my pants and wear a black suit. Once they get a taste of the money and attention, the idea to focus on just one man is damn near impossible for them. I have a YouTube channel that gives me money and attention. I like those things. Does that hurt my ability to focus on one person? No, it doesn't. Stop being so judgy. You're being so judgy. She honestly believes she can go change your outfit, who's who, and be viewed differently. Wow. Yeah, I don't know if that was what was said, but I think the whole point is that you can date people that aren't going to judge you for your profession, and that's kind of a prerequisite to being in love with them, you know? Someone that's going to judge you for your actions, if your values don't align in a relationship, you probably won't fall in love. But if they do, aside from their judgment of your status as a sex worker, then yeah.
They hate sex workers so much that they keep inviting them on their shows. I mean, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. Sex workers get more clout. And those fucking, like, patriarchy dudes love fapping to the women that they see on these podcasts. And they will definitely pay a pretty penny for the privilege, you know? So it's like I said, it's a very mutually beneficial relationship.
Yeah, I don't think that's such a bad thing to say, nope, no thank you. Next.
She gets up and she says, Patrick, this is very hard for me.
Oh, this is my guy. This is my guy. This is my favorite. This guy's such a legend, dude. I love this guy. Oh, my God. He's the best. Patrick Bet David.
And let me tell you why it's very hard. I said, what's that? She says, ever since in high school, I wanted to prove to men that I can beat them. So when I graduated high school and college, I opened up my salon. We do very well.
Felix Biederman thought he was Israeli. Yeah, Felix fucking got it wrong. I immediately nailed it, dude. As soon as I saw him, I was like, that man is Iranian, okay? He is very Israeli coded, okay? I will give Felix that. But as soon as I saw him, I was like, that's immediately nailed it. Because, yeah, Iranian Cuban dudes, yeah. Iranian dudes are the Cuban dudes of Florida. I mean, of California.
Made millions of dollars. My people and my work that work at the salon, they do very well for themselves. I drive a nice car. I have a nice house. I have money. I have millions. I don't worry about any of that stuff. You know what decision I made last night? I said, what's that? She says, I want a husband. I no longer want to compete with men. Mm-hmm. I need them. And I'm like, what?
Wow, this sounds like, there's someone's life story that shifted over time. Someone that pursued money in a career and then had a change of heart. I wonder if this will be weaponized to denigrate feminism.
Camera.
Let's see. I wonder. There's probably not, right?
She's saying this in front of 2,000 people with her sister sitting right next to her. And now she's getting emotional. How many 65-year-old women do we have to hear saying that I marched with the feminist movement and I bought into the fact that men are the enemy? I've never been married. I'm alone and I'm miserable and I wish I would have never bought into that philosophy.
That's a nice alternative to a dating app. Just do a speech where you say that I'm a millionaire and single and looking for a hot bod. Raise your hand if you want me to take you out to dinner at $1 million soup organization. The best thing about buying into this philosophy is that you can always unbuy into it by downloading Hinge. Like making a decision for your life that you end up wanting to change, isn't that like a pretty normal thing that happens? I get his point here is that they're brainwashed by feminist ideology to do things they don't want to do. But if the whole time she was doing that and obviously doing it for a reason, then she changed her mind, is that the worst thing in the world? I mean, that's just how life is, you know? I don't know. Maybe someone else has a better counter argument to this video, but I think it's just fun. I also like the lady listening on being like, wow.
Brilliant.
Harrowing story. Just wow.
Brilliant.
Damn.
Men got the right to vote before women because men were subject to military conscription.
Fucking Brian, bro.
That's awesome, dude. He's the GOAT. Okay, I've changed my opinion on this guy. I love that type of shit. Okay, I love that type of shit. What about black men? What about that? So what's up? How do we feel about that with respect to black men? What's that about then?
Oh, I don't want any more Brian, his little voice and his little crap. Also, tell me this isn't the most dripless person you've ever seen in your life. Red flannel,
That literally took 3 seconds to address.
Stars on the hat. Patterns are going nuts, going all over the place. Decide on a pattern and stick with it, buddy.
Men, if you elected a representative to represent you in the government, that representative could then vote to send you to war. Men being the exclusive, let's say, victims of forced military conscription ought to have more of a right and a say. And men...
Where did he come up with that? I've never even heard that before. That's awesome. That's such a fun little theory. I love that. No, that's cool. Is that like normal? Is that a normal thing? I've never heard that before. You think he came up with that, or is that a common thing? I've actually never heard that. Cause I guess I don't really encounter a lot of anti-suffrage arguments in the wild, and I professionally do this. I professionally listen to bad arguments, and even then I haven't really heard that before, because it's like I said, I've literally never encountered an anti-suffrage movement argument in the wild in 2023. It's so wild, even Ben Shapiro's like, what?
And
let's see if he agrees with it. Ben's like, cogwheels are turning in Ben's mind. He's like, wow, this is... Hypothetically, I feel like this is a good argument that I will also state.
You could cut this clip a little bit tighter, just saying. Speaking as a video editor, just cut out the places where he starts a point and then doesn't finish it and goes to a different one. Just cut that out. And then it might put up the facade that he is competent.
And that privilege came with a corresponding responsibility. That corresponding responsibility was, you have to go to France and die in the trenches. You have to go get trench foot. You have to go get chemical.
Wait, what? Wait, go to France? What? Wait, what? Is he talking about World War I? Wait, what? Dude, this is getting weirder and weirder and weirder, dude. What the fuck? He's not talking about World War II, okay? Because by that point, unfortunately, women, women are voting at that point, okay? What are we talking about? What time period is he talking about with respect to women being able to vote versus men being able to vote, but they're also going to France? What is he saying? What's he saying? I need to investigate this further. Men able to vote because war. I guess maybe he's talking about like old enough to fight, old enough to vote. The World War II roots of the 26th Amendment. Is that what he's saying? Like, voting age was 21, but they were sending people to war at 18. Is that what he's like trying to like tie into? Is that what it is? Prior to Louisiana Purchase, that area was part of France. Dude, he's not talking. What? I don't think he's talking about that, dude. It's pretty funny if he was, though.
Chemical gassed by the Germans. That was the corresponding responsibility. That's how men got the right to vote before women.
3 times he said corresponding responsibility. Look, I know I'm not really responding to anything he's saying here. I'm much more criticizing the form than the content itself.
Wait, dude, he like, yo, that's fire. He like mishmashed a bunch of random facts about like, you know, who was able to vote in America and like thought that he would be spitting, but I don't know why they just posted that without fact checking it. Talking about D-Day at Normandy, but he said trench warfare, so like I thought maybe World War I, which again, none of this even matters about like men going to war because like men were being sent to war and were not allowed to vote. And World War I nor World War II is not when men got the right to vote. Yeah, he's talking about trench warfare, so I think he's talking about World War I. But like, why did women get the right to vote then? It's not like they went to war. Like, this doesn't make sense, but it's fire that he's saying it. I like it.
Damn, man. Damn. I'm also trying to figure out if this is an actual Ben Shapiro reaction.
Yeah, like, men were able to vote before World War I. What is he saying? Like, white men, of course.
Or if someone just put a video on loop, like in Ocean's 11 when they put the vault security footage on loop to trick the guys into not calling the thing. This is tricking viewers into thinking that Ben Shapiro gives a fuck about this video and agrees with or disagrees. I don't even know. There's no indication that Shapiro has any reaction here. He's just staring. Imagine trying to have a serious conversation with a girl wearing pink cat ears. Yeah, it's called being an adult. It's called being an adult, bro. Have a conversation with a person regardless of how they're dressed. Oh, you have pink cat ears. Oh, this is too triggering for me. I can't even talk to you. Yeah, well, fucking grow up, buddy. Some people wear pink cat ears. You can't handle it? Scary? Too scary? Also, there's no serious conversation going on here. He's doing a monologue. They're cutting back to the girls who aren't saying anything because he's rambling, but it's not a conversation. Let's make that abundantly clear. Also, yeah, if we take into account the fact that military conscription is still, I'm pretty sure in most countries, male, he's making a women shouldn't vote argument. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the implication here, right? I don't know, man. I'm getting tired of this crap.
You really, in your heart of hearts, believe like a woman who's like, hey, you know what? I'm going to like apply these conservative values and give it a good go. Like, learn to bake, you know.
Learn. Me on my first sourdough experiment. I'm a Republican now. Pretty sure this guy went viral recently for being like pro-abuse.
If there's someone that's very, very young, might be really religious and like values marriage a lot and goes into a marriage and has kids when they're like 18, 19, 20.
This was a great
and
counter.
A year into the relationship, it
For the
gets
record.
really
From
Would
who?
you? From both.
This is so rare.
Anyone
It's
really.
rare.
I mean, it happens.
Go on.
My point is, I'm just, yeah, even though it might be rare.
I like that when an interlocutor brings up a hypothetical, then it's like, oh, that's just rare. Why are you bringing that up? Meanwhile, like 99% of the arguments that they suggest is quite literally always like insane shit. It's like, yeah, what if a fucking Nicaraguan death squad came busting down your door and they all got fucking guns and like, you don't have a man around, John Wick, to like go and fucking shoot everybody. Guess what? What are you going to do then? Bet you would love men in that situation, right? And it's like, what are you saying right now? What are you saying? Abuse in like you know, families is very, very much commonplace. Like, it's not like an insane hypothetical at all. And abuse, as it pertains to like divorce, is also, you know, a major factor of consideration as to why divorce should be allowed. Okay?
Where, from what you guys think,
It is.
if it would happen, what would you recommend for those people to do? Would they divorce, or do you want them to keep going in the relationship?
You can't divorce. I mean, that's not a real thing. You can like separate. See, his Catholic background shines through. He knows. You can't divorce. You can separate, but you can't actually divorce. That's not a real thing.
Even though it might be like physically abusive.
You got to endure. People are too.
You want to stick in the
People
relationship.
are just.
See, I mean, look,
people.
I do not believe for even 3.5 seconds that dude wearing a tie has ever been with a woman. Okay? Please tell me this dude is there's no fucking shot this dude is definitely single. Okay? This dude is definitely fucking single. No shot has this man felt the comfortable embrace of a woman. Okay? I don't believe that.
Nowadays are just pussies. Everybody fucking quit.
And then it was exposed that he self-admitted to abusing someone before. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have...
You know, pack my children's lunch and like do my best. You think a woman who decided to like start an OnlyFans is a way better choice?
What I'm saying is that with the way society is structured right now, for you to decide that you want to be a full-time stay-at-home mom, wife, parent at 18 or 19 is a more radical decision than trying an OnlyFans.
So this clip doesn't include the full scope of the argument being made here. So I don't know what his reasoning is behind calling that decision more radical. But I think this speaks to the sort of grossly inflated perception of how many people are privy to the idea of starting an OnlyFans and are actually doing that and taking the steps to do that. It's a very...
I mean, those guys are such fucking freaks. Destiny looks incredibly normal in that situation. 100%.
Very, very small percentage of people, even though that percentage is growing largely, and the number of people that are seeing that as a viable option for a career is growing, obviously so. To insinuate that that's somehow like the majority or the culturally hegemonic decision as opposed to being a stay-at-home parent, I mean, that seems a little wild to me. I think the better description for the decision to be a stay-at-home parent isn't radical, but unattainable, because it's not attainable on a single source of income in a lot of places. So it's radically ill-advised, but this lady's gonna start talking now, so let's go.
Yeah, you described marriage, like traditional marriage of two young people, as, or compared it to.
What the fuck is Misa doing here? What is happening? Bro, go pick up the Death Note. Like, you know, you're letting L down. You know what I mean? I'm fucking Kira down. Shit. What is happening right now? Why is she... Where did she come from? I didn't even notice her. I didn't even notice that she was there until, like, she chimed in.
To a woman selling her sexuality.
Exactly.
Which is... It just shows that you're so desperate to cast marriage in a negative light.
Okay.
Traditional marriage, specifically, in a negative light. By... basically calling it a form of prostitution or slavery or subjugation of women, and it's simply not true.
Okay. Why cut out the response? You know, what's the agenda here? Cutting out the response to that claim seems a little odd to me. Yeah, well, you said this thing that was so mean, okay? That's why you fucking suck. That is one thing about the way these shorts are edited that's just so silly all the time, is that it's someone just preaching, and maybe someone responds like briefly, but that response is never actually representative of a genuine response or like an argument, because if they did that, these videos would go less viral. People want to engage with getting mad at someone who is apparently demonizing the idea of a marriage, because that's what they want. They want a traditional marriage. So when someone's demonizing it, ooh, I hate it. I hate it. But who knows if that's what's even going on, and I don't care enough to go back and watch. But notice that about these shorts. They're all cut pretty similarly to portray one perspective, or portray that perspective dominating the other, because, you know, someone...
I kept getting a YouTube short of an old debate you did with some old guy. The title was something like HasanAbi gets owned on anti-white racism, and it had like 1 million likes. Wait, really? Link it to me. I love shit like that. Most of my debates I come across as the victor, in my opinion, but HasanAbi gets destroyed, owned, anti-white. Yeah, most of this is just like me and my videos and then an ABBA and Preach video. Is JLP? No. JLP, like, people fucking thought the Jesse Lee Peterson debate made me look bad. No. Okay, someone send me that fucking link. Holy shit. They must have clip chimped it, right? The JLP debate. Jesse Lee Peterson leaves Hasan. Angry Patriot 1776. Jesse Lee Peterson leaves HasanAbi speechless.
Say yes or no. Do you think black people do you not think that black people played a significant role?
Is that fair to white people?
Okay, there's no such thing. Like, there's no fairness to white people. This is not a white person's country. Asian people played a significant role in building this country. Who built this country?
They left their country to come here.
Do you not think that black people played a significant role? Do you not think that African Americans played a significant role in building this country? No. How could you? Oh, okay. All right, well, do you think white people are better than black people? Let's just get right to it. Do you think white people are better than black people?
Better in the sense that...
What, better in what sense?
What is this music? This has 304,000 likes. Wait, no, the comments are not even supportive, dude. Bro chose the wrong soundtrack. I just watched a white guy making a point for black people and a black guy defending white people. What is life anymore? Yeah, I don't think this intended to show what the guy tried to show. I mean, this literally is just like, there's not a way that you could effectively clip chimp. Murat, şey değil mi? Kaka? Ay. Uncle Ruggles ain't got shit on him. Yeah, like, there's not... Like 300,000 people liked it because they didn't even think that, like, I don't think those people that liked it thought that it was like he did a good job. Yeah, he did leave me speechless because he was insane. Jesse Lee Peterson is one of those. Jesse Lee Peterson is one of those people that, like, it's kind of hard to look bad when you debate him because he, like, very openly will say, like, incredibly unhinged and white supremacist things that no matter how you cut it, like, it's going to be real hard to make him look good.
One goes on a show not being prepared to fully debate Lord.
Define misogyny.
Because they're normal. People who debate Lord, which includes myself, I do a little bit, they're not normal. It's not a normal, healthy thing to do or a way to view the world because it's just like, all the time. Some people just want to be normal and chill, and I so respect that. I wish I could do that, but unfortunately, here we are.
I wish the dudes that marry you guys good luck. You guys are very strong, independent women, and, like, I feel like you're going to give your guy a lot to wrestle with. My mother and my grandmother have the exact same mentalities as you guys in their marriages.
Dude, respect. Dude, this is when you're like, this is the final boss of misogyny, okay? When you're, like, shitting on your mom and your fucking grandmother. Okay? That's when you're the top dog. You are the barking alpha dog, okay? You are the most alpha out of all the alpha dogs when you have chosen to shit on a person that gave you life and took care of your fucking nasty ass, okay? God damn. Maybe I'm too fucking Turkish for this, but, like, holy shit, dude. Disrespecting mothers? Are you fucking kidding me? JLP fans still cutting TikToks in a debate with him recently as 2 weeks ago. I saw TikTok with 4.2 million views. Yeah, this has 300,000 likes. Let's see the comments. Saying no to the guy who's actually lived it and experienced it, they do. People are so afraid to tell the truth, which is why nothing will change. Oh my God. Hasan has never been to a ghetto. My city spent over $2 million creating beautiful urban park with basketball courts. Is now covered in trash and graffiti. Wow, TikTok comments are somehow worse than fucking YouTube comments. They're agreeing with JLP. Yeah, my it's Reddit After Dark basically started this trend when they resurfaced my old debates. I think they're doing it with the Charlie Kirk debates now too. But like they resurfaced my old debates against JLP and they fucking banged on TikTok. Like people were going crazy over it. So now, you know, now there's like, I guess people saw that and everyone on TikTok is like very interested and very invested in clout more than anything else. So when they saw that that was doing really well, they decided to probably cut their own propaganda, like the pro-JLP side, which is odd because it's like, how the fuck are you going to make JLP look good? Yeah, this one had 1 million views. HasanAbi on Islam had 5 million views. HasanAbi dumbfounded by Jesse Lee Peterson, 1.4 million views. Yeah, they were blowing the fuck up. What is this?
Is Islam a religion?
Yes.
It is.
It's one of the 3 Abrahamic religions, as far as I know.
And is it a religion of peace?
Yes.
Well, why do they chop off people's head and hold women back and throw homosexuals from the rooftops? And they want to take over other countries. And they can say you can lie. They can say you can lie to the
Can we just
Christians.
pause for a brief moment?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about your personal black experience and use that as empirical evidence, as fact. But when I try to tell you about Muslims, you're like, nope, that doesn't work that way. I have my own perspective. If you have actual evidence to back up your claims, then we could have a conversation. Maybe I could describe where you are confused.
How about Allahu Akbar?
This means God is great.
Right, when they're about to kill you, blow you up, or chop off your head, or make sure women don't drive, or cut off their private parts. And
how about
in the
this?
name of Allahu Akbar. I rest my case.
Christianity has far more bodies.
That's not true.
It's absolutely true.
No.
Okay, well, then answer me this question then. When George W. Bush said, God told me to invade Iraq and Afghanistan, why do we not consider that a Christian genocide, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Because that was just one person, but Christianity is
it's
for
just
all.
one person.
I mean, but
what about a lot of the military members who
I bet you would not go back to your country and say, I'm no longer a Muslim. They'll kill you.
No, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would.
You have no idea about Turkey, do you, sir? No,
well,
Turkey.
You wouldn't go to the Muslim and tell them that.
Turkey currently has a. Well, first of all, Turkey's a secular democratic republic.
Well, you may can go to Turkey, but you wouldn't go to a Muslim country.
Turkey is a Muslim country. It's
you wouldn't say
98%
that.
Muslim.
You would not say that I'm no longer Muslim.
I say it all the time.
Not to them.
Yes, I do.
Amazing.
There are plenty of atheists who are, or there are plenty of agnostic Turkish people, and there are plenty of progressive Muslims who don't subscribe to a lot of the things that you're mentioning. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of Muslims are not a part of the monolith, the picture that you're trying to paint all of Islam as.
I think I've gotten a lot better with my talking points. He fried your ass, dude. He friend your ass, dude. Just a minute, yeah. Amazing. Allahu Akbar.
And they gave their husbands hell. And I understand why you guys look at independence and like all the stuff that you guys have explained the way that you do, but like, it's just like,
damn, bro, just say you don't have a good relationship with your mom and your grandma, apparently. What's with the dressing it up and all this individualism, rhetoric? My mom and grandma felt the same way as you two, always talking. My dad said, shut the fuck up, and they didn't listen, and that's why I think my dad is a cool guy. But for real, all the guys in this comments are just jerking off to women being talked down to. Yes, finally, these 304s are being shown what the real... Fuck you. I'm not even gonna finish this one. I don't care. We've seen enough today. Bye, everyone. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you thought. Thanks again to Temu for sponsoring the video. And to my patrons, love them. Gotcha. Great job. And I'll see ya when everything goes next time. Bye-bye.
Turkish left copying HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex? What do you mean? Young İşçi. LGBT decision guy with another banger.
I was about to, this is going to be hard to believe. That's why I'm going to pull out the credentials. I was about to film a TikTok and a legit demon pulled up on me. And here's the video.
You bro, you asked me if I want to suck you off? You know who you need is Jesus Christ, bro, and you need to repent. No, I'm serious, man. You don't just pull up on someone and say, do you want to suck me off? You need...
Okay. I don't believe this guy is... it's a bit, right?
You need Jesus Christ, and if you don't repent, you'll go to hell.
The message that I was giving was about 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2.
No. Did you like go to a famous cruising spot or something? Like, why would someone pull up to him and be like, you want me to suck you off?
This is going to be hard to believe. That's why I'm going to pull out the credentials. I was about to film a TikTok and a legit demon pulled up on me. And here's the video.
You bro, you asked me if I want to suck you off? You know who you need is Jesus Christ, bro, and you need to repent.
The guy should have been like, you're at a gay cruising spot. Unless Jesus Christ is going to suck me off, I don't want to hear it. Why are you here? This is my dick sucking spot, bitch. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I'm serious, man. You don't just pull up on someone and say, do you want to suck me off? You need Jesus Christ, and if you don't repent, you'll go to hell.
The message that I was giving was about 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2.
This the bi guy? The one who had issues with sucking dick? Yeah, he was making LGBT decisions again.
Years old, I had a Snapchat that I Snapchatted younger girls on because I got off to flirting with younger girls in a sexual way. Shortly after that, I began watching and going on a grinder to hook up with transgenders because I got off to these.
Okay. One of those things is not like the other, man. I know your audience probably looks at that and goes, yeah, the transgender thing, right? Like, that's the bad one. But, like, no, it's the first thing.
These things. I hired prostitutes that were transgenders. I had sex with many women. I used to watch murder porn, and when I was having sex with my wife, who I falsely married ourselves to justify sex, because I had watched pornography of strangulation and murder, I used to, in my mind, close my eyes and think about killing her while I was having sex with her and get off to these things. I tell you...
I really think that, like, this guy should go to jail. Like, I think, like, at that point, if you say this, like, if you say all of this, like, you probably should go to jail because you are a clear and present danger to society.
I do these things because time is running out, and I don't care if I'm perceived as a pedophile, homosexual, murderer. If it helps you understand that anyone can come to God and come home and be forgiven and turn from this lifestyle, then come home and use me as a foolish example to come back to Christ.
Men will tell this shit to anyone but a therapist. Damn, yeah.
Sexuality. For years upon years, I was watching transgender.
We know, Brian. We know.
Oh my God, what the fuck? You are so hot. Are you trans? He's spreading it all right. Sounds better.
are not supposed to be speaking in churches, and women are not supposed to be taking authority roles.
I had sex with this guy in a Walmart parking lot 4 years ago. And let me tell you something. He was not the one taking the authority role.
Women are not supposed
No! Bro, this dude fucked the whole town, dude. He fucked an entire zip code. My guy's saying he's a power top. The guy earlier had gyno, so he had top surgery like scars. That's why the dude thought he was trans. He's cis. I like that people in the chat are still like, so we're just like brushing past. So we all just literally realized he literally called himself a pedophile. Like he admitted it. Yes, we do. He's a fucking, you should be in jail. Yes. Man wasn't just making LGBTQ decisions. He was LGBTQ directives. At this stage, though, I'll be honest with you. Dudes like this, when they say they're pedophiles, like, I'm not fazed by it at all. Like, if anything, I basically expect it. So that admission comes as no surprise to me. You know what I mean? It's just not surprising. Like, oh, that guy was texting minors? That's crazy. Like, that's the most expected outcome. It's like at the top of the hour, you know you're going to get a 3-minute ad break, right? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Let's get ready to rumble, boys. Let's get ready to rumble!